the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. For any scheduled public hearings, please call when prompted to speak if you want the comment to be part of the record. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes depending on the number of speakers.
Get the right clink on there. All right. Good evening. Welcome to a regular meeting of the Burbank City Council, Tuesday, July 18th, 2023. Please join me first in a moment of reflection. This moment is intended to begin our meeting with a positive and collective support for our beloved community. The City Council welcomes everyone joining us this evening. We encourage you to take a moment to reflect on our community and the work we will be doing tonight. Although each of us has our own unique reasons for being here, we are united in our passion for our wonderful city. As we pause, let us consider our individual contributions and what they mean to those around us, and let us find solace in knowing that by working together with a shared spirit of community and partnership, we will always act responsibly for the betterment of Burbank. Thank you. Please rise for the pledge. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. For the public's benefit, Vice Mayor Schultz is joining us remotely this evening. On September 13th, 2022, the State Assembly passed Assembly Bill 2449, which permits teleconferencing for public meetings if there is just cause or emergency circumstances to justify the teleconferencing. Vice Mayor Schultz currently serves on the American Public Power Association Policymakers Council, and he is in Washington, D.C., attending the Policymakers Council summer meeting. We appreciate Vice Mayor Schultz for being Burbank's public power advocate, and thank you to the Vice Mayor for joining us remotely. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll.
Councilmember Mullins?
Here.
Councilmember Perez?
Here.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Present.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
I'm not in Burbank, and this is why I say present.
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schultz. Mayor Anthony?
I'm here.
Thank you.
All right. We would like to advise the community that there will be 5 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and the public comment period for the hearings. Additional in-person only public comment periods will be available after each of the reports later on. The first general public comment period is for any matter concerning city business and/or an agenda item except for the public hearings. If you wish to provide a public comment by phone, you can call now 818-238-3335. The later public comment periods are for the public hearings. Those will also have telephonic call-ins, but the in-persons will only be for the reports later on. First, we have 3 announcements with a short video.
following are announcements for July 18th, 2023. Join us for the final public hearings for the City Council District Formation at 6 p.m. on Tuesday, July 18th and July 25th. You may attend these public hearings in person at the Burbank City Hall Council Chamber, located at 275 East Olive Avenue. Watch live on Spectrum Channel 6 or AT&T Channel 99, the city's website, or on YouTube at youtube.com/the Burbank Channel. For more information, please visit burbankcouncildistricting.com. Burbank's Planning Division invites you to participate in a virtual informational community meeting on Wednesday, July 26 at 6 p.m., where staff will discuss Senate Bill 35 and the 3 residential developments along Empire Avenue between Hollywood Way and North Buena Vista. During the meeting, staff will provide details on each of the developments and an overview of the Senate Bill 35 process and the role of city staff in the review of the developments. A Q&A period will also be available for residents to provide comments and ask questions. Please note, this meeting is informational only and an opportunity for the public to learn more about the law and the details of the developments. For the meeting link, please visit the City of Burbank website at www.burbankca.gov and go to the city calendar. Join the Burbank Police Department at this year's National Night Out event. This annual event aims to promote a healthy police community partnership, and it's also a wonderful activity for the whole family. The event will be held at Johnny Carson Park on Tuesday, August 1st from 5:30 p.m. to 7:30 p.m. We have lots of fun activities and exhibits from community partners planned for all ages. See you there. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
All right. City Manager Justin Hess, do you have anything to report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one item. I'd like to call up Marissa Garcia, our Parks and Rec Director, who will provide an update on the city's reforestation plan.
You said the city's reforestation plan? Gotcha.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony and members of the City Council. I'm Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Director. As mentioned, I'm providing an update on the city's reforestation plan, which includes the removal of some Aleppo pine trees in the city. We absolutely understand the concerns regarding this reforestation strategy that include these Aleppo pine trees, and we absolutely also recognize the importance to our neighborhoods and the wildlife that call these trees their home. The city takes great pride in our urban forest, and we are committed to responsibly managing our 33,000 city trees. And it is always an incredibly difficult decision to remove any tree in the city of Burbank. These Aleppo pine trees have been a beautiful part of our community for many decades, and we all agree that the mature trees provide a tremendous amount of shade, provide habitat for wildlife, and are great for the environment. Unfortunately, all trees have a natural life cycle, and the Aleppo pine trees are at the end of theirs, being 100 years old, and therefore scheduled to be replaced. In addition to reaching the end of their natural life, the Aleppo pine trees have been weakened by historic droughts and water restrictions that we've all been experiencing. And the recent losses during our heavy storms that we experienced highlight the necessity for our community's safety. Additionally, as the science of urban forest has evolved, we have learned that trees such as these Aleppo pines are too big for some residential neighborhoods. Essentially, these trees are not the appropriate trees for these particular neighborhoods. Being proactive and considering future climate changes, replacing these Aleppo pine trees is an important step to prioritizing the safety and well-being of all of our residents. As we embark on this necessary change, the community can rest assured that replacement trees will be more resilient. They will offer wide-range benefits, including cleaner air, energy efficiency, stormwater management, temperature regulation, noise reduction, and a habitat for our local wildlife. Now, I understand that the letter that was mailed to residents with properties immediately adjacent to these trees caused a lot of confusion and concern, particularly to the residents of the...
I'm sorry. Hold on, Ms. Garcia. Ms. Garcia is doing her job. She has to get through this, please. We can save comments for the end. Please bear with us. Thank you. Continue.
Sure. As I mentioned, the letter that was mailed did create a lot of confusion and concern, particularly to the residents of the North Niagara Street between Olive and Verdugo. And it is my hope to clarify some of these questions and concerns this evening. First, we will not be beginning any mass tree removal until after September 15th. These removals will also be done in 2 phases. The first phase is scheduled to begin sometime in fall, and the second will be completed in the spring. We will also be sure to notify our residents at least a week, if not longer, of when these removals are scheduled to take place. We're also only removing mature Aleppo pine trees as part of this reforestation. As in the case of this North Niagara neighborhood, we are removing 34 mature Aleppo pine trees, leaving 47 other trees in place. Throughout this entire reforestation plan and process, we are also identifying vacant parkways that can accommodate a tree. Again, in the neighborhood, in this particular neighborhood, we have identified 26 additional vacant parkways that can accommodate a tree. Therefore, our plan is to replace 26 more trees in this neighborhood alone. Again, these 2 blocks will be doing the same thing in our other parts of our community. So as part of our next steps, the Parks and Recreation Department will be enhancing our website to include general information about our urban forest in the city. We will also communicate details of this reforestation plan, including a schedule when that schedule is available. Letters will also be mailed to all residents living in the impacted blocks with detailed information of the plan, making them aware of the website, and informing them of 2 upcoming public meetings where this matter will be discussed. These 2 meetings will be the August Park and Recreation Board meeting, as well as the August Sustainable Burbank Commission meeting. Additionally, a community informational meeting will be scheduled to further inform our residents of this reforestation plan and provide them yet another opportunity to ask questions. In closing, I want to reaffirm that the City of Burbank is very proud of our lush and diverse urban forest of over 33,000 trees, and we are committed to ensuring its continued health and growth for future generations to enjoy. Thank you. That concludes my update, and I know there can't be a lot of discussion, but I can address a few questions if there are any.
It's not an agendized item, so we'll try to stay within the Brown Act here. If you could just clarify a couple of things that you mentioned. What is the difference between the Aleppo pines and the other trees in this neighborhood, and why are they being targeted specifically? Like, what makes them different?
These trees are, well, I'm not the city's certified arborist, but these trees have a very large, require a deep and large space for them to grow in an urban setting. I know that there's been a lot of conversation and questions about Aleppo pine trees. And Aleppo pine trees in a forest or a different space, not in an urban setting, don't live to be much longer than 100 years. Other trees are also more water, or oh my goodness, I apologize, drought tolerant. Thank you. And again, these trees, just their immense stature, they're very tall and very big, and in these neighborhoods haven't been the most appropriate tree. Again, 100 years ago when these trees were planted, there wasn't that thought of, there's going to be a lot of development or sidewalks and whatnot, and that has caused some strain on these trees.
Okay. Do you have any other small questions?
Just very small, and I think you addressed it. However, I just want to maybe point out what would be the causes for tree removals, if that's okay with the city attorney, that I can ask that question. The main causes that we, the city, actually have to cut the trees or remove the trees from the locations.
So very briefly, we have very strict criteria, limited criteria by which a tree can be removed in the city. Obviously, if a tree is diseased or unhealthy, that is one obvious criteria. And in this case, the trees are also reaching their mature life. So if we have a situation where a tree is healthy, but it's showing some stress or decline, and it's at the end of their life cycle, we have to weigh the pros and the cons. Again, as one of the things that we're realizing throughout our community is the drastic or incremental, but now it seems like a drastic change in climate. And that's also very important throughout our community. We have to be thinking about our trees today, but also our trees for the future, and making sure that trees that are being planted today can withstand the projected increases in our temperatures in the years to come.
All right, thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate it. Yeah, did you have any follow-up?
And then one quick question in relation to this, and I know you're not the arborist, but we've heard a lot of talk about the Magnolia Park trees and the roots and issues with our sidewalk. Are these trees able to cause issues and cracks in our sidewalks if left longer than their lifespan?
Yes, and we have, and I do know that our Public Works Department has, whenever we have upheavals in any of our neighborhoods, they'll go out and address this. Some of the larger trees can't have the ability of creating some damage to infrastructure, primarily city property, but in the case of Magnolia, they're creating both public and private property damage to those.
Last question.
Sure.
If, after we've studied these trees and we've done all the reports on this, and an Aleppo stays up and later in a storm falls and destroys property, house, car, who becomes responsible for that? Maybe the city attorney can.
I'd rather we not speculate on
Great.
those matters.
Okay. That's fine.
Let's keep it to the forestry program.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Thank you. Oh, yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
The voice coming from the television screen. Thank you, sir. Ms. Garcia, thank you for the presentation. I just have one question. It would seem to me that, look, there are several issues at play here, but one is a lack of communication that the public perceives. So I'd like to ask you, is there a single web page or single source of information where a resident of Burbank can go to see which streets will be impacted by this project, as well as if there are future potential sites as we move forward and potentially expand the reforestation program? Could people see, hey, maybe next year they might be looking at my block? And if that resource doesn't exist, is your department prepared to put that in place as quickly as possible?
Great question, Vice Mayor Schultz. Yes, as I briefly mentioned, we do have a city website. The Parks and Recreation has its own page. What we're going to be doing is enhancing the forestry divisions section of our website. We will be including those detailed informations listing where the trees are going to be removed. And at this point today, this is, the only reforestation in addition to Magnolia, right? But definitely, should we have the need to continue looking at our trees citywide, we will be communicating that through our website.
Yeah.
Follow up if you don't mind. So speaking of communication, you had mentioned earlier an upcoming community meeting that will be scheduled. Will you be also sending a letter or information to the communities impacted of that community meeting so they know it's coming up and how to be involved?
Absolutely, yes.
Okay. All right, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. We have a presentation now. Is an update from the Greater Los Angeles County Vector Control District. I want to invite Dr. Wassim, the representative of Burbank in the Greater LA County Vector Control District Board of Trustees. Dr. Wassim, there you are. Welcome.
Yes, hi, thank you. Mr. Mayor and council members, we're going to have a presentation tonight. We have two staff members. We have our acting public information officer, Carolyn Gongora, and we have our scientific and technical services director, Steve Vitrone, who will give most of the presentation. Afterwards, we'll be available to answer any questions. I do want to thank the city for its getting our information out on your social media too. It really helps. Thank you.
evening, everyone. Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, thank you very much for having us here this evening to talk to you about mosquitoes. There it is. All right. To jump right in. So why do we even care about mosquitoes? Well, in addition to simply being a nuisance, mosquitoes are widely regarded as the world's deadliest animal. In fact, due to the disease burden that they place on public health throughout the world, they're responsible for over 1 million deaths worldwide each year. They can transmit a variety of different diseases, but for us here in Southern California, the big ones for us are West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, dengue, chikungunya, and Zika. And really, if left unchecked, these mosquitoes have the potential to spark outbreaks of these different diseases here locally for us. And that's something that we're working very hard to try and avoid. What we provide is an integrated vector management, or an IVM approach to vector control. The 3 pillars of an IVM program are surveillance, control, and outreach. Through our surveillance efforts, we're able to monitor mosquito populations, monitor virus activity, and that information goes a long way to inform and help guide our control efforts out in the field by the technicians. And last but certainly not least is our education and outreach. The timely dissemination of information and important updates regarding mosquito abundance or virus activity is an integral part of what we do as a district, keeping our residents safe. I have here a map of the city of Burbank showing some of the activity over the last couple of years. This year in particular, those statistics are on the left-hand side. As you can see, this year so far, and keep in mind we are about halfway through the mosquito season, we've conducted over 500 inspections of public and residential sources, inspected 273 unmaintained swimming pools, and conducted over 1,800 inspections of underground storm drains throughout the city. Not all of them have resulted in a treatment, but we treat those as necessary. In addition to that, through our trapping surveillance program, this year so far, we've set 46 traps within the city of Burbank since the beginning of the season, which is started in March. In terms of mosquito threats in our area, there are really 2 mosquito genera that are of concern to us from a public health standpoint. Those are the Culex mosquitoes and the Aedes mosquitoes. Culex are perhaps the ones that we're most familiar with. These are the ones that bite at dusk and dawn. These actually have a preference for bird blood, but that doesn't mean that they're going to pass up the next warm meal that happens to walk by. These mosquitoes prefer larger sources, underground storm drains, unmaintained swimming pools, things of that nature. And we have 3 different species that are very competent vectors of West Nile virus, St. Louis encephalitis, and Western equine. In contrast, we have our Aedes mosquitoes. These are the ankle biters that I think we're all very much aware of at this point. These are an invasive species that have established now. They're very aggressive, at least they give us the appearance that they are, because they have a very strong preference for human blood. These also prefer smaller containers, things like tires, buckets, rain barrels that are becoming more, visible nowadays.
The standing water.
Yes, sir. And 2 species in particular, Aedes aegypti and Aedes albopictus, these are the primary vectors of diseases like dengue, chikungunya, Zika, and yellow fever. And while we haven't had any local transmission of these diseases here so far, we do continually get reports of travel-associated illness from travelers that have visited areas where these diseases are endemic or currently experiencing an outbreak. If travelers are infected while abroad and they come home, we now have the vector for these, and local transmission is a very real risk for us. And that's something that we're trying to avoid. I'm unable to forward. I spoke too long on that slide. That's probably what it's doing.
Hey, he's not a mosquito.
All right. One other comparison here has to do with some characteristics that are unique to these Aedes mosquitoes, these invasive species. All mosquitoes go through this life cycle that you see here on the left, where they go from egg to larva, pupa, and eventually into an adult. What's unique about Aedes, it has to do with their eggs. Most mosquitoes, including Culex species, they lay their eggs either singly or in rafts, as you see here, on the surface of the water. If that water disappears, those eggs desiccate and they're no longer viable. Aedes, on the other hand, as I mentioned, prefer these containers. What they'll do is lay their eggs at the water line, and if that water disappears, these eggs have the ability to resist drying under ideal conditions for upwards of a year. So if that container is moved or water is reintroduced, we could have larvae in there within the day.
Wow.
So this is something that has led to the rapid spread of these mosquitoes. I have here some state statistics and local for West Nile virus. I do need to address a correction here for this year for the state of California mosquito samples. As of last week, that number has risen to 533 for the state instead of 283. West Nile virus is very active this year within the state. Thankfully, we do not have any human cases within the state. Of those numbers, we do have 3 positive samples, or mosquito samples, that have come back positive for West Nile virus within our district. Unfortunately, I'm sorry to announce that 2 of those are in Burbank. These were the first West Nile positives for our district this year. These were both collected from the same site on subsequent trappings. This was a neighborhood that is south of the airport. We did have increased abundance, and so we did increase our surveillance in that area. We conducted some additional control efforts, including an adult treatment in that area, and we were able to successfully reduce those numbers by 75%. The latest sample that was taken there did come back positive, so all things are looking positive at this point, but we are going to continue to monitor that site throughout the season. When it comes to the Aedes, these have been particularly challenging for us. They have rapidly spread throughout the state of California, and they're currently established in every city and community within our district. As I mentioned, they do prefer these smaller sources, and these are in abundance around the average household. Given that they're found on residential properties, access is a big issue for us. And so that's kind of limited our ability to identify and address some of these sources. So we've really been at the mercy of residents calling in to complain to gain access to these properties. Given these challenges, the district is looking for some new ways in which we can kind of help our fight against these invasive Aedes mosquitoes. And the sterile insect technique, or SIT, is one of those. This is a non-chemical control method that's been used for other pest species. What this involves is a sterilization of males, and for mosquitoes we use males because they don't bite. Sterilization can be conducted in several different ways. Those males would be released in a certain area over time, and then eventually, once those males mate with the wild females, we would over time see a reduction in those numbers. As I mentioned, there are several different ways in which we can, catch my breath here. There are several ways in which we can sterilize these males. This includes genetic approaches, use of Wolbachia bacteria, as well as irradiation. Currently in the state of California, the first 2 there, the genetic approach and the Wolbachia approach, are still seeking regulatory approval. What we are currently doing as a district is we're investigating the utility of irradiation sterilized males for purposes of SIT. This is something that is currently under development and still fairly in the infancy stages of this program, and we'll be happy to provide updates as that program moves along. In the meantime, we recommend that residents be vigilant around their home, make sure that they're not breeding mosquitoes, identify any containers that might be holding water, dump those out, toss out any unneeded containers, and to flip, cover, or store any other containers or modify them so that they can hold water. We do have a lot of resources at our website that can walk you through that process, or you can visit tiptosstakeaction.org, which would take you directly to that resources page. But if you're still having problems, we also ask that you give us a call, and we'd be happy to help. In terms of what we can do to protect ourselves against being bitten or transmission of disease, our best line of defense is going to be the use of insect repellents. These are going to be EPA-approved insect repellents that have any of these these active ingredients in them. And again, that's going to be our best line of defense, so we strongly recommend the use of insect repellent. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you for that. Yeah, I get mosquitoes all the time. Questions? Yes. Oh, okay. Real quick, irradiating the mosquitoes. We're not going to get mutant mosquitoes out of that, right? We're not.
No, this would be done with using X-rays.
Okay.
There are certain gamma ray techniques, but we're not
okay.
going there.
I
We're
don't-
not going
okay.
there. This would be through
All right.
X-ray. Yeah.
I've seen too many Marvel movies. I know where that goes. All right. Well, thank you. So, the standing water, that's the key.
Correct.
And then cleaning out anything that may have had standing water.
Yes, we recommend that if you do have containers in the backyard that has had water in it, where you can see the water lines from the past, we ask that you scrub those just to remove any eggs that might be in there before allowing it to fill back up. Just
Soap
tip
and
it
water
over.
works great too, right?
Soap and water works great.
Okay. All right. Questions?
Thank you for your presentation tonight. I asked ahead of time if you would show us pictures of up-close mosquitoes, and I was told no, but I guess unfortunately I got
I didn't get that memo, otherwise I would have provided some.
Okay, they're gross. I have two questions. The first one is, you mentioned about the small containers and checking to make sure there's no water. So just how long does a container need to be out before they start to breed? So like putting water out for cats or watering your plants, but how long would you expect that to be?
I wouldn't leave water standing for more than a couple of days, especially as we're getting to the peak of the season, particularly for these Aedes mosquitoes. Right now, the end of July, early August is when we tend to see the peak for those particular species, and they will take advantage of any source. They actually prefer the cleaner water. So anything more than a couple days, I would make sure that gets emptied regularly.
Okay. And a second question is, if we do make a check around our property, we can't find any water sources, but we still have mosquitoes, can we call you or go to the website and have you come out and look at our property and help us figure out where the mosquitoes are coming from?
Absolutely. We'd be able to put together a service request so we would come out and do an inspection. That can either be done over the phone or through our website.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Yeah.
One simple, quick question. Do the mosquito plants actually work to have them go away from the area?
Are you talking about citronella?
Yeah.
Yeah, unless you're the plant, plan on getting bitten. Those don't work. The candles are rarely ever effective. What we recommend is applying the repellent to yourself. That's going to be the best plan of attack.
Oh, instead of like the candle.
Correct.
Okay, the actual spray.
Yeah.
Okay.
Bug zappers, they just draw mosquitoes in. You don't want to do that.
So they're just there for looks, because they're sure not doing a good job
Create
in my
ambiance.
backyard.
Okay, good to know. Good to know.
All right.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it. All right, watch that standing water, people. Okay, stay safe. All right. Thank you, Dr. Wessam and Mr. Vetrone. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on the closed session?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and members of the City Council, and for the benefit of the public, City Council met this evening at 5 p.m. to discuss two items in closed session. The first item was a matter of a personal injury case pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. The case was Deborah Dunn Tremblay versus City of Burbank. Council took no reportable action. The second matter was conference with the city's real property negotiator, Mr. David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director, concerning the price and terms of a parking lease at the courthouse parking structure, 301 East Angelino Avenue. City Council took no reportable action in that matter as well.
All right, thank you. Now is the time for general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please present a completed yellow general public comment card, like these over here, and hand them straight to the city clerk, if you haven't gotten one. Any person speaking during the general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business, except for the public hearing items, which come later. If you do speak to the public hearing item, your comment will not be included in the record. Persons may use this first period of public comment to address an agendized report, something that is agendized for later in the evening, but then you won't get an opportunity at that point to speak on it again. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to promote the fairness, please stay within the maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. You don't have to use the whole 3 minutes if you don't want to. And if you want to call in right now, the number is 818-238-3335. And just as a personal point of privilege, I see a lot of new faces here. You'll get 3 minutes. You can say whatever you want on any topic. We did have a report earlier that some of you may reference. There's no back and forth. We can't comment on something that's not on the agenda. So technically, there is nothing on the agenda today about trees. So don't expect a huge response, but we are interested in your comments. We are interested in your questions. So let's start calling people up. First up, I have Stephen Hager, followed by Jim Roy.
Hello, Mr. Mayor. Hello, City Council. I'm just here to reintroduce myself because I'm running for the Burbank Police Commission, and I just wanted to say hello tonight. I'm here with my family to support me, and if there's any questions you guys have to ask me, that's basically all I had to say, unless you have any questions.
All right, thank you for being here.
Hoping to get elected so I can serve the community. Thank you so much.
Appreciate it. Jim Roy, followed by Samuel Kwana Campbell.
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor on TV from DC, and council members, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. I am here to speak on something that is very important to all Californians who are a part of the Medi-Cal program. First of all, let me lay some groundwork. Actually, first of all, if you could, Viviana, if you could put up that, thank you. There's a lot of information on here, so if anyone listening or anyone in the audience is a part of Medi-Cal, please do take down this information while I speak. Previously, before COVID, Medi-Cal would every year go through a process where they would determine if everyone on Medi-Cal continued to qualify for Medi-Cal. This process was called redetermination. During COVID, because of the extreme nature, obviously, of a pandemic, the state determined that people could only be added to Medi-Cal and that no one, under any circumstances, should lose their insurance and be dropped from Medi-Cal. So for 3+ years, Medi-Cal just grew. Now that the COVID is under control, whether by any means you wish to deem it by, but it is no longer a national threat. The state is going through and once again beginning redetermination all over again. The obvious issue with this is that we are in California. People move in California. And so if someone has moved and has not updated their address, they're not going to get the packet that they need to reapply or demonstrate that they are qualified to receive Medi-Cal. So this has the potential for being a major health issue in and of itself. What Senator Menjivar, I should have announced that first, I'm sorry. My name is Jim Roy, and I work for the state senator that represents Burbank and most of the San Fernando Valley, Senator Caroline Menjivar. And what the senator would like to have happen is to have this process run as smoothly as possible. The first number up, the website up there, you can go on at any time and go in and log in and put in your new address, all your new information, and you will get your packet. There will be no problem. If you do have a problem and you have been dropped and you feel it is improper, you can contact us at our offices, and we can help you figure that out and get that sorted out. Thank you very much for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Jim. Samuel Campbell, followed by Nori Walla. Good evening.
Greetings. Thank you very much, Mayor, for letting me speak. I'm here tonight to speak about the tree issue. I was born in Burbank at St. Joe's in 1960, graduated from Providence in 1978, so I've been here a while. I'm of Comanche heritage, and these trees are not just trees. They are spiritual beings to me, to us. They have spirits like you and I do. They're just different. And it's of great concern to me that when you get old, you just get knocked off. If it's a tree or whatever, they have a right to life. They've given us shade. They've given us homes for the wildlife and our homes. There has to be some conservative solution to be able to save these trees. I know she spoke that there's less now than what she spoke of originally. So I understand that, the tree lifespan could be limited. But I'd just like to ask a prayer for the Creator's protection for these trees. They are our relatives. And I am afraid personally of the consequences, not physical. We will always hear about the physical consequences, but I'm worried about the spiritual consequences of losing these partners that we have in nature. And I just want to pray that you'll do the right thing. Thank you. Aho.
Thank you. Nori Walla, followed by Stephanie Gerard.
I have. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. My name is Nori Walla. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you may recall, the public hearing on the Pickwick SB 35 project was calendared in a special meeting. On April 18, 2022, there were no other items calendared for that meeting, and according to the archive video, that meeting lasted 5 hours and 20 minutes. The public hearing on the SB 35 project proposed for 910 South Mariposa is scheduled for next Tuesday on the agenda forecast, and there's another public hearing also forecast for that same date. That public hearing is establishing maps for district-based council elections. It is reasonable to expect that each of these public hearings will result in significant public comment, in person, orally, or by phone and in writing. In addition to public hearing comment, the council also receives general public comment at every meeting, and as we've seen recently, there are many members of our community with very serious concerns who have brought and will continue to bring those concerns before this council. Whatever those concerns are, it's important to the community that they be allowed to speak and that they be given sufficient time to do so. It's equally important that the council have sufficient time and energy to deliberate before reaching a decision on any item, requiring council to listen, digest complex information, and deliberate late into the evening or the wee hours of the morning does not serve the best interests of the community or the council. There should be no rush to judgment. Therefore, I respectfully request the council seriously consider rescheduling the public hearing on the Mariposa project to a standalone item so that the community may truly be heard and so that the council has the time and the energy to effectively deliberate before rendering a decision. The 60th day from the date the developer resubmitted the application is August 15th. In addition, I received an orange card pursuant to BMC Section 10.1.19.302E, notifying me of the July 25th public hearing on the Mariposa project. You have copies of it. The notice printed on the orange card is incorrect. In the last paragraph of the notice, it advises that if I challenge the proposed project in court, I may be limited to raising only those issues that I or someone else raised at the planning board public hearing or in written correspondence to the planning board. You're not the planning board, and the planning board has never had this project before it. The notice is incorrect. Furthermore, a few of my neighbors within 1,000 feet of the project told me they haven't received an orange card at all. I respectfully request that you seriously consider changing the July 25th public hearing date for 910 South Mariposa to a special meeting and provide corrected notice. Thank you.
Thank you. Stephanie Gerard, followed by Cynthia Pease.
Good evening, Mayor Constantine and the City Council here and in DC. My name is Stephanie Gerard, and I'm a 30-year resident of Burbank, living 1 block from Niagara. I walk down that street every day, and in my humble opinion, the most beautiful and green street in Burbank. If you haven't been there, I highly recommend going. I am in full support of keeping the trees and caring for them as best they can be cared for to keep them going. I have also witnessed them falling, and it is tragic, but that's what we live in, and those trees deserve to be there, and we live with them. I'm a proud 2-year member of the Cultural Arts Commission and have had the pleasure of serving with our chair, Eric Connor, along with Cindy Pease and Catherine Zorister. I would stand before you here tonight to advocate for the reappointment of these 3 highly experienced professionals in the arts and to continue to be able to advocate with them for the cultural arts in Burbank. We look forward to continuing to serve the Burbank community in the most equitable, green, and creative way possible. Thank you.
Cynthia Pease, followed by Diane McKinnon.
Greetings, Mayor Constantine, Vice Mayor Schultz, and all members of the City Council and City staff. Thank you all for what you do. My name is Cynthia Pease, and I have once again applied to participate as a member of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. In 2009, Laura Zucker, head of the Los Angeles Department of Arts and Culture, reached out to the city of Burbank to offer the services of a consulting team with the intent to form and lead a steering committee that would culminate in the creation of the Cultural Arts Commission, like our sister cities. Since that time, the Commission appointees have strived to raise appreciation and awareness in the community for all art forms and to provide additional support to Burbank artists and art organizations. The Commission has evolved into a team of experienced art-related professionals who know how to make a difference, stay informed, and keep pace with our sister cities. I respectfully recommend that the appointments made to the Cultural Arts Commission tonight be based on a balance of willingness and ability, as well as the serious consideration of what skills and expertise they can bring to the table. The past members who have reapplied today have demonstrated their ability to further enhance the mission of the cultural arts, and if reappointed, will bring continued artistic growth and community engagement. So thank you for this opportunity to speak, and as a post note, I'd like to recommend lawyer Adriana Sfischetti for the Transportation Committee, who is an upstanding Burbank citizen and resident. Thank you.
Diane McKinnon, followed by Loretta Figueroa.
Hello, City Council. Thank you for hearing us today. As I'm sure some of you have seen me on social media and the news, I have been reluctantly given the letter from Marissa here that is very vague about the tree removal on my street. Only a few of us were actually given this letter, and which I think is a little sneaky considering we all benefit from these trees. So I have started a petition. These are the signed petitions so far that have come in from the people on my street, and we have over 1,000 people who have signed our petition online. These are people who live in Burbank and who also just benefit from coming into Burbank or who enjoy trees in general. I would like to make some points as to how the removal of these trees will affect us, as well as like to make a note that the trees that they're talking about are actually drought tolerant. They are originally from the Mediterranean. They are made for dry, hot temperatures, and they came before the sidewalks. So meandering sidewalks is what everybody has already figured out, and I don't know why we can't figure that out ourselves. Some points are, our property values will go down by up to 10% for every house on our street, according to numerous agents who specifically work in our area. Our electricity costs are going up next year, according to the city, by up to 6%. These trees shade our houses and help us to actually turn our ACs off even in the heat waves. So who's paying for that difference? The sidewalks will be rendered completely useless. As of yesterday, the sidewalk was 130 degrees Fahrenheit in the sun and 90 degrees Fahrenheit in the shade. That is the shade of these Aleppo pine trees. Our street will be bare and ugly for the rest of our lives, with the little sticks that they're offering us of a 6-foot tall, 2-inch round tree, none of which are all the same. We may pick them if we would, as it says, if you would like a tree. Also, one of the trees being offered to us is not drought tolerant. If we would like a tree that is bigger than that, we have to pay out of pocket for a tree up to $550 for a 12-foot tree. That's not acceptable to me. These are not comparable. The amount of carbon dioxide these trees consume and the oxygen they produce will be gone from our street. The enjoyment of our street will be gone. I did not spend over $1 million on a house so that the next 2 generations can enjoy it. I spent it for myself. Where's the wildlife going? We have hawks, possums, squirrels, parrots, doves, scrub jays, bees, owls, raccoons, crows, and hundreds, if not thousands, of insect life that calls these trees homes, and they also need the shade from our trees for our gardens that we have planted specifically to help our pollinators. The trees fall. We know this. We live in places with trees. That's what happens. All trees fall. We've had pine trees fall. We've had palm trees fall. The answer is not to just cut down trees. That's not what happens when something gets old. You care for it better. We want to be a part of the conversation. We ask that you postpone the removal of trees, which, by the way, is not September. As it says here, it is August. And when we called Mariposa, they are scheduled to start on our street on August 7th, not September. The information is not correct. You are not getting the right information, and nobody is hearing the right information. Everybody's getting different information, and apparently our entire street isn't getting the whole information. So
Thank you. Your
this
time
needs
has
to be,
expired.
but this needs
Thank
to be
you.
postponed until we can be a part of the conversation.
Thank you. Loretta? I have Loretta Figueroa, followed by Aaron Kruger McCash.
Good evening, City Council and Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm a little nervous, and I do get a little emotional because I'm very passionate about this topic. I'm talking about the trees. My name's Loretta Figueroa. I live at 307 North Niagara. I was born and raised here in Burbank. My family moved from across town to Niagara Street when I was 1 year old, and that was 59 years ago. When I became an adult, I loved the street and the trees so much that I bought the house next to my parents' house. I enjoyed these trees my entire life, from the ground level all the way up to the branches, which I climbed in over and over and over as a child. It's true these trees were a poor, not well thought out selection for a neighborhood back when they were planted. And the story I was told over the years was that the homeowners fought like hell with the city about planting the trees they knew and understood would one day grow to tower over the properties below. But today we have grown to love the trees. They are like family members. You hear people refer to them as our tree or my tree. We love these trees not only because of their stature and their beauty, but they also provide a sense of safety and security and privacy, protection from the harsh elements and the extreme heat. We worry about them during storms as we would a family member. We enjoy their beauty, and we marvel at the wonderful creatures and wildlife, including some that migrate year after year to give birth to their young in our trees, and some that find their forever homes in the branches of our beautiful trees. What preservation efforts can be committed to saving the lives of these wildlife if your decision is made final? Has anybody given that any deep thought? I don't think so. Family and community is under attack from every direction in today's culture. And these trees provide such beauty and shade on our block that people walk from blocks and blocks over to walk up and down our street to enjoy the shade and the beauty. We have strollers and children and dogs that enjoy walking up and down our street. And I have never, over all the years that I've owned my property, had people come to my house and not comment at the beauty of our street and these trees. This is a true shame. I have fought with the city many times over my home ownership since 1992 about the poor maintenance of these trees. And they threatened to take my tree out years ago, and I demanded that they keep it.
That's your 3
This
minutes.
discussion needs to be about a maintenance plan, not a removal plan.
Thank you. Aaron McCash, followed by James McKinnon.
Good evening. Thank you so much for letting me talk tonight. I'm sure you've all remembered my name from the many emails I've sent all of you, but I appreciate you letting me be here. I would like to discuss not only the wildlife, which I'm going to talk about very briefly. We have so many incredible species in our neighborhood on our street. I've lived there for 17 years, but I have also been part of business working in Burbank for 37 years. It was my dream to move to Burbank. It took me several times to get in there, and as soon as my husband and I drove down Niagara, we knew that we would take any house on that street because it was so beautiful. One of my big concerns is that not only did only a few of our members on our street, our residents, get these letters, it seems to be a very shady way of going about it. We have had no information, we have had no reports, we have no arborist reports, we have no a clue as to what's going to happen with our wildlife, and in the 17 years that we've lived there, we've had 2 voluntary trimmings. We have had to request trimmings from the city, which is a 2-year wait, which is unacceptable. If we own the trees and the easement in front of our home, then we should be allowed to decide what happens with our trees. And if the city owns them, they should be the ones that maintaining them on an annual basis. We do not want to be on the wrong side of history, as Fran Drescher would say recently in a SAG supportive, incredible supportive of our strikes that are going on and unemploying a good part of Burbank because a lot of it is film and television. As you know, I live in the media district. And I just wanted to make a visual comparison real quickly. This is a 2-inch diameter. 2 inches for a tree, that's what you guys are providing for free. This is the 5-inch one for $550. Okay, 5-inch, that's for $550. This is the size of my tree. One of my trees, I have 2, 29 inches. 170, I think, trees of this size would fit into my trunk size. And I have 2 on my property in the front, and everybody that comes to my house makes comments about it. Actor turned conservative, California Governor Arnold Schwarzenegger made it his residency to lower emissions across California, and we should be on the right side of history saving these trees. Thank you.
James McKinnon, followed by Rafael Molina.
Hi, everybody. I'm not good at this, but I just want to say that we've heard some people saying that Burbank is in charge or would get a fee if something were to happen. So, unfortunately, in front of my house, or in front of my neighbor's house during this last storm, a tree fell, and it crushed my truck. The city of Burbank didn't pay anything. I paid for it. You guys don't pay for it if it falls on my house. I pay for it, not out of anybody's pocket. Not when anybody in the city came to me and said, "Oh, we're going to take care of your truck." I now pay more. You know why it fell? Because you did a crappy job maintaining it. The one across the street, you lopped off a big chunk of it. It's going to fall on a house. That one should be removed, not the ones that are beautiful and straight and giving us pleasure. I don't like to be lied to as well.
Rafael Molina, followed by Dennis Bamar.
Hi, happy fast. Beautiful room, beautiful crowd. Happy to be here. And I gotta. So just a little bit about me. I actually work with tree people, so I actually know about trees. Just enough. I've been planting for 4 years. I actually was so motivated when I moved to Burbank to work with them and plant cities. You guys have a beautiful program that has never been executed. Michael De Campo has never returned my calls. It's been 4 or 5 years. I think I met Marisa once at one of the events. Anyways, the point is, I'm going to talk a little bit about Aleppo pine trees. They're actually just one type of species of pines. They're actually medium size. They're from the Mediterranean, so they're perfect for California weather or Southern California weather. They actually can live for 150, which is short for pine trees, but they can go 1,000 years. I don't know if you've ever been in Sequoia. Those are like about 2,000 years. So I don't think a tree dies because we decide it's dead. They die because they die. And they don't just drop dead. I don't know if you ever seen anybody here in the room. Trees don't just fall like humans and animals. They take a process dying. Yes, if trees are lifeless, it's recommended to remove. So just remove those. And actually, let's plan more. So if you have a budget to remove these trees, why don't we have a budget, for example, to do something about this, right in the corner of Verdugo and Niagara, where I live. It's disgusting. It's so ugly. Also, James was talking about the tree. This is Burbank. You guys actually putting your residents at risk. Look at this tree. This is made by the city. This is James' tree next door. It's about to fall. So it's just very mediocre. That Michael De Campo is very mediocre. This is urban heat effect. This is what trees do. Regulate the heat, urban heat. So I actually think this is just another way to make more money, monetizing heat waves. And so let's just work for something beautiful together. Look, this is the community of Burbank. Actually, the trees brought us together. So let's just work all together. And actually, I call myself Mariposa, and I hablo español, and I spoke to Raúl, a Mariposa landscape. And he told me it's the 7th schedule for Niagara removal of trees. So who's lying? So my question is, how is Burbank gonna make this right?
Stop lying.
All right. I have Dennis Bamar, followed by Cheryl Bamar.
Hey, Dennis.
Niagara Mayor.
Yeah, I don't like being lied to either. You know, why doesn't my neighbor get this notice? She lives across the street from me, and I have one of these trees. She has a new tree. So why isn't she notified? Our house values or electric bills. Our street is cool. Walk down it. You have a barbecue outside. With no trees, no barbecues, no birthday parties. Next generation, she talks about. I'm worried about this generation. I live in this generation, not the next generation. They need water, but we're not allowed to water. Animals have their babies right now. Squirrels, whatever. You can't let this happen. You just can't let this happen. If you lived on this street, this wouldn't happen. I don't know where you live. Let them take your tree down and see how you like it.
Cheryl Bamar, yeah. Followed by Jason Everly.
Good evening. I'm Cheryl Bomar. I live at 208 North Niagara Street, and I'm here for the tree. You know, we've lived there for 55 years, and those trees have been our life. We have 2 kids, and we have 5 grandkids. Well, our oldest son is 52. He and his friends all played out front. Our kids didn't even hardly play in the backyard, but basically they played out front because it's always nice, it's cool, the trees are there. Just the beauty of them. I know when I moved there, the trees almost touched, almost made a tunnel going down. And I couldn't believe how beautiful that place. And with all the tree trimming and all the stuff that the city has done to the trees, it's awful. It's just a shame. And like everyone, the squirrels, we have the birds, all the different animals on our street, and we love it. And you know what? We even don't mind sweeping up the pine needles. Every day I usually go out and I'll sweep a little bit of pine needles, but that's great. That's just part of our neighborhood. And it's not, we're not driving into a block that doesn't have trees, or it's this tiny little tree like everyone else has said. We drive in, well, it's not as nice as it used to be, but I'd hate, and the ones that they have cut, my husband called the city because something was making noise on a tree. So they came out, they cut the thing off, just like that. They didn't fix anything. They didn't take any pride in it. And those people doing it, they don't have to take pride in it, but we take pride in our neighborhood. And so I would appreciate if you would take that into consideration. Thank you.
Jason Everly, followed by John Fisher.
I'm Jason. Thanks for having us, I guess. I live at 739. I love the neighborhood. We've lived here 15 years. My kids are teenagers and have grown up in Burbank. Our street is exceptional. It just is. I actually bought the house next door. My tenant lives there because of the trees and the beautiful street in Burbank. My mother lives at 205, across the street from Cheryl and Dennis, at 205. She's lived there 20 plus years. Same thing. Taking out trees, I'm not even sure how that's a conversation. It doesn't really make any sense. We have 50-foot beautiful trees that are worth, I'm not even sure what it would cost to buy one. And whatever they're going to charge to remove these trees, it's going to be thousands per tree. There's no getting around that. And there's no question that if you took out a giant 50 or 60-foot tree in front of your house, any of your houses, you would lose 5 or 10% of your value. This isn't Magnolia Street, a city corridor when you replaced all those trees on Magnolia Street because they were tearing up the sidewalks. That's more city duty. This is residential. We are Burbank. The trees are Burbank. The houses and the trees were planted together. That's why we all live here. That's what we all fight for. Why is this happening like this? I mean, why get a letter in 2 weeks that you're cutting a tree down in front of someone's house? It just doesn't seem right, honestly. And it's very disappointing. So I really hope you guys reconsider this. Thanks.
Thank you. John Fisher, followed by Steve Meyer.
Good evening, members of the City Council, present in person and otherwise, as well as staff. I didn't come to speak on the tree issue today, but I did want to say that the thing that made me fall in love with the apartment I'm being forced out of was the trees, and it was a big part of the new place that I was lucky enough to be able to rent. This is the Tree City, and it's one of the things that makes Burbank beautiful. But I came to speak once again about the repercussions of Assembly Bill 1482, and one of the things that keeps getting mentioned by people speaking in this chamber is that 1482 was not meant to deal with the people who did not pay during COVID and then moved and skipped out owing rent. 1482 was passed before the COVID moratorium. It was never supposed to deal with that. And yet, every time someone here speaks on AB 1482, when the opposition to doing anything about it, when the opposition to helping out the displaced residents, time and time again, what I hear from the owners is that we can't do anything to protect renters because I lost a lot of money during COVID because people skipped out on their rent. As if evicting a paying tenant because somebody else skipped out on the rent, it just doesn't make any sense. And it is eviction. It is an eviction. We keep hearing people try to remind us of the legal difference between a notice to quit and an eviction, but the fact is people have been forced out of their homes. There is a massive imbalance in power between renters and owners in the city, and there are many good owners. I was lucky enough to find another one. The resource we allegedly have is the Landlord-Tenant Commission, and I will never disparage the work of volunteers. I appreciate everyone who serves on that commission. But the fact is they can't make anyone come to the table. I had an issue with my landlord. I reported them to, or I filed the paperwork with the tenant commission, and when the commissioners called them up, they said, no, we don't want to talk. We gave them the notice. We're done with it. Most people I've spoken with, renters and owners alike, agree that a power imbalance isn't good and it's not necessary. We keep hearing the term market used in housing. In a market exchange, both parties benefit. Housing doesn't need to be an issue with sides. Thank you very much for your time this evening.
Thank you. Steve Meyer, followed by Terry Norton.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, my name is Steve Mayer. I'm here to speak about an 85-year-old man who has been a 42-year resident of Burbank. His name is Mike Bishop. Before I begin, I wish to state I'm very impressed with the services for seniors here in Burbank, but there are several areas that can be improved. A year ago, Mike lost his wife and life partner, Dusty Brandell. Dusty was a beloved figure in Burbank who was inducted in the NASCAR Hall of Fame. In May, Mike entered the hospital, followed by an extended stint in rehab where he is still temporarily. Imagine Mike's surprise when on July 5th he learned that the realtor of the owner, Bill Toth, had changed the locks, claiming he had abandoned his Pass Avenue home. In your hands is an information bulletin issued last year by the Chief of Division of Law Enforcement of the California Department of Justice. Please permit me to summarize and/or read excerpts. To all chiefs of police and California sheriffs, law enforcement officers are sometimes called to disputes where locks are changed. To quote, these are so-called self-help evictions and are not merely civil matters, they violate California criminal and civil laws. A tenant can only be removed after there's been a court judgment and a writ of possession has been issued. The removal can only be done by a sheriff. Anyone else who tries to evict a tenant through a self-help eviction, to quote, this is not only a civil matter, but also a criminal matter, so law enforcement should intervene to enforce the law and stop self-help evictions. The bulletin describes violations of various penal codes that are misdemeanors that occur through self-help evictions. They even put out his walker, which is another issue. They did that to an 85-year-old man who is fully disabled. What can you do? On the top of page 2, it lists the steps the police officer could take. This could be council direction. Why should this be done? The suggestion that Mike obtain an attorney does not work. He's on a fixed income and can't afford an attorney. And legal services are taking only 1 in 10 cases, with everyone else being self-represented. Seniors in particular need additional protection against self-help evictions. As to Mike, he needs help now, whether it be from the city attorney or the police chief. Clearly, misdemeanors have occurred. Separately, if there are attorneys who can work pro bono, please call. It is also an issue that can be expanded upon by the Burbank Leader and other news organizations. Thank you for allowing me to make this comment. And relative to your issue on trees, a similar issue is happening in Beverly Hills. They cut them before anybody really knew. Here you have an opportunity to fix the problem before. Thank you.
I have Terry Norton, followed by Ron Bax.
Good evening, council members. My name is Terry Norton, and I have applied to become a member of the Burbank City Planning Commission. I have an extensive resume in the building industry and construction management, from single-family dwellings to high-rise office buildings, from planning to implementation. Burbank City has several state mandates which require attention. We have the constraints of SB 35 and AB 2011, among others, to consider. This brings us to the need to consider additional city services for the immediate and foreseeable future. My goal is to work within the constraints handed down by the state to the best benefit of the city of Burbank. I plan to use my experience to carefully analyze each project and offer guidance to assist the City Council with their decision-making. My vision is to work with and support the decisions of Burbank City Council. When chosen, I will carefully consider all that is put before me to the benefit of Burbank City. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Norton. Ron Bax, followed by Heidi Siapkaris.
Good evening, City Council. I had thought the present renovation evictions had shown that renovation evictions are the real problem and the pursuit of rent control had been halted. I found a flyer on the vacant apartment at my building which proves that assumption wrong. I therefore am returning to my analysis of the survey highlighted in the January 31st meeting and challenge the conclusions by the mayor and the vice mayor that the citizens of Burbank want rent control. I find question 8 of the survey, which is not in the slideshow presentation, disturbing. Since I am limited to 3 minutes, I cannot cover the details I provided you in my submission that's attached. I hope you will take time to review it. In summarizing my submission, question 8 is clearly biased in how it queries are worded and sets the tone for question 9, which has the strengthening rent control regulations query. I would like to reiterate, 41% of survey respondents were tenants, 5% declined to state, and 54% were property owners, not specifically income property owners. Depending upon which side the 5% is assigned, 25.9 to 32.32% of property owners would have to want more rent control regulation to achieve the 60% level. This does not seem reasonable if their thought is rent control as monetary restrictions, especially when you notice that encouraging more affordable housing, rental housing, received a 65% level response level. How do you encourage more affordable housing if you restrict those who provide it the freedom to freely manage it to be profitable? That flyer read, "Housing is not a commodity. Housing is a human right." True, housing is not a commodity, but a dwelling, an apartment, a house, condominium, et cetera, is, just as stocks, bonds, annuities, life insurance, and other investments are. If housing is a human right, then should not society provide it, rather than place the burden on one group of people, housing providers? Our properties are my wife's and my livelihood, 401k, pension, IRA, long-term health insurance, and more. We have spent 40 years of sacrifice and invested sweat equity developing our portfolio for our present and future financial security. Please take into consideration if you would want your investments, which you have worked very hard for, suddenly wiped out. COVID-19 and AB 1482 have created significant challenges in this economy. Please don't make it worse. And I don't have it here, but I'd like to know what's going on with the study session. I know it's going to be August 8th, but the format, you're going to have a lot of people here. Thank you.
I have Heidi Siapkaris, followed by Adriano Sfacchetti. Hello.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members.
I lived on Niagara Street for 26 years, and I've been a homeowner on Niagara Street for the last 7. In the last 7 years, I've witnessed 4 trees come down due to storms, so I am aware of the damage they do. Forgive me if I'm wrong, but to my knowledge, the city has never consulted a professional arborist, nor have they maintained our trees in a timely fashion. We believe a professional arborist should be brought in and consulted to inspect the trees before they are taken down. We do not believe the health of every one of the Aleppo pines is compromised. At least exhaust all options before resorting to permanently altering the local tree life and its wildlife in our surrounding homes. Old growth trees, which are usually hundreds of years old, provide cleaner air for residents. Their shade reduces energy costs. Reduced energy costs help to prevent the further depletion of energy resources such as water, gas, and coal. Mature trees moderate temperatures. They reduce noise pollution and create a nurturing habitat for local wildlife, far more so than new trees. Absolute tree removal is the absolute last resort. Please do your diligence. This is California. We're supposed to be more environmentally conscious than this.
Adriano Sfacchetti, followed by Gene Schonenberger.
Good evening, Council and Mr. Mayor. My name is Adriano Sfacchetti, and I'm a lifelong resident of Burbank. I've been here 44 years, and I'm reapplying for the Transportation Commission position. I want to share just a personal story so you know a little bit about why I'm doing this again. So when I was about 3 days old, my mom had the most impossible decision to make. She couldn't care for me, didn't have the financial means, really the intellectual means to take care of me, so she decided that she would make an impossible decision, which was to give me up into the foster care system. Fortunately, fate intervened, and this amazing family from Argentina and Brazil decided to adopt me. And it totally changed the trajectory of my life and created so many opportunities for me. And it just so happened that this family lived in Burbank. And I got a chance to grow up in Burbank, go to schools at Emerson, John Muir, Burbank High, where I graduated. And because of the amazing education that I had, I was able to go to UCLA and then go to law school at Pepperdine, where I became a lawyer, and then I started my own practice. And since that time, I've been fighting for individuals who have been injured in the most terrible circumstances. And I don't want to see that continuing to happen in our city. And so for that reason, over that time in my career, I've been working on over 1,000, I've personally investigated over 1,000 accidents myself. I've worked with traffic safety engineers, road design experts, some of the most highly regarded engineers. Their whole goal is to avoid some of these tragic incidents that we see or read about in the news. And so for the last year, I've thoroughly enjoyed bringing my expertise to the Transportation Commission, which, as you all know, has very strong opinions and voices. And we debate vigorously because we all care about what the outcome is going to be. We all want to make the city safe. We care about Vision Zero. We care about the San Fernando project. We care about all these things. And I would love the opportunity to continue our mission, to continue what we're doing to make the city safer. And so I would appreciate your consideration for my appointment again as a commissioner. Thanks.
Thank you. Gene Schonenberger, followed by Robbie Brody.
The time hasn't reset, so there we go. Thank you very much.
If you talk quick, you can get some extra seconds at the
I
beginning.
know, and I have a list. Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and council members. My name is Jean Schamberger. I'm, about a 30-something-year resident now of Burbank. I do have a list tonight, so I'm going to go very quickly through it. One, I want to echo Nori Walla's comments regarding the importance of a special hearing for the SB 35 consideration for 910 South Mariposa. The passion of the Niagara neighborhood is is so familiar. It's so important to those of us in neighborhoods that have unique characteristics to keep them, and I would ask that you consider that. I have 2 items on the consent calendar. One is item 9, which is an item in which it's proposed for the Infrastructure Oversight Board to reduce the membership from 7 to 5 members. The staff report indicates this is due to a lack of interest or applications for this board. I am one of the current applicants for the IOB. As I read it, there are 6 applicants for 5 open seats. The resumes look really strong, whether you pick me or not. There are a lot of strong people who have applied for this board, and for this proposed change to come up midway through the application stream, I don't think is fair to the applicants or to the process, and I would urge you to reconsider whether that's appropriate. Item 10 on the consent calendar, to excuse the absences of Sustainable Burbank Commissioner Kevin O'Brien. I am just concluding my 4-year term on the Sustainable Burbank Commission. I have served with Mr. O'Brien the entire time. It would be a shame to not excuse him, so I ask that you support that excusal. Also relative to appointments to the Sustainable Burbank Commission, in my personal capacity, I just want to support current Commissioner Robin Gemmell. She and I started at exactly the same time. She has been the chair, I have been the vice chair. She's an incredible asset to the commission and the city. So I would urge you to reappoint her. I know this won't be in the public record, but regarding the districting hearing, I just want to conceptually ask you to keep the R1H zoning all together. Don't split it at the media district and the Rancho, please. And finally, regarding item 13 and 14, the board's and commission's appointments, I have applied for both the IOB and the Parks and Recreation Board. People have said, which one do you want more? I don't care. They are both super important. I'm super interested in both of them, and I ask that you consider my application for either of those boards. Thank you.
Thank you. Robbie Brody, followed by David Donahue.
Good evening, council. Hi, I'm Robbie Brody. I'll tell you, no matter how many times you come here, it's still an honor to be in front of this city council, so thank you. I have 2 things to comment on. One, I want to give an update. I'm so bursting with pride about this. Our Burbank volunteer student delegation is currently in Oda, Japan, spreading the Burbank word to everyone. I just saw some pictures. They met with the Ota mayor yesterday, and I'm going to be back with our delegates, our students, and our chaperones in about a month's time to bring you up to date. But it's such an amazing volunteer program in our city, and we have been working on this trip for an entire year. It's not just get up and go. We've had meetings and trainings and etiquette and staying with host families, and we're all volunteers under Elizabeth Goldman from the library, and it's just awesome, and they're there now in Japan, so it's really, really something to be proud of. I'll just also say that I am part of an incredible slate of candidates for Parks and Rec, and gosh, it's just an honor to be one, and thanks for considering me. Thank you.
Thank you. David Donahue, followed by Dan Kleiman.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz virtually, council members, and talented staff. My name is David Donahue. I'm a resident and business owner here in the community, and I would just like to call out the work and the organization of the folks on Niagara. It is exciting to be able to see and witness the process kind of unfold right in front of us. There's a couple notes that I want to make. One is continue your involvement. There is very important elections coming in 2024, and being active on a city basis is really critical to this process. I'll also add that I've been in this chamber countless times, and I've also seen where people have come in and made comments about inaccuracies that may come from staff. And I'll also encourage you to be kind of patient with staff as they may need to correct something, and they usually are very open. The council, the mayor, the vice mayor, staff is also very open to be able to have a conversation. They may not be able to do it immediately, but I've never been disappointed in my ability to reach out and to engage. So I would commend council and staff for that. To that end, the Public Information Officer, Jonathan Jones, did a very nice request and added a calendaring feature for events on the city website. It was something I didn't know he was going to be able to do, but he did it within a couple of days, and it was very exciting. Regarding a couple comments about SB 35 study session and the Mariposa, I know that's important to the people that live in the Rancho area. I think the more important, the more critical to the city is the SB 35 massive developments that are happening on Burbank and Empire. That one has been slated and two are under development. I think paying some attention to the SB 35 project is critical, and I do applaud the city for having and opening up discussions on that. Also, the business cards, I now think there's a public comment period about business cards for the Park and Rec. I encourage those. I think they'd be great. Also, I was present and was able to ask questions of Councilmember Mullins and Vice Mayor Schultz at the Burbank Association of Realtors. Highly encourage anybody that is a member of the Burbank Association of Realtors to attend whenever you have a council member present, because they gave, there was no time restrictions, and I kind of felt that I had to keep myself to 3 minutes. But I was told by Councilmember Mullins, no, you can take your time. This is an open format. And I know, Mayor Anthony, you make yourself available as well, too. So thank you, and I will be talking to you on item N11 and N12. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Donahue. Dan Kleiman, followed by Tara Barbour. And Tara has a video when she comes up later for staff.
Good evening, City Council, City staff, and fellow tree enthusiasts of Burbank. I am here on behalf of the Burbank Tenants Union. The Burbank Tenants Union organizes and empowers Burbank's renter majority as we fight for things like rent stabilization and tenant protections. Today, I performed a search on the Airbnb website where I used filters to search specifically for rentals in Burbank where I could stay 1 week. The results, which I have printed out here, totaled in the hundreds. As I zoom in and pan around, there are many dozens of listings in any given area. The more I zoom in, the more listings populated. Many of these listings are Airbnb superhosts, meaning they have hosted 10 or more stays in the last year. The problem with this is twofold. First, short-term housing rentals, meaning rentals less than 30 days, are an illegal violation of Burbank Municipal Code 10-1-602, uses in R1 and R1H zones. Second, these hundreds of illegal short-term housing listings represent hundreds of potential homes for hundreds of families wishing to move in or remain in Burbank who are now unable to. There is no doubt in my mind that this is inflating housing prices in the city and exacerbating our current affordable housing crisis. I have emailed City Council and City staff, and I appreciate that they have taken the time to look into this matter and respond. I am aware that Airbnb website obfuscates the exact address of the rentals, so there is no way to investigate or remove the listings without communicating directly with Airbnb. I urge you to use the full capabilities of Burbank staff attorneys or hire outside attorneys if needed in order to work with Airbnb to do the following. Number one, immediately remove all short-term listings within the city of Burbank and prevent new short-term listings from being added. Number two, request that Airbnb provide a history of all renters within a period of time so that Burbank would have the ability to look into civil penalties for serial offenders. Again, what's going on are illegal code violations on a massive scale, which is contributing to our ongoing affordable housing crisis. I would like for this matter to be taken seriously and dealt with as soon as possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Tara Barber, followed by Alex Arciniega.
Hello, my name is Tara Barber, and I'm here to share a video about the Rancho. Please push play.
A secret world exists directly behind the Hollywood sign. A 2-mile stretch of land called the Rancho, where cultures converge and hearts intertwine.
I can't even explain how special it is.
In the Rancho, a way of life was started by your heroes and mine. John Wayne, Gene Autry, and Betty Davis loved their horses and kept them here behind Hollywood. It's where saddles and boots come in all types and many languages are spoken.
Cuando llegué aquí, no me he separado jamás de ellos.
But they all unite to share one language, horse. If you're lucky, you'll hear an old Hollywood tale about the area or hear that sweet, sweet sound of hooves hitting pavement. It's a world where horse lovers and their brilliant breeds live together in harmony. Or rather, they did. Now, the city is destroying this historical community.
There's things that we don't understand as the layman's person here that we need to understand more.
Taking shady developer dollars and define zoning laws to help outsiders take the last of the horse property and put up condos.
We were just told we have 30 days to remove over 50 horses.
The rancho has been in existence for more than 200 years. To destroy this area is just criminal.
We need to save this. This is really important.
But the city continues ignoring protests from the people who call the rancho home.
Construction, loud banging, any of that sort can put any rider in danger.
People move in here to buy real estate because of the horses.
We have 50 miles of riding trails through Griffith Park. We can't lose this.
These animals used to be everywhere, and now this is the last vestige in the city that is made for them.
Without horses, there's no life. At least for me, for so many people.
This community is in a real-life battle for survival.
22 years here in the rancho?
How long have you been in the rancho?
50 years. When I come from Mexico, it's the only place I come, and I never move from here.
Fighting to safeguard the horses, the land, and the culture of the rancho. What was once a historical, beautiful, and simple way of life has now become hardly stable.
We need everybody to come together and be part of our community, support our community.
Thank you. I have Alex Arciniega, followed by Eric Connor.
These horses need a union. Hi, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Ms. Mullins, Ms. Takahashi, Ms. Perez. There's so much going on, so I have a list as well. Let's see. The IPO message, I wish that would have been handled better. It looks like city staff and the city council is not aligned. I think it could have been handled better. Let's see. So many great people going up for the commissions. We hope that we take their positive and negative contributions in mind as people move forward. I want to thank Home Again and the Housing Department for providing materials to us. So when we canvass, we're equipped with the right information. We have noticed that there's a lot of misinformation and a lot of the elderly folks do not have the correct information. So thank you. I want to share some stories in terms of canvassing. So we met a lot of people. I canvassed door to door as a volunteer for free to check in with my neighbors and just put a face to these names and these stories. Some of these folks voted for you, Ms. Takahashi, for you, Ms. Collins, and for you, Ms. Perez. So I want to be very clear that these are not random wild outsiders. These are seniors that are getting displaced. Dan works in production. He's been impacted heavily by the Writers Guild strike and the SAG strike. He works in production and he does not have money to keep paying for his apartment. In the midst of this, his rent increased. He cannot afford a higher cost of living. He bought an RV and he moved to Acton. He acted like he was incredibly happy about the opportunity, but I saw the sadness in his face because he knew he's now homeless. We tried to contact him again to give him updated information. He is gone. We have no way of contacting him again. I want to talk about Miss S. I was not permitted to use her name because she was unlawfully evicted. She's an older lady. She does know you, Miss Takahashi. She voted for you. She voted for you, Miss Mullins. She's worked on transportation issues throughout the city. She was unfairly asked to leave by a landlord, and we're sad to see her leave the community because she can no longer afford to pay rent here. And this is a person who was evicted by a corporate landlord. Our last story, and I may cry on this one, we went to connect with someone who voted for you, Ms. Perez. He was overweight previously, and the stress from being evicted caused him to die. So when we got there, his family was there cleaning out his garage, and the locks were already changed, and they were working on an eviction.
Time has expired.
Thank you.
We ask for support, and we ask for enforcement on 1482. Thank you very much.
Eric Connor, followed by Annette Ebnos.
Good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, give my best to DC, and of course, Council Members Mullins, Takahashi, and Perez, as well as our wonderful staff. My name is Eric Connor, and I am the current chair of the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. Not to give you any ideas, but the first time I applied for this commission, I didn't get elected, nor the second. But I kept trying because I appreciated its mission and thought I might be a good fit. Arts, creativity, education has been the center of my universe for close to 30 years. Finally, in 2019, I was fortunate enough to get elected and began working alongside 8 remarkable commissioners and the wonderful Parks and Rec department to represent and help enrich our creative community in this media capital of not just California, but really the world. And allow me to take this moment to also remind you 2 of my wonderful colleagues, Catherine Zorister, who is currently in France, and Cindy, who is currently a few rows behind me, are also up for re-election, and I could not recommend them any more strongly. I also am so impressed with the candidates as well, meaning your decisions, as always, are not simple. Well, the spring of 2020, speaking of not simple, that changed some things. It's also where our commission dug our heels in and went to work. Leah Harrison suggested we go virtual to keep our creatives connected with one another and the community at large. During this time, I helped produce over a dozen virtual events. Even when apart, our creative community was still together. When Burbank had to cancel its in-person mayoral Christmas tree lighting, the commission once again jumped in. I produced, edited, and hosted our virtual Christmas program from my den. And I even was filmed around town as a safely masked elf. And by the way, I'm Jewish. I'm proud of the work the commission has done. We've become much more of a presence on social media regularly. I assume everyone listening, burbankarts.com/calendar. Just a reminder, we promote cultural and creative events all over town. You've seen the utility boxes, thank you Arts in Public Places, the mural at the animal shelter, thank you of course to the Animation Guild. We've hosted mixers to get people talking and collaborating. Moving forward, I hope the commission can get more involved in our mission as, and I'm quoting from the website, an advisory body to this council on matters related to the implementation of the city's cultural arts plan. We have multiple new projects on the horizon, and which means we have new opportunities for expanding the artistic footprint of this town. Hopefully, we can also address a need heard from countless performing groups, more venues in Burbank. The commission will also be working with Parks and Rec to successfully disseminate the art grant money bestowed upon us by the City Council. I've lived in LA since '99, but moving to Burbank gave my family a true home in California. There's so much great creative work done here, and still so much more as a commission and as a city we can do for the arts. I hope to be part of that ongoing journey, 0 on the nose. Thank you.
Thank you. Annette Ebnos, followed by Armin Kachadorian.
Hello, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. It's my first time here, so sorry if I'm a little nervous. I applied for this position. Actually, I'm here to show my interest for Art Commissioner. I applied for this position last year, but didn't follow up so much. I'm doing a lot more this year. I'm a Burbank resident for 15 years. I'm originally from New York, studied art and fashion, exhibited, curated, represented by galleries for many years. I still keep in touch with a lot of the artists and the galleries back in East Coast. I own 2 businesses in Burbank. One of them, many of you, I believe, know, Lusanet Collective. We host art exhibition every month. We know how hard it is for the artists to be represented and basically to network and sell their products, their art. So even though it's a tiny step, we do provide that for them every month. And through my business also, I'm pretty active on social media, marketing, and I'm also a member of many art organizations in LA, She Loves Collective being one of them. We took over Artsakh Avenue in Glendale a few years ago, 2 years ago, and transformed few stores. We were published in numerous magazines. We've done performances that we've been on Fox and CBS. So I'm pretty active. I would call myself an artistic social butterfly. I have a lot of amazing ideas. I've been actually, as an artist, I've been involved with the project that they did last year, which was an online art exhibition. It was an amazing experience. My partner, Lucy Simonian, who was a commissioner before, she worked with Eric, and it was an interesting project. I believe I'll be able to bring a lot more given from social media marketing and also my connection through the artistic community. I also have a lot of ideas from adding murals, involving the businesses in the murals, involving even younger crowd in the murals, I have 2 19 and 21-year-olds, and I see how social media works to bring basically tourism to the city. Why not use that towards the advantage of bringing more tourists to Burbank? I mean, from the creative side, sky's the limit. I have many ideas, and hopefully if I get elected, I'll be able to bring them to the board, and hopefully we'll be able to implement some of them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Armin Kachadorian, followed by Molly Shore.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council members Mullins, Takahashi, and Perez, and the good staff members of Burbank. I am applying for one of the positions in the Police Commission. I've been in Burbank for 15 years, and it's been a great honor living in the city. I recently became very passionate about the police commission itself because of my graduating of one of the courses, the police community course by the police departments. That was an eye-opener. We spent 6-7 weeks with the high-ranking and low-level police officers. It was really a life-changing experience. I used to respect the Burbank police, and now I understand their passion to be engaged with the community. In my neighborhood, I have one-on-one relationships with my neighbors. I know them by name. And there is a lot we can bring in terms of policing, the good type of policing that the Burbank Police Department is doing into more of a technology-centric part of it. Specifically, there are some technologies that we can use. We don't need to get warrants and things like that for it. These are publicly available information. We just need to tap into them and bring them to the community, of course, with the guidelines that the police department has today. So I have a lot of technology-oriented policies and practices. That's pretty much it. I save you a minute.
Thank you. Thank you. Molly Shore, followed by Joe Davenport. Hi, Molly.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members. My name is Molly Shore, and I'm a Burbank resident.
Molly, could you bring a microphone down? Just
Yeah.
Thank you.
How's that? Better?
Yeah.
I found a press release in my Burbank. It's dated March 22nd, 2021. The headline reads, Burbank named Tree City, USA for the 44th consecutive year by the Arbor Day Foundation. And it reads, for the 44th consecutive year, the city of Burbank has been named a Tree City, USA by the Arbor Day Foundation in recognition of Burbank's commitment to urban forestry. The city of Burbank shares the honor being one of the original Tree City USAs in the state of California with the city of Sacramento. Now, if this city is going to cut down these beautiful trees, I mean, to me, it's murder. Do you think that Burbank should be able to retain the designation Tree City USA? I don't think so. And I would do all in my power to see that that designation would be removed. Thank you.
Thank you, Molly. Joe Davenport, followed by Narek Merkatumian.
Hi, my name is Joe Davenport. I live at 129 North Niagara Street for over 30 years. Both my children were born when we lived there. They're now grown. My daughter lives with us. We do not want to lose these trees. It's part of our life. Our children and us will be broken if the trees are lost. There's a theme here tonight. There's three themes that are related. There's the Tree City that she just spoke about. There's the media district, and I remember the media district specific plans years back when we were talking about the Disney building and the setbacks and all that stuff, and I supported that. That's been my business for 30 years. I've worked in technical industries in Burbank, and that's why I live here. There's a secret they talked about Burbank. This is really Hollywood. Behind the Hollywood sign, you see a bunch of studios and tourists down in Hollywood, and I go down there and it's tacky and I don't like it, but it's nice here, and the reason for that is there are so many businesses in Burbank that support all of that down there that you don't even think about. Post-production companies and little companies that do business, including the company that put in these fine cameras in here that's known as Key Code. That's a very good friend of mine that's right over on Olive. So I think it's important to us to have these trees. We had Dick Clark production for years at the end of our street. Dick Clark and his employees were allowed to bring their dogs to work, and they would walk on our street. Dick Clark Productions. We had a company called AME, and if you go down Niagara Street, there's a little piece of sidewalk, and it has initials and names of people that worked at those companies. I'm still in contact with those people. Some of them live here. They remember these trees. They don't want to see these trees go. It's very important to us, and I think when Walt Disney came to Burbank, if you've been to the Walt Disney lot, it's lot of trees. I think that these businesses are here because it's a tree city. And if we lose that, I don't think these companies will necessarily move because it's established that we're also the animation capital of the world. I think you saw the story about Cartoon Network is relocating to the new building by the freeway. It's very entrenched, but to attract more businesses, we have to keep this community. And the gentleman that was talking about rents, and we own a house, but it's only because we've had it for over 30 years. We couldn't afford $1 million house on our street. It would be $1 million, and it was under $100,000. So there's people that are trying to commute here, but they would like to live here if it was affordable. And so I think we can't afford to lose these trees. The timing was bad to come in the summer. This letter came, and my daughter and wife were on a trip to San Francisco to a convention that was postponed because of COVID since 2019, and they went there, and the letter came in, and I was collecting the mail, and I didn't see all of it until somebody on the street told me about it, and I went, and my daughter and wife were out of town, so they wouldn't have seen the letter in time, maybe, because this is summer vacation time. People are out of town. You can't send out a notice the month before you're going to take out trees because people are out of town, people are on vacation. They won't be able to see this in time by the time. What would happen if somebody's taken a 3-week vacation or a month and they come back and the trees have started being removed
Thank you, Joe.
August 1st?
Thank you.
Would that be right? No.
My last card, I have Narek Maktumian. If you have any more speakers, if anyone wants to come up, yellow card.
I'd initially signed up to speak on item number 13, but I think this is a better call. Sure. Good evening, Council. My name is Narek Maktumian. I'm applying for the Planning Commission position. As a proud resident of Burbank and someone who went to Burbank High School, I learned about planning by participating in the Burbank YMCA Youth and Government Program. I've developed a deep love and understanding of our community, and I'm not going to pretend that I know everything, and I've come to realize that not knowing everything is not a weakness. Pretending to know is. I live on the 200 block of West Tonga Avenue, and I think that the issue that we time and time come back to in the city is affordable housing. I have firsthand experience with the unaffordability of our neighborhood. The last time I checked, a studio apartment across the street from my parents' townhome cost $22.50. I'm as a government employee, as a planner in Culver City, my salary is available online. I make $3,000 a month. These apartments offer no additional amenities aside from a stable roof over your head, and this is not an isolated problem, but a symptom of a larger issue in our city. My work experience in economic consulting, historic preservation, community-based nonprofit work, and municipal planning has taught me valuable lessons about the complexities of addressing these issues. And I know that these are very complex issues that we are dealing with. While my master's degree in urban planning from the University of Illinois Chicago provided me with a solid foundation of theory, I've learned the true intricacies of municipal government and the importance of engaging with stakeholders is learning to come to solutions together. I commend Burbank for having a compliant housing element, which is a step in the right direction. However, I firmly believe that we must go beyond compliance and push for increased density. It is crucial that we institute an accessory dwelling unit prototype program to tap into the potential of underutilized lots and provide more affordable housing options, especially for people who are trying to age in place. I believe that the state has given us a tool, SB 35, to streamline apartments and units that would add to the affordability crisis that we're having in our city. In addition, we need to reevaluate removing mandatory parking minimums. By removing these requirements, we can create more opportunities for small business owners, increase the availability of affordable housing, and foster a stronger collaboration with metro and regional partners to address transportation issues. Together, we can transform Burbank into a city that embraces affordability, encourages vibrant neighborhoods, and offers ample opportunities for all. Thank you for your time and consideration for my candidacy.
Thank you. Any more yellow cards? Madam City Clerk?
No, that was our last card.
All right, we'll move to phone calls.
Yes.
All right.
The first caller is Andrew Pacina.
Hi, Andrew. You have 3 minutes.
Members of the council, my name is Andrew Pacina, and I am the owner of Epic Pro Wrestling as well as a resident of Burbank. I'm calling tonight to talk about the city's unclear and incorrect definition of wrestling and how it hurts businesses like mine. At the moment, the city incorrectly puts professional wrestling in the same blanket category as boxing and mixed martial arts, two combat sports that are regulated by the State Athletic Commission. Professional wrestling, though, is not a sport, nor is it regulated by the Athletic Commission. It is a performance art, but the city's definition, business licensing department, and current zoning laws treat it the same as boxing and mixed martial arts. And as a result, it's created hardship for my business when it comes to finding a venue in the city where the zoning code would allow professional wrestling shows to take place. At the moment, my goal is to either put on shows at the old St. Bell High School gym or one of the city parks gyms, such as the one at the McCambridge Park facility. But the city zoning codes have prevented me from doing so. I've made numerous attempts to contact anyone and everyone to discuss this matter, but I've had no luck and no luck in getting through to anyone. At the moment, I'm running events at a park gym that is owned by the city of Cudahy. In the past year, I've been continuing to contribute. In the past year, I've been contributing to their economy and helping their city by running their gym and bringing much-needed revenue to their city, revenue that could be coming here to Burbank. That is why I'm calling tonight as a follow-up to several emails I've sent to several members of the council, as well as an informational email I sent today that I hope you all received regarding the city's regulations of professional wrestling to see what can be done to help business owners such as myself to make it easier to run professional wrestling events here in Burbank. Tonight, I'm asking the council to consider changing the classification of professional wrestling to entertainment and to help when it comes to changing zoning codes to prevent businesses' mind from not being able to promote shows at City Park gyms. Lastly, Mayor Anthony, I know you're out in the picket lines. I know you're supporting the writers and actors. I would just like to say, make a personal appeal to you that several of my performers are also members of SAG, and they also rely on my shows for income. Having more shows would help me benefit a lot. It would help them a lot. And being able to run here in Burbank would especially help them a lot. So with that said, I ask you all to please take this into consideration. With that said, I yield my time because I have to go walk my dog now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next caller is Jason Bennett.
Hello, Jason. You have 3 minutes.
Council members, good evening. Jason Bennett, Sustainable Burbank Commission. Vice Mayor, I hope you're enjoying the district. I just flew back actually last night. The humidity was a renewed experience for me. But I wanted to call tonight to speak on behalf of my fellow Sustainable Burbank commissioners, Chair Gimbel, Commissioner Zemskin, and Commissioner Deal. They have all done an excellent job on the commission in the year that I have been there, and I would ask that you would reappoint all three of them. The Sustainable Commission has undergone a fair amount of turnover over the last year and a half, and as you know, we actually have a couple of open slots tonight. So I would appreciate if the council would keep us as intact as they could so that we can continue the work that we have done and be better able to integrate the new faces that we'll be seeing at next month's meeting. So I would ask you to please reappoint the three commissioners that are running for re-election tonight. Thank you very much.
The next caller is Adam Goldberg.
Adam, you have 3 minutes.
Adam Goldberg here. I was stripping copper wiring from Tin Horn Flats when something occurred to me. What will Burbank look like in 10 years? What a fun and creative topic. And if black mold didn't cause neurological effects, I'm sure I could have come up with some insightful guesses. But it does, and I won't. Instead, I'll focus on what Burbank might look like in 10 days. July 28th will be a day of great change in our city. Friday celebrants will be able to dip their toes in the ocean while waiting in line for Raising Cane's. City employees, rightfully admonished for using electrical chargers, will return to their typical malfeasance, stealing 40-pound bags of cat food from the animal shelters they work at. Sorry for a callback, but I've been literally thinking about that metaphor for 2 months. The Rancho was saved when members of the Manson family moved in, prompting response by California preservationists. That joke, sponsored by Donut Hut, what's missing is humor. Mr. Bobcat from the R Burbank 311 app was voted sexiest resident. Last place was me. MyBurbank.com declares joint action between local studio and the Burbank PD bans those T-shirts that say, if you see a squad car coming, warn a brother. But where is our beloved mayor in all this? Because of my adjuration focus, I'm not allowed to learn divination magic. But based on public comment, he's soaking old-growth redwoods in gasoline. We should expect more from the heroic actor of Eastern European #1. Also in entertainment, over at Disney, 3 more unions have joined the protest. Most militant among them are the staff of the Beast Castle, who to be manned to be turned back into furniture. That joke was sponsored by Donut Prince. Don't give public comment, give a donut. The 28th is National Secretary's Day, Milk Chocolate Day, and Hepatitis Day. Be very careful giving out themed gifts. And be warned of July's biggest scandal. The Starlight Bowl is facing censure for featuring a non-tribute band. Would anyone like to buy some copper wire and cowboy-themed salt shakers? Thank you, if necessary.
Thank you, Adam.
The next speaker is Linda Johnson.
Hi, Linda. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, council members. My name is Linda Johnson, sorry. And I live on Niagara, so obviously I'm calling about the trees. I just want to say that I've lived here for 40 years. I did send you an email telling you about how unhappy I was about the way this was rolled out and what was done. And I don't understand why the citizens don't have a say. We pay our taxes, and yet you don't even consult us. I just find that unbelievable. But I want to digress a little bit. While I was waiting and I heard about the ranchos, I want to know what's going on with the city. The ranchos, the trees, and I think the citizens of Burbank better get behind the people in Niagara and the ranchos and help us, because it looks like the city is coming for you. You are dismantling everything that makes this city unique and beautiful. And I don't understand this. The trees is your mismanagement. And yet you treat us, the citizens, like we're nothing. We don't have a say. I mean, I don't know what to say. I'm appalled. I'm disgusted. And I don't even know what to say. I'm amazed that this could happen in this city that I've lived in for 40 years, in the same silly little house. I'm old. I'm disabled. I will be dead by the time anything that you can replace that tree with is going to shade my house. And I don't know, maybe I should take up something from the 60s radical movement and chain myself to my tree in front of my house. I don't know what to do. I mean, it's not right. It's just not right. I mean, if you want to take my little old disabled body off to jail, have at it. I'm so disgusted at this point. I don't understand what you people are doing. I think you've been mismanaged everything. You don't give us a say. I'm done. I'm just really done. And that's really all I have to say. I'm just unbelievable. This is not the city that many of us grew up in, that many of us love. And you guys are just mishandling, mismanaging, and that's all I have to say. And I thank you for your time. Okay, bye-bye.
Thank you.
The next speaker is Linda Besson.
Linda, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Anthony and council members. I'm calling tonight asking for your consideration of my application to become a member of the Infrastructure Oversight Board. I moved to Burbank in 1994 after the Northridge quake, and one of the reasons I moved here was that Burbank was the first city to have its power restored after the quake. It was clear that Burbank was well maintained and valued the quality of life of its residents. Since that time, almost 30 years ago, Burbank has faced numerous challenges to its goal of maintaining our infrastructure to the standards we all want. The tax revenue from Measure P is a practical and necessary solution, and responsible civilian oversight of those funds is crucial. I've had extensive experience as a member of numerous boards and have served several times as a board chair, including chair of the Burbank Board of Library Trustees. I know how to be part of a board in a way that will assist in its success, and how with effective participation, a diverse group of individuals can be a productive and meaningful board. My lengthy lived experience in Burbank gives me a well-rounded perspective on our history, on the strengths of Burbank, and on the challenges we face today, which certainly people are speaking out about tonight. My work history as a manager reflects my skills in budgeting, analysis, and working as a team to achieve the best possible results for everyone. My focus as a member of the IOB would be on cohesiveness and consistency with the goals set by City Council. There must be a structure and underlying guidance for decisions to be made, and Council's priorities, deliberations, and conclusions should be that guidance. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Linda.
The next caller is Simon Hamill.
Hello, Simon. You have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Good evening, Council. I hope you are all having a nice summer. I'm calling about 2 items, the district item later and the tree situation. First on the district, I urge you to do everything you can to delay the decision to divide the city, including if any map would unfortunately be adopted, that you choose to alter the pending ordinance language to the effect that the map or no map will be adopted if Santa Monica is successful in saving their democracy. And the decision to change the people's local government will be put to a direct vote of the people who will be actually governed. Democracy. Delay until after Santa Monica's case is decided. It's in the Supreme Court, and it will be decided soon, maybe just after your decision. Do anything you can to delay, including allow the city to actually be sued for real, making the plaintiff spend money too. The other issue I'm calling about is in support of Burbank as a tree city. I support the preservation of any healthy tree in the city with a reasonable lifespan remaining, and when replacing trees, it should be done very slowly and leave some shade trees standing while giving others a chance to grow and catch up and also provide shade for future generations. And don't forget, even something like saving the trees on the street where you live and your children play will be so much harder if our council chooses to degrade our community to local district elections. Instead of having every single council member trying to earn your vote and fighting for your street trees, if no one protects your right to vote for all members, you will have only one vote in your district instead of 5, who really has to be responsible if the government decides to cut down all the trees that you enjoy, if that happens to be the pleasure of someone who doesn't live on your street. How much more difficult will it be, if it's possible at all, to get a decision changed when only one council member really answers to you? When the moment comes to vote, show us which of you on the council people can trust to stand up for democracy by voting for the people to choose, not lawyers, what kind of government they want. Please don't kill our trees and don't kill our inclusive democracy by dividing Burbank into districts. We will be watching. Thank you for your consideration, and good night.
Thank you, Simon.
The next caller is Tammy Walker.
Tammy, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, council members. I live on Niagara. I've lived on the street for many years. My mother, currently I live with my mother on the street, and I was appalled to get the letter in the mail from Marissa. Just like everybody else, I share the same sentiments that everybody else has said before me. These trees have been, this is a nice tree-lined street that we have. I know pine trees aren't the best trees maybe, but the trees, provide shade and shadowing on my property. I have no idea what our electricity bill is going to be, but most importantly, all these nice trees that are on our street are going to be replaced with little small trees, which is very disappointing. It'll totally change the character of our street. I'm not exactly sure why we weren't told about this. There should have been some kind of community meeting, at least something to let the neighborhood know before this happened. Just getting a letter in the mail telling us that this is going to happen and we have no say in it was very, very upsetting. So I don't know. I think you should take into consideration everybody's comments and think twice about doing this. My neighbors and I have reached out to Marissa multiple times, received no call back. She doesn't email back, she doesn't call back, which is very disappointing of, somebody that works in a city in which I reside. So I strongly urge you to think twice about this, not remove our trees. These are trees that have been here for many years. This is why we bought property on our street, and using the excuse that there's a drought and these are not drought-tolerant trees is a poor excuse. So please reconsider removing our trees on our precious street, and please keep them. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next caller is Howard Friedman.
Hi, Howard. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I'm a Burbank resident for the last 40 years. I've been living in the Rancho area for the last 30 years. And I'd like to talk a little bit about Mariposa and the new development at the end of the block. And high density, low density. I don't believe high density is the answer in my area, or maybe in all areas of Burbank. There's such a thing called quality of life. In the Rancho area, we have lots of horses. You put more cars around, and there is going to be an accident. I've seen accidents. I've seen close calls in my area, and I've seen people get hurt. And I am not for adding additional residences, especially condos or apartments, something that's going to potentially have an impact on liability in our area. And all I'd like to say is regarding rent. Rent is expensive in Burbank, but so is everything else. Food, getting your car repaired, everything is expensive. And I understand that some people want to have more apartments, and they think that everything is going to become cheaper. Well, that's not necessarily the case. Everything's expensive, and Burbank's expensive, but so is the surrounding areas. So once again, I just would wish that you would reconsider adopting the condo complex at the end of Mariposa. And also, on top of that, the street's very narrow. And you're just looking and asking for an accident. And that's all I'd like to say, and thank you for listening to me.
The next caller is Liz Radley.
Liz, you have 3 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. First, I want to thank Vice Mayor Schultz for joining me recently to go take a look down at the end of Mariposa, where the very low fence is next to the LA River and the other safety considerations around there. But my purpose in calling this evening is actually specifically to request that next week, the 25th, when you currently have scheduled both the discussion of council districts and this Mariposa development, that you consider separating those two to put them both into the same meeting. I'm concerned in two specific aspects. One is that people who show up wishing to be heard for their 3 minutes won't get 3 minutes because there's so much packed into the meeting. I'm concerned that you will reduce it to 1 minute, and they will not have their full opportunity to speak on either subject. And secondly, I'm concerned that you may be fatigued by the time you're dealing with Category 9, which is the Circle K project, and it may affect your ability to hear everyone's perspective and possibly affect then your ability to take in that information. It may affect, frankly, your vote at the end. And you know, our equestrian and other, those that love that aspect of walking their dogs, hiking, riding there, are so passionate about saving this area. We want to make sure that you have the opportunity to fully evaluate every fact in the hope that you will be able to vote against a project which is, frankly, much larger now than when it was first approved. So please consider separating those two into two separate meetings. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
That was our last speaker.
Oh, that was our
Mr.
last speaker.
Mayor.
Okay. All right. There being no further public comment, I will close the public comment period. Mr. City Manager, City Attorney, if you have a brief response at all.
Sure. If I could have Ms. Garcia just come up to clarify. I know there was the August date. I just want her to clarify that.
Hello again, Mayor Anthony and council members. Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Director. I absolutely want to profusely apologize to the residents are here and community members who are watching. The letter that was sent was our attempt to notify our residents of this upcoming reforestation plan, but absolutely it created more chaos and more confusion and a lot of stress and anxiety, and I absolutely apologize for that. The letter was written it was a letter written to be mailed to all of our residents citywide that will be impacted by this reforestation plan. Having received emails and listening here to the comment tonight, huge lessons learned, right? We should have sent letters written specifically to the different neighborhoods to address or at least give them the information respective to their neighborhoods. So again, I really want to apologize to everybody here in the council for that. You know, the last thing I want is to create any perception that staff is lying or, you know, we're not being truthful, because that is not the case. That's not who I am. People who know me, that's not who I am. I've, you know, grew up in Burbank, I live in Burbank, and I absolutely cherish this city. So it really is an honor to serve as a Parks and Recreation Director for the city that I grew up in and still call home. So to that end, I again really apologize for that. With regards to, and I'll kind of go through this, with regards to the start date, again, The letter said August 1st is when we plan to start some of the removals. There are some trees that are very high on the priority list and have to be removed, and those are trees that we plan to remove as quickly as possible. I can tell you today that our contractor, Mariposa, has not given us any date whatsoever, as they are still trying to mobilize crews for this massive undertaking of our reforestation plan. The date for the the North Niagara neighborhood that I mentioned, it won't begin until after September 15th, is because the bird nesting season in California ends on September 15th. So out of respect for our wildlife, and because we have to adhere to guidelines and regulations, we cannot, remove unless obviously it's an emergency. So we're not going to be removing any trees until after September 16th. But again, I know a couple of community members spoke about speaking to Raul from Mariposa. Raul is a crew supervisor for Mariposa. He is not the person that we have been dealing with, not the person that we are scheduling with. So while Raul does work in Burbank and is right now currently overseeing our grid pruning that we're undertaking, he has not been part of conversations at all with the city in terms of starting. So I hope that I'm able to clarify that. Again, speaking about the wildlife, Burbank Animal Shelter team has been part of these conversations, and they will work very closely with the Forestry Division as well as our contractors to address any wildlife as the trees are removed. We had, I know there was a question about decisions. We had 2 city-certified arborists, one of which is a certified tree risk assessor, inspect these trees independently. They independently go on and inspect the trees, and then we had a 3rd outside arborist inspect the trees, and they all came to the same conclusion with the recommendation of removing these trees. And last but not least, the Tree City USA designation is something we're very, very proud of in the city. Burbank, as well, we share this honor with Sacramento as being the longest standing cities with this designation, and that is something that we're absolutely proud of, which is why we don't take this matter lightly. Anything that has to do with our trees, we're very, very, I believe, very responsible in how we manage our 33,000 trees. To that end, right, prioritizing our public safety goes hand in hand with responsible urban forestry management. So with that, those are kind of summarizing some of the comments and questions that were.
Okay. Can I ask a quick question just as a follow-up?
Very brief, because
Yeah.
we've already spent extensive time on this non-agendized matter.
Yes, you know what? That is true. All right. Thank you, Ms. Garcia. I appreciate you taking ownership of this. As the director of Parks and Rec, that's important. Thank you. And for the people at home, you're just real quick. Your contact info in case anyone wants to ask you directly, just so you have it.
Yes, and I have been trying to respond to all the emails I've gotten and phone calls. I have spoken to some people. So my email address is mgarcia@burbankca.gov. The office phone number, I'll give you 2. It's 818-238-5300. That's our general administration office line. My number is 818-238-5310.
And if people want, they'll be able to get one of the arborists, even talk to them, call them back possibly, and ask questions?
Sure. And again,
Okay.
just to reiterate what I had mentioned previously in the beginning, I am planning to schedule a community meeting before any of the trees on this Niagara
Okay.
neighborhood are removed.
Thank you.
Sure.
Appreciate that. Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yeah.
if I may really quick again, the community meeting, will you be sending out notices or email through everyone on that block so everyone is fully aware, even if they don't have a tree in front of their house to be cut down?
Absolutely. And
Thank
any
you.
communication here forward will be sent to everybody, not just those residents that have a tree in front of their house.
Thank you. Okay.
Mr. Mayor, I just had to.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Prescott did reach out to Steve Mayer, who spoke
Yes.
regarding Mike Bishop, the 85-year-old. So he did provide him his card. So we're going to work that through and see if we could help.
Okay, great. Thank you. That was going to be my next question. All right. And then I have a question of Mr. Hess. Do we have allocated funds for code enforcement specifically for Airbnb, or is that kind of ordinance lumped in with all code enforcement generally?
That's the code enforcement. That there's nothing specific carved out specifically for Airbnb or short-term rentals related to code enforcement.
Okay.
There's nothing carved out for that.
Okay. All right. All right. Any other questions or response?
If possible, the city attorney or somebody from planning can provide explanation to the notice that we were given regarding the upcoming hearing. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council, Patrick Prescott, Community Development Director. So the City of Burbank has a unique ministerial design review process related to SB 35 projects in that we send out notices and have agendized public hearings. The state law says that is not required, but we provide that extra step. So SB 35 also for the benefit of the community president who heard the error spoken in the video about the Rancho that the city is bringing these projects to the Rancho is just not true. The state has taken away local control, both with SB 35 projects and AB 2011 projects. And those projects are being proposed in the Rancho as well as on Empire Avenue. And I suspect that we may be getting some along our corridors in the future because the state has taken away local control. So we send the notices out under very tight deadlines, very limited time to respond, and we messed up. In the rush to get a notice out, we used a template that referred to planning board. So it's not material to the hearing, that reference. What's material is day, time, address, description of project, etc. But what we're going to do is we're going to renotice tomorrow. They'll go out tomorrow in the mail so that everyone can be aware of that in case there was any confusion in that section of the notice. But again, we want to make sure everyone is aware. So that section of our code for ministerial design review has that notice and hearing. The other question about a special meeting, this also highlights the difficulty of having council confirming the ministerial design review process in that we are under the gun according to state law, so we just got to get it on an agenda. And that's what we've had to do with this as well as with previous SB 35 projects.
And just to clarify, maybe the city attorney can weigh in, the italicized notice at the bottom is not material to the notice, so it does not invalidate.
The purpose of the footnote at the bottom is to notify the public about a concept called issue preclusion, and that is that future challenges may be limited to the issues raised by speakers at the hearing.
Okay.
It is not material, as Mr. Prescott indicated, but it can also be remedied with a clarifying republication.
Okay.
So we apologize for that error, and as I said, we'll send the renotice with that error corrected tomorrow.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Yeah.
May I ask, and maybe that's to the city clerk and to you, Mr. Prescott, we are required to post in the newspaper a public notice for the upcoming meeting. Was the information in there? Can we also make sure that it was correct? Just the public notice in the newspaper is accurate?
I I don't know that our code requires publication in the newspaper, just the notice. I'd have to double check that.
It was published, and it was
Yes,
correct.
yes,
For the hearing, because we are
Right.
required to do it for the hearing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. It's
You're
okay.
welcome.
I just want to make sure it was accurate, so at least the newspaper does not need to be corrected.
No, just date, time, project address, description, the essential stuff is there.
Okay.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other comments? Yep. Ms. Narcosh.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. First, I want to thank everyone who came out tonight to speak on the items that are important to you. I know sometimes it's frustrating that we can't act quickly on the things that you speak about, but I can speak for myself. I've listened very closely, taken a lot of notes, and always feel free to follow up afterwards if anything doesn't get addressed the way that you like, or you like to just ask more questions. A few things I wanted to just, a lot of speakers spoke about items that are on the agenda later, so we'll get to those when we get to those, so thank you for speaking on those. I wanted to address Mr. Roy, if he's still here. Mr. Roy, would you be able to send that notice to our PIO, maybe? Is that possible to send out to our community? Yeah?
Absolutely.
Okay, great. I think it's a really important, you don't have to come up, sir, but it's a really important message about, thank you, I did not know about Medi-Cal, and I think a lot of community members would need to know about this, so I appreciate you bringing it to us, and we can bring it out to the city. For all the folks who talked about the trees, I am also very, trees are really, and green canopy is really important to me, so I'm very interested in this topic. I will be attending both of the Parks and Rec and Sustainability meetings that will be presented. I will do my very best to attend the community meeting. If I'm able to go, I will go, and I'll be very closely interested in this, but please feel free to follow up with me afterwards if you want to talk more about it and let me know what your concerns are. And then lastly, for the gentleman who spoke about the Airbnbs, this has been an issue for a while in our city, and it's also one that's concerning to me as well. And I will do I'm going to think about it. So thank you so much for bringing it up, so how we can address it. Thank you.
Thank you all for your comments, both in person and on the phone. I will also speak to the agenda items when we get there. To Tara, I did watch your video. I know I stepped to go to the bathroom, but I saw it last night, so thank you for sending it to us ahead of time. And I look forward to answering all of the concerns about that project and listening to more of them when it comes up during the hearing. For those of you who spoke on rental issues, especially somebody who shared a very tragic story, that is my day job. I work on housing and homelessness each day. And I feel for these housing predicaments that can lead to dire conditions, which is why I am very excited that we are taking this up on August 8th. And I really encourage everybody who's interested in this to go to that hearing and make your voice heard, because it's important. To those of you speaking on trees, I just want to thank you all for your passion, for coming down, for taking the time, and for the informative comments. Some of you shared a lot. I appreciated the model with the rings, and you clearly all put a lot of love and work into this. And listen, I'm Burbank born and raised, and I live about a block away from all of you. I have enjoyed those trees myself growing up. And Mr. Davenport, I want to thank you because I learned a new fact about the city I love today. That was very cool to learn. So thank you for that. And the one thing I will say is I think it's important to hear from all of you in person as well, because we receive feedback on our communications. And thank you for Ms. Garcia for sharing that, there's lessons learned, and we clearly need to work on our communication and how we're disseminating information to residents. So please rest assured that that will, be an ongoing discussion. And in keeping on with the Brown Act, that's all I'll say for that. But I look forward to hearing more from you about that as we move forward.
All right, Mr. Vice Mayor, are you there?
I'm still here, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, everybody, for all of your comments. I won't repeat anything that my colleagues have said, but I do want to wrap up with 2 points. To Ms. Johnson's comment, I did see your email. I'm sorry I haven't had a chance to respond yet. I do plan to reach out. But I will say that you're right, Burbank is changing. Some of that is by plan and design. Some of it is because of external forces. But I can tell you that the people I work with that are sitting here on the dais tonight and our staff behind the scenes, everybody, and I can vouch for them, has the city's best interest at heart. I know Burbank has a storied past. It has been a wonderful place to live and grow, have a business. I still believe, with two small kids, mind you, that Burbank's best days are ahead. And I know that we all share that mission. Sometimes there's going to be some growing pains. And I look forward to talking to you about what our vision is and how we can make sure that Burbank continues to be a great place to be. The other person I would just direct my comment to is Mr. Bax. Mr. Bax, I appreciate your tenacity and your commitment. You've been here nearly every meeting since approximately January. And so, sir, you have challenged the mayor's and my conclusion from the January meeting. I'd like to counter by giving you an invitation, sir. I know that 3 minutes is not a lot of time. You know how to reach me. I've given my cell phone out in previous meetings. You have my email address. Reach out, sir, and let's have a conversation in person, and you can have as much time as you'd like. All right. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Yes, final.
I want to echo, I didn't have an opportunity to thank everyone that came in today and brought all these issues to our attention. Thank all the applicants for boards and commissions. We'll address that when we get to it. And also echo my colleagues in regards to the tree. And thank you, Ms. Garcia. I know you and your staff always do a great job to represent council and the city. I do appreciate the listen learned. And I think we're here every day to hear from you, learn our lessons, and move forward and better our process. I'm very confident that with the public meetings and also the ongoing communications that will take place in regards to the trees, hopefully we can come up all to consensus and see what's better for the city. But please work with Ms. Garcia and staff. They do have your best interest in heart. We're all Burbank residents. I've been here 42 years. I walk up and down Niagara and those streets practically every day. So I too enjoy the trees like everybody else. So just work with us and we'll get there. Everybody else, my colleague addressed the concerns, and now we'll move on to the agenda now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you all for coming out here. I just want to say one last thing. Over the last 19 years living in and out of Burbank, I've been to a couple dozen different tree plantings all over the city. But as your mayor, in the last round of storms, I drove almost the entire 17 square miles of the city and took pictures and talked to residents who had trees fall on their cars, fall on their homes, near misses. The devastation was shocking. I had my son with me for one of the trips, and he couldn't believe it. He just couldn't believe it. He thought it was a hurricane that had blown through. There are factors we have to consider: the drought, the way these trees grow, the age, the size. There is a way to do this properly. We are all looking at mitigating factors and how we can move forward to keep people safe while still keeping our beautiful tree city. So know that rest assured, we are working on this. We are looking into it. We're not just gonna ruin the tree line. This is important to all of us. And we appreciate everyone who's coming down and talking about this. All right, moving on. All right, the consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. Tonight we have 10 items on consent. Item number 1 is approval of the City Council minutes of the joint meeting of June 13th, 2023, the special meeting of June 14th, 2023, the dark meetings of June 20th, 2023, July 4th, and July 11th, 2023, and the regular meeting of June 27th, 2023. Item 2 is approval of a memorandum of agreement for implementation of the coordinated Integrated Monitoring Program and Watershed Management Program for the Upper Los Angeles River Watershed, and finding the memorandum categorically exempt. Item number 3 is approval of a right of entry agreement with Pacific Coast Sightseeing, Tours and Charters Incorporated to provide intercity bus service at the downtown Burbank Metrolink station. Item 4 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the execution of master agreements with the California Department of Transportation for state and federal aid-funded transportation projects. Approval of fund transfer agreements between Caltrans and the city for receipt of $5,100,000 for transportation-related projects. Amendment of the fiscal year 2023-2024 budget by appropriating $5,100,000. And approval of a subrecipient agreement with the Boys and Girls Club of Burbank and Greater East Valley for the receipt of $100,000 for the purchase of minivans. Item 5 is approval of a jail food services agreement between the City of Burbank and the County of Los Angeles to provide meals for detainees. Item 6 is adoption of a resolution authorizing the execution of a subaward agreement with the Los Angeles County Aging and Disabilities Department to accept subaward funds to support the City of Burbank supplemental nutrition programs and supportive services, authorizing the city manager to execute the subaward agreement and amending the adopted fiscal year 2023-2024 budget by appropriating funds. Item 7 is approval to accept an additional $27,500 Los Angeles County Aging and Disabilities Department one-time funding to provide contracted ENP Older American Act Title III C-1 and Title III C-2 services during fiscal year 2022-2023. Item 8 is approval of the request for the use of business cards for Parks and Recreation Board members. Item 9 is introduction of an ordinance amending Burbank Municipal Code, Section 2-1-426, to change the total membership of the Infrastructure Oversight Board from 7 members to 5 members. And item 10 is approval to excuse absences of Sustainable Burbank Commissioner. Thank you.
All right, council, I'll take a motion or discussion.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. There's one item on the consent calendar that, if it's okay with, well, I'd like to ask that we discuss it a little bit to decide what to do with it. It's number 9, the introduction of an ordinance amending Burbank Municipal Code to change total membership Infrastructure Oversight Board from 7 to 5. I'm a little bit unclear about what the effect will be if we do this now and how that's going to work. If we could just get like a clarification on what this is and what the impact would be on this particular item would be great.
Yeah. Yes. Did you need to say something, Councilmember Mullins?
No, I agree. We can discuss it, definitely.
Sure.
Well,
So
we just wanted an informational item about it. No discussion yet.
on item 9.
Yep.
For the reasoning behind it.
Mr. Mayor, point of order.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I guess I'm unclear. If the intent of Councilmember Takahashi is to pull the item for information and discussion, I think we should go through that proper channel. If it's purely informational and we're going to keep it on consent, then I think it's fine. But if we're going to go into discussion, proper procedure would be to pull the item.
I'm trying, thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I was trying to decide whether I wanted to pull the item. I want to make sure I was clear first before pulling. But if we want to pull it, would be fine with me too. Yeah.
Mr. City Manager.
Yeah.
Oh, just for your more discussion, if we do pull the item, our protocol is to put it at the end of the agenda.
Right.
If
Sure.
you do want to do something different, you may want to discuss it before item
Right.
13. So just be clear on
That was
what you want to do.
Yeah.
That exactly was the issue that was
Right.
confused
So
about.
if
Yeah.
we're going to be taking a vote on this item, so it's probably the better time to discuss it now before the item so we can decide on
So,
the vote.
I'll give you this, Mayor's prerogative. If you want to pull the discussion item, I'm comfortable moving the schedule to have it come up first after the consent instead of at the end.
Is that okay to do? Or?
It'd be the first report, you're saying?
Yes.
After the public hearings?
After the public hearings.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah?
Yeah, let's do that. I'd like
Right.
to pull that for before the commissions, but after the public hearing. Perfect.
All right.
That'd be great. Yeah.
All right, and then, yes. So let's pull number 9. We'll move it to the end after the public hearings, before the other reports. We have 1 through 8 still on the calendar. Motion?
I make a motion to move the consent calendar from item 1 to 8. excluding item 9?
And
It's
included-
actually item 10,
10, thank
including
you.
as well. Thank you.
And include 10, okay?
I'll second.
Okay, moved 1 through 8 plus number 10, seconded by Perez.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony.
I'll abstain on number 4, yes on the rest.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, now is the time and place for the hearing for public input regarding the content of draft maps and sequencing of elections submitted to propose a districting plan for the city's proposed transition to district-based city council elections. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? All right. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
Yes, they have.
All right, and do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents?
Yes, you do.
Has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes and yes.
All right. Mr. City Attorney, will you please summarize the matter for us and introduce the city's consultant?
Yes, this is the fourth scheduled public hearing on the City Council's consideration of transitioning from at-large election system to by-district election system. Mr. Doug Johnson from National Demographics Corporation is here this evening to provide a staff report, a PowerPoint presentation, and lead us into a discussion of where we are on the most recent mapping effort.
Good evening. Good to be with you again. Burbank is always engaged. I've noticed it on this issue, but it's always on every issue. I'm impressed. But having led my own little tree rebellion in the city to our east, I sympathize. So if we can bring up the PowerPoint, I'm going to jump right in. Much of this is kind of review for those who haven't been tuning in to every meeting and all that. So I will go fairly quickly through much of this. Let's see, is this on? Okay. I can verbally start with the first two parts, which is just reminding folks that this is a three-phase process. So this phase one of coming up with a 5-district map is the first step in our process. There we go. Thank you. Once a map is selected, then we'll move on to phase 2, which will be a more broad discussion of other alternatives that might be something that the residents and the council want to put on the ballot for possible charter revision in March. The key thing is phase 1 gets us into a legal safe harbor where it removes the threat of litigation, and then that gives us time to do a more wide-ranging discussion. And of course, the third phase is the actual vote of the residents if a charter measure is put in March. And whatever system is ultimately chosen from this process would then be used in the November council election. As you can see on the screen, phase 1 has been a very extensive community outreach effort by the city and its team, involving a lot of community forums. I'm happy to say a lot of public engagement and a lot of publicly drawn maps. And we are now at July 18th. One thing to clarify, the plan, if all goes to plan, is to select a map and introduce the ordinance tonight. So the July 25th meeting, it would be another public hearing. The public would have a chance to weigh in, but the planned item for that would just be second reading of the ordinance. Just briefly, we've covered this at each community forum and at each hearing, but the rules again on how to draw maps and how to pick maps are first the federal requirements for equal population, following the Federal Voting Rights Act, and avoiding any racial gerrymandering. Then we have the state criteria in the middle. The state requires that maps be in priority order. Number 1, contiguous. Number 2, minimize the divisions of neighborhoods and communities of interest. Number 3, again in priority order, following easily identifiable boundaries. Number 4, compact. And then the state also prohibits drawing lines that favor or discriminate against a political party. Once you meet all those requirements, then if there are 2 maps that meet all those requirements, then you can look at what the courts have approved of other traditional redistricting principles. These are not requirements, these are simply approved considerations of trying to minimize the pairing of current council members and offsetting a little bit future population growth. So all that has been review of things that have been presented throughout this whole process. Tonight, our goal is to show you the additional maps that have come in, hear public comments on them, and then, as I mentioned, the goal would be to select a map and an election sequence and introduce the ordinance. We did get, as you know, there is a full-blown mapping tool. There's also a very simple draw your neighborhood tool. We did get one more neighborhood that was drawn and submitted via that tool that was not in the last hearing's presentation. It's listed as number 12 here, the Airport/Empire Center and Hollywood Boulevard. It's on the next slide. This is something a resident drew. Coincidentally, it actually is very close to a district that's in essentially every map. So this resident is almost guaranteed to get their neighborhood kept together. So which brings us to the maps. And so the initial round is the information that was presented at the last council hearing about the number of maps submitted, and I was impressed with Burbank residents' both participation and creativity in coming up with a lot more options than I thought were really possible in the city. So we had a lot of maps, 24 maps at that stage. From that, the council selected 3 of those maps as focus maps and requested some combination maps, bringing us to 5 focus maps. And then I'll say that creativity and that engaged spirit of your residents continued as we had 13 more maps drawn. Or in some situations, people just said, hey, can you draw a map that does this and this? And then NDC accommodated that for them. So you've got 13 maps either drawn by residents or drawn pursuant to resident requests. So we've got 18 maps to go through this evening. These were all posted a full week ago on the website. Most were posted well before that. So I'm going to go through these fairly briefly in the hopes that most people have already looked at them on the website. And again, there is both the interactive review map where people can zoom in and out, and there are the PDFs that are a map with the full demographic profiles of each plan. So the 3 maps that were submitted in the initial round and were chosen as focus maps are on the first slide, maps 123, 127, and 128. And just to remind folks, we had both at the last hearing and more or less throughout the community forums, a real discussion of what made sense west of I-5 and what made sense east of I-5, since the city is almost perfectly 60-40 split in population, thus 3 seats on the west and 2 on the east. You see, to get it to balance, in each map there's a little bit where the western districts poke over into the eastern side. We also had focus maps 130 and 131. These were the combination maps. Essentially, map 130 is combining 123 and 127. So we have kind of all the variations on the west and all the variations on the east on the table. And the only difference between 130 and 131 is in the north where districts 2 and 1 meet. You can see how in map 130, that border follows Glen Oaks, whereas in map 131, District 2 is going more northward up Scott Road. So just two different configurations of that boundary. Otherwise, these are the same map. So then we had new maps come in. Map 129, the numbering is odd because it came in before your last hearing, but after the deadline to be considered at the last hearing, which is why it has an earlier number. I put it together with 132 because the author of 129 then refined the map and came back with essentially a replacement or an updated 132. So these are both from the same author. 132 is their more recent submission. And the author is here. I heard him comment earlier, so I'll let him speak to it. But very briefly, the idea that has been expressed both at the last hearing and in the community forums is the idea we've talked about a lot of having renter and multifamily housing kind of concentrated in certain districts. And the maps, as he described them, was trying to concentrate almost city block by city block, actually looking at satellite photos and other information rather than using the major roads. So trying to identify that community more tightly. We had 3 maps again, one of which was shown to you at the last hearing, but was too late to be considered. That's 135. You may remember the sketch that was brought up of 2 districts. That was shown there. And then we received 2 individual district maps. Again, these are not maps you could adopt as on their own, but input we wanted to pass along so you can keep that consideration in mind as you look at the later maps. So turning to 137 and 141, 137 actually was a public request that NDC drew based on that request to, just as we had combined 123 and 127 to have both options on either side of the freeway, this was adding to that to give map 128 with the alternative configuration east of the freeway. Map 128 had 1 seat along the freeway and 1 in the hills, and this just gives it the 2 freeway to hills configuration. And then 141 is an all-new map that did come in from a resident. You can see it somewhat takes what I was just talking about, that District 2 and 1 border. Here it's District 3 and 1 border in the north. Actually goes a little bit farther north with the, what we'll generally refer to as the airport region seat. And then reconfigures between 4 and 5 in a different manner than we've seen in the other maps. And again, I'm being very brief in these descriptions because they have been posted for a week, and some of these the authors of the maps may be here to comment as well. 137, oh, sorry, just did that. Next slide, 136. 136 is a resident who took map 123 and just made some very small changes. Actually, the border of 2 and 5, you can see where District 2 kind of bumps into 5 a little bit. This brings that bump farther south. So instead of the bump being Bel Air and above, in this map, the bump comes down to Kenneth. So it's just moving that 1 square area. And then to offset that population shift, there's a little bit of a change between 4 and 5 right by the freeway. So in the interactive map, if you like, we can overlay them and actually show exactly where that area is. But that's the extent of the changes in 136 from 123. And the same change is made in 140 from the base map of 130. So each of these authors is taking kind of the input that's been received and then just doing small modifications to the maps. 138 and 139 were 2 entirely new maps. 138 is a very creative approach. You can see it, we talked previously about kind of the high density housing along the 5 and along the freeway in the south. This swings District 1 all the way from the airport, tries to catch a whole lot of that housing along the 5, and then swing down all the way to the freeway in the south, trying to capture as much of that as possible in one district, obviously. Creative. It is kind of a compactness concern of going around one group of people to get to another, but if it is closely tied to community of interest, that would override a compactness factor. Then map 139, next to it, this is an idea that some of the earlier maps had also done of trying to have both sides, especially the most heavily apartment, or I don't know if it's most heavily, a lot of the apartments on both sides of I-5 in one district. So you get kind of that central District 3, as opposed to the more east and west split you see in the other maps. Then the last 2 maps, 142 and 143. 142 is goals kind of whole hog in that let's have 3 districts that are on both sides of the freeway that have major numbers of people on both sides of the freeway. You'd only have 1 seat in the hills and 1, and then 1 kind of far west District 3 in that map. 143 has 3 districts crossing the freeway, but in smaller pieces. So it's kind of a more symbolic piece on each side of the freeway, not as large a numbers as in 142. So there's a lot of maps. We're back to a lot of maps. So the next slide, it may be something, I'm not going to go through all the details, but handy map. If residents have something in particular they're looking for, this is a way of narrowing down which maps would do that. So if someone likes, in the east, 2 districts that go from the hills to the freeway, they can just look down at the X's and that tells them which maps do that, as opposed to in the east, a district along the freeway and 1 in the hills. So this is kind of a quick reference table summarizing what's in the various maps. Just briefly to cover, there was a lot of outreach done in round 2. Obviously, got a lot of feedback and a lot of new maps out of it, so that was great to see. You'll get a full report summarizing all of the signs and social media outreach and press releases and everything that was done, but just at the very high level, we did hold 5 forums. Each forum consisted of a presentation, a discussion, a straw poll that I'll talk about in the next slide, and then a lot of wide-ranging discussion about this issue. Plus, residents did have the ongoing ability to comment by email throughout the process. At those forums, and both the in-person and the virtual ones, there was what we call dot voting or an online version of it. This is where we're not looking for a scientific poll, obviously, because we're only getting a small number of people from the city's overall population at these forums. But looking at which maps get a lot of dots versus which maps get no dots, what we do is we give each person 3 dots. So they could put all 3 on their favorite map, or they could put 1 per map on their 3 favorite maps if they had a lot they liked. So we're not really worried about if a map gets 13 dots versus 14 dots, which is why I grouped them the way I did. So map 131 is the only one that only had less than 5 dots, or votes, as I call them here. Then in that middle group of getting 10 to 20 dots or votes, and again, that doesn't mean 10 to 20 different people, it's just a way of grouping. We had this middle tier of 127. I put the votes for 129 and 132 together because that's the map that the resident submitted an updated version of. And map 130, and then getting the most dots, 123 and 128. Again, useful reference point for you. I don't think necessarily that getting 29 dots in the forums is decisive in a city of this many people, but did want to give you that summary of that input. And we did have a lot of discussion that came out of where'd you put your dots? Why'd you put them there? That as much it was a discussion tool as a decision tool. And then as I noted at the bottom here, maps 133 through 143 came in too late in the process to be part of the dot system in the forums. So the maps have obviously been the predominant part of this. There is a second piece of this puzzle, which is the election year sequencing. Just to briefly touch on that. The key thing is that going with a 5-district map, the cycle will be the same. You'll still have 2 seats up in 2024, 3 seats up in 2026. That doesn't change through this phase. There's not a lot of statutory guidance on this. It just says give special consideration to the purposes of the California Voting Rights Act and the preferences expressed by members of the oh, that's a typo. It should be public. Oh, members of the districts drawn. That's what they were referring to. So that's not a lot of specific guidance. Standard practice is typically if a council member ends up in a seat by themselves, that seat gets assigned to whatever year that council member's up. This is part of respecting the voters' will and letting re-election decisions be left to the voters. If multiple council members are up in the same year, all in the same seat, obviously the seat would then also go to that year. Where this gets complicated is when you have a pairing. We have a 2024 council member and a 2026 council member, because that doesn't give us any clear guidance on this, where to go. So if that happens, essentially what happens is the council decides which seats are up in which years. And the impact on the council members is if your seat's up in your year, you can run for re-election, obviously. If a council member whose term ends in 2024 ends up in a 2026 seat, there's no impact on any current term, but then at the end of this term, that council member would leave office. They'd have to sit out for 2 years and they could run in 2026. They'd be replaced on the dais by someone from some vacant seat elsewhere that would be up in 2024. So that's if a 2024 member ends up in a 2026 seat. If the reverse happens, a 2026 member in a 2024 seat, then the council member has a choice. Even though they just ran in 2022, they could run again in 2024 for that district seat. If the council member wins that seat, then they resign the last 2 years of their citywide 2026 seat and are sworn in the district, creating a vacancy, a 2-year vacancy. Or the council member can simply just serve the remaining years till 2026, then leave the council, and then have the option to run in 2028 for that seat. The one thing to emphasize, though, is that there is no impact on anyone's current terms. So no one's cut short or anything like that. So that is, we'll come back to that sequencing once you choose a map. In some of the maps, it's very clear because of the correlation of council members. In others, we do have that complicated situation. So we'll ask you to share your direction on which way to go. So again, this is a hearing. We are looking for the public's input on which maps they think best for their city and for their neighborhoods and communities. And then our hope is to get direction. The last slide is just a quick reference slide like we've done before. The top 5 in blue are because those are the 5 focus maps from the last hearing. And then the second and third row are the new maps. I left off the single district maps. So this is just a quick reference you can look at. And again, we've got the interactive map. We are set up to be able to show those things if you'd like to see them interactively. So that's my presentation. Happy to answer any questions now or after the public hearing.
Yeah, well, first off, we'll do some public comment. Hold on. All right. For those wishing to call in right now, 818-238-3335. Let me get these going. All right. Sorry, I'm engrossed in maps. All right, we will now open the public hearing to hear from any person who wishes to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes. Please complete a salmon-colored card. First speaker is David Donahue, followed by Garen Yepikarian. Hello, Mr. Donahue.
Hello, Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz virtually, council members, city staff. My name is David Donahue, a resident business owner and somebody who spent, oh, hey, my time hasn't started. This is fantastic. I'm going to ramble.
I told you if you start early, you get a couple seconds in.
There we go, thanks. Thank you very much for being able to address the districting. One, I would like to kind of say that I supported the caller, Simon, who I forget his last name. I apologize for that, Simon, but I think he had a really good point. You know, I'm not a big fan of this. I think that having at large definitely represents the community better. That said, my question that I had is on sequencing in the event that for example, in the Rancho, if Vice Mayor Schultz does not run in 2024, does his seat, is it still up for an election? And I do believe that Councilmember Perez would be looking at map number 23. I believe that Councilmember Perez is in that district. If the seat is up in 2024, then what happens? Is there an election and that this is the part that kind of gets me, the sequencing and the decision of the map has me kind of confused. All that said, I submitted map 132. 132 has a focus on specific neighborhoods to include them into downtown area. I really sort of dove in for the apartments to have a higher concentration there. The hillside represents a lot of single-family residential units, and is with the airport and with Mag Park and with the Rancho, kind of combining the Rancho with the Media District, even though I think that those are two, very different neighborhoods. I would ask you to consider map 132. With that, thank you very much for your time and everything that you do for the city.
Thank you. Garen Yekparian, followed by, I have one more card here, David Holtzman.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, speaking on behalf of the ANC again, very quickly, the districting is not something we want, but we're trying to optimize it, assuming it goes forward. And 123, 127, 130 are the ones that we've been focused on so far. And if you'll remember, our main concern was that east of I-5, basically 2 districts as the numbers permit or enforce. And I had hoped to submit one slightly different map, taking into account some of the upcoming development. This came up in one of the discussions at the public hearings. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to get to it before the mapping tool was removed from the website. So that's why I distributed this numerical description. Basically, you can see that the largest number of additional residents, and sorry, I should explain. This data is from the website. Where it says dwelling units, that's how many dwelling units are coming for each of these possible developments. The top half are the ones that I think, if I understood the information correctly, are ones that are furthest along in the process, whereas the ones that are boxed below, I guess, are further out as far as when they might come online. But basically, you can see that if you refer to map 123, the district numbered 2 is going to end up having the most, the highest number of additional units. That is relevant because what that would enable us to do is likely, and this is what I'd hoped to map but couldn't, likely that little sliver of District 2 that crosses over into crosses I-5 eastward would probably be eliminated. We'd have better districts there. I realize if you were to proceed with this, your approval process would have to be kicked back one meeting, but I do hope that you'll consider that because I think ultimately we'll end up with better districts without I-5 dividing it and still numerically within the parameters that are required. And that's about all I have to say. And if I may, I know this is not technically in order, but as the city's Santa Monica Mountains Conservancy rep, there is a map that they've generated that I think will be very helpful with planning from an environmental perspective, and they're almost done with that. I'll look into it and I'll pass it on to probably Patrick, I guess, but as appropriate, I just want you to know that it looked very exciting. This was at our June meeting that they announced it. Thank you.
Thank you. David Holtzman is my last speaker card.
Good evening. Nice to see you again. I'm just back from some travel, including Ireland, where ranked choice voting is in the Constitution, required for all elections, and a restaurant hostess drew up a ranked choice ballot for me to rank the 3 major stouts in Ireland. She really was interested in my opinion. We were talking about electoral methods. Now, thank you all for keeping proportional representation through ranked choice voting in mind as you go through this process. PRCV is more fair as a remedy to Voting Rights Act issues, and it's simply more fair as an election method in general. Note, please, that while I was away, I watched some video, and I saw that Doug Johnson here of NDC misrepresented PRCV on June 14th when he said that a PRCV voter can only help elect 1 council member per election. In truth, voters' votes can help elect their top-ranked choices as well as their next-ranked choices. Mr. Johnson should have known that, probably did know that, as he saw and even helped me conduct a mock PRCV election at an Armenian cultural center that Mr. Yepgarian here asked me to do. Anyway, now about the Phase 2 timeline in the staff report. Based in part on what I just said, I think you should not rely on or pay Doug Johnson and NDC for evaluating electoral methods. After all, their main business is selling districts, and PRCV is an alternative to districts, so there's a conflict there. Also, the timeline should make clear that the cost of running for office is a highly uncertain parameter. And considering it, if you're considering it, you might consider constraining it or changing it by considering campaign finance reforms that Burbank can adopt itself. The timeline also should provide for public submission of suggested charter amendment language and for possibly placing an electoral reform measure on the ballot after 2024, or for making an electoral reform measure effective after 2024, which would give time for careful implementation. So let's not say it has to be done in March for the March election. Also, please stop referring to out-of-town advocates. You get a lot from out-of-towners, you hire them, you take their donations, and you read their opinions. So slapping the label only on people who care about care enough about Burbank's potential national leadership on election issues. It's disrespectful. And hey, I'm in town. As a redistricting commissioner, and since I'm a resident of the media capital of the world, I have some notes on how you're doing this, but I'll follow up on those with a written submission. Thank you again for your time.
Thank you. That's our last in-person. Do we have any public call-in?
We have 2.
Okay, let's bring the callers in.
The first caller is Deborah Bindi.
Hello, Deborah. You have 3 minutes.
Hi. I wanted to let you guys know that on the maps, when you were trying to figure it out and stuff, there is no option to say that you're against doing the districting. I also noticed that there's a very small turnout from the public when we have 85,000 households in Burbank. That's kind of concerning. Also, the density of apartments and stuff in certain areas can become a problem in the future, and I know that there's not supposed to be gerrymandering and, moving things for reasons one particular person may have. However, we all know that in reality that does happen, so that's a concern of mine. Also, with the maps, we're not sure if the people that were drawing the maps, if they were actually from Burbank. Anybody could have been going on there and doing that. One of the meetings, they actually stated that. So that's another concern. I think it's very flawed, the way that this was done. And it's very, I'm not sure what the word is. It's very mixed up when it comes to terms, understanding how the term part would work. And I think that just makes more of a mess for the citizens to understand what's happening. So I really wish there was an option on that to say that we don't want to do districts. But that was never an option. There was not a comment you could make without making maps. And I think that was inappropriate. Thank you for listening.
Thank you.
The next caller is Gary Brick.
Hi, Gary. You have 3 minutes.
Hello. Thank you, sir. Mayor Constantine, Vice Mayor Schultz, Mayor Anthony, and council and staff. I know everyone realizes where I'm coming from, so I'll keep it very brief. I would love to submit a map, and of course you would have a big circle saying at large. So I haven't done that. My other suggestion is I'm hoping we will have a comment tonight about having an election and include that into the discussion. I think that's very important, and I think we need to know about what more is happening in Santa Monica and where they stand right now. So I thank you for your time, and good news, the Dodgers won. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. All right.
That was our last caller.
Okay, being no further public comment, I will close the public comment period. Does the city attorney or the consultant have any more to say?
We both will. I'll go
Great.
first. I'll exercise my prerogative. So first, as to Mr. Holtzman's allegation of a conflict of interest, NDC is not selling the city districts. The city had a threat of lawsuit under the CVRA, and we investigated the alleged facts and decided to commence this process. And my office requested that we hire NDC to help us through the process. So it's actually a threatened lawsuit under the CVRA that got us to this point. And NDC, in particular, Doug Johnson, have been instrumental in helping us understand our obligations and use the tools to figure out what districts mean in Burbank. So there is not a conflict of interest in having NDC help us ascertain our obligations and chart a path forward. With regard to Santa Monica, Both the City of Santa Monica and the Pico neighborhood argued their cases before the Supreme Court, the California Supreme Court, on June 26th. The California Supreme Court has 90 days from that date to issue a decision. We're almost a third of the way through that time period, or will be next week. The facts in Santa Monica are not dissimilar to Burbank. It's very similar in the sense that one of at least the Latino voting population, the potential to achieve an influence district of somewhere north of 30% is about similar. We are watching that case closely. A decisive, clear ruling in that case could make a difference for Burbank, but as the law stands today, we still have a need to get into a safe harbor under the CVRA. That's the process we're proceeding with, but we will brief the council and the community on the outcome of Santa Monica and what it may mean for Burbank. With that, I'll turn over to Doug Johnson. He was making notes, and I have a few notes, and we'll get the rest answered before council's questions.
So there was one question about what happens with sequencing if Councilmember Schultz doesn't run. You do have to pick the sequencing at the time you adopt the ordinance, and so it would be stated there. There may be some way to go back and undo the ordinance and re-adopt it, but that would be opening up a whole can of worms. So really, you do have to adopt at that time, and whoever wants to run in a given district at the time it's up is welcome to run for it. But yes, I definitely sympathize. The state law put sequencing up at the front of the process, and when you have like 17 maps, it just makes your head explode to try to think through all these scenarios, without a doubt, and I do this all day long, every day. So I do understand the confusion it triggers. To my friend Mr. Holtzman's comment, it's interesting. He misstated what I said. You may remember I said in ranked choice voting, each person gets one vote, and that's all you get. His point is accurate in that your one vote can get broken up. If your first choice doesn't need your whole vote, then 7/10 of your vote, or whatever percent they need, gets counted to that one, and then 3/10 of your vote can go to your second choice. So his point about you can help other candidates, you can help more than one with your one vote is true, but I did want to clarify that what I said was one vote. And just to the point, we are completely unbiased in this. Actually, before CVRA, we helped jurisdictions go to districts, and we helped jurisdictions go away from districts. Rancho Mirage, Goleta, Santa Barbara had all had districts, gotten away from them, and gone back and forth. We are professionals in this field. I sometimes say mercenaries, but we're here to achieve the goals of our clients. We don't have an agenda or a cause that we're pushing either way. Ranked choice at large by districts, we're here to get you through the process. So hope that helps. And I think that was all the questions that came up from the public comments.
I have a couple more. The break is always good to stimulate my recollection here. So to Mr. Holtzman's point about ranked choice voting, we have made a diligent inquiry with the County of Los Angeles. We received a written response from them, which was attached to the staff report at the last public hearing. They are not presently prepared to conduct ranked choice voting, but should Burbank request them to conduct ranked choice voting or position their system to conduct a ranked choice voting election, they would begin the process, but that process will be a lengthy process that involves not only modifying their system, but receiving Secretary of State approval, none of which is expected to happen within the timeline of probably the city's next 2 election cycles. So the council is facing the decision of districts, irrespective of our ability to conduct a ranked choice voting election. Now, it is possible for us to consider unconsolidating with the county, but that's actually a very complex process under a different California Voting Participation Rights Act, for which we've already consolidated and would have to go through the process of not only unconsolidating, but probably also changing our schedule, because it would not be practical, and Mr. Johnson may have addressed this point previously, we wouldn't be holding our election on the same night as the county with different polling sites, with different measures on our ballot than theirs. So there is a necessity to decouple those issues because there are greater implications to trying to conduct ranked choice voting, which I will note the council has been very interested in pursuing, but there are different timelines for that for practical reasons and also legal reasons, because the CVRA, the California Voting Rights Act, is different from the California Voter Participation Rights Act and separate case law. Separately, Mr. Holtzman raised the issue of charter amendments and whether we wait for charter amendments. Mr. Brick also mentioned having a vote. There's nothing that prevents the council from initiating a charter amendment on its own at any time to be held at an appropriate election time. So the timing of the election in an election cycle is important, but the council can initiate that. So we can go to 5 districts. We can then put 7 or 6 or 4 plus a separately elected mayor on for a charter election ourselves, and we can separately amend our charter to do ranked choice voting when we believe that, when the council believes that there is an appropriate time and technology to do that. And the council may do so on its own initiative, provided it hits our proper election cycles when we can do charter amendments. So all of those issues, nothing that the council is considering in July 2023 or August of 2023 precludes the council from making those decisions either later in this year or in subsequent years.
And just to follow up on that, you could express your interest to registrar just through a resolution expressing your interest in them doing it, and that would be the formal prompt that they would be looking for.
Okay. So yeah, we're still in the public hearing, so this is just questions only. Do we have any questions of staff?
Mr. Mayor, I'm happy to lead if you'd like.
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, please. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson, and Mr. City Attorney. It's kind of serendipitous that I'm here going to ask a couple questions, and as I look out the window to my left, I can see the Capitol building. So as I've been thinking, I've been listening to your presentation, I've been thinking a lot about the importance of representative democracy. So Mr. Johnson, I have 2 questions for you, and then I'm going to be quiet and listen to my colleagues. I would like you to take a look at map 142. This is one of the new maps that came in. And here's the background and the lead up to the question. So one of the things that I looked at in all of the maps that was submitted was voter registration and voter turnout, and specifically for the estimated Latino population in Burbank. Voter registration in November 2020, for example, estimated Latino population was approximately 21%. So my first question is this, Mr. Johnson, and again, I promise I'll just do the 2. As best I can tell, the only map of the entire bunch that would give us at least 3 districts that are either at or exceed 21% Latino population, this is the only map that does that. Did you identify any other map in your study that would even get us close to having 3 Latino districts, or at least districts where Latinos would have the same proportional voting power as they do under a citywide model?
Oh, I see what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Looking at the voter registration numbers?
I was looking at voter registration for 2020 and voter turnout. So I was trying to just say, can we get at least 3 districts where it either meets or exceeds the registered population of Latino voters citywide? And at least in this packet I was provided, this was the only map I saw that gave us 3.
Yes, it's correct. I haven't flipped through them all, but I believe that's correct. The catch is that by having 3 that are over 21, you're bringing down the highest number of the largest. So like some of the other maps have a 34% seat, while this has a 30% seat. Now, part of this is all very Santa Monica-esque, in that we're really in the margin of error from 30 to 34. But yes, that's exactly the trade-off you face in the different configurations.
Okay. So my only other question, and I'm going to listen to my colleagues, but let's say we went with map 142, just for argument's sake. So those 3 seats, you could make the argument that the Latino population of Burbank has no diminished voting value, right? They're at least, if not more than 21% constituting each district. Here's the problem. They would have less than 21% for those other 2 districts, right?
Correct.
Okay. That's all for now, Mr. Mayor. I'll probably have more later.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Any other questions, Council? Yes. Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for the presentation and the discussion and follow-up. I guess my one question tonight is that looking at the staff report about what kind of our options are tonight of how to move forward, I just want to be clear on what our decisions that we are to make tonight. The first decision seems clear to me is which map, narrowing it down to 1 or 2 maps, correct? Once we do that, though, what's our other decisions that we have tonight to make specifically? So we know where we're going when we're having our discussions and moving forward.
So our objective is to see if there is majority support for a single map.
Okay.
And direction to bring back an ordinance where we would commence the adoption process.
Okay.
And part of the timing will depend upon whether the map that the council likes has been previously posted and whether we can meet the posting requirements prior to introduction. So it's a 7-day requirement. So if it's one of the maps that are in here, we should be fine. If it's a different formulation of the map that comes out of your deliberations and any queries you have Mr. Johnson do of the district mapping tool, then we will need to consider whether we can meet the time requirements for introduction. We might not be able to totally resolve that in this meeting because there's some legal considerations and in any event, then we are looking for direction from the council to bring back an ordinance. And we would bring back an ordinance which has all the requisite findings. It's doable, but we'll have to look at that timing.
Okay.
But also the sequencing. So pick the map, I guess, then the sequencing,
Yep. Okay.
and then direction for us to bring back the ordinance.
Got it, okay.
We have a scheduled public hearing for the 25th. So that date could be used. If that's not enough time, then we can pick a future date to do that, which may be necessary if council really, if we're not really clear on how the sequencing works and you want us to bring back something, that we may need a couple meetings to clean that up. So that's what we're looking at, map, sequencing, direction to bring back an ordinance, and then we can talk about the timing.
Got it. Thank you for the clarification.
Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. City Attorney, and in between this kind of timeline, you mentioned earlier about September 27th for the city of Santa Monica. So our decision would also have to be weighed in based on the results of the September 27th meeting. So I think it's wise for us to include that in our timing because if we agree on a map tonight and then we discuss the election sequence, we still need to wait for Santa Monica, in my opinion. And I think, I'm not speaking on behalf of the rest of my colleague, but I think Santa Monica plays a big role in our decision as well.
So we are monitoring it closely. We don't have, as I indicated, we don't have any updates. And certainly we wouldn't want to have the council complete the action in a way that's inconsistent with the California Supreme Court's ruling. So at the present time, we still have work to do, but we're very sensitive to any precedent that the California Supreme Court sets for our process. So with that, we still have work to do. We have a great deal of information that's almost the same bulk of information that was put before you at the last hearing in terms of additional maps. Yes, we do not want to push beyond the point where the Santa Monica case may change. what this council could do. But an ordinance takes 2 meetings, and we're not yet at the point where we can even introduce an ordinance, but we want to be diligent with the process.
Thank you for that. I just wanted to be clear to make sure the public understands that we are still going to keep Santa Monica, date and consideration before we're talking about introducing an ordinance or coming in on July 25th and looking at an ordinance. The other thing that I personally want to include in our process is also the perhaps the idea, or not the idea, actually, the recommendation is to put this before the voters in the March election instead of council deciding to adopt an ordinance. We can push this out to the voters to make them decide on what districts and if we do go to districts or not. Understanding that this does not get us off the hook, that we've heard from you, Mr. City Attorney, from our counselor, outside counselor, that even if the voters do weigh in and vote no against districting, which we all heard from the public, and this is not something they would really like for us to do, but even if we do take it out to the voters and it gets voted down, we still can be sued. But it's an option that council can take and actually take this to the voters to do our due diligence.
Under the case law before this Santa Monica case, there are several cities that have placed the question on the ballot, the voters voted it down, and then the cities were sued almost immediately. And our special counsel, Marguerite Leone, went through several of those cities at, I think it was perhaps our second or third hearing. So there is that risk, again, under case law up to the Santa Monica appellate court decision, which was depublished, and we're pending outcome of that controversy. So as the law is written today, yes, we're here because of that risk, and without adopting a 5-district map, which is our quickest course to compliance, we would remain vulnerable.
Thank you. So one more question on that. The council will still choose the map and put that map before the voters to vote on it. It won't be up to the voters to decide which map to pick, correct?
I would not recommend that. This has been a difficult choice for the council.
I just want, I think for the sake of the public to hear that really the council still has to make a decision in picking the map, and then it goes before the voters if we decide to go that route.
Because the consequence of litigation, only the 5 council members can weigh on that, and so that decision really needs to be made by the 5 of you.
Yeah.
I do have one question. I know we didn't want to, maybe we're not addressing sequence at this moment, but something is a little confusing for me, and I appreciate a little clarification. And I'm just looking at map 142 that the vice mayor had just brought to our attention. Something, so looking at the bottom, it says proposed election sequence. Using update council location. So 2024 District 4, Mayor Anthony, and District 3, proposed District 3 is Perez, Schultz, and Takahashi. Then 2026, District 1 and 2 vacant, and 5 Mullins. Now the alternative election sequence, it says 2024 District 4, again, the Mayor Anthony, and either one District 1 vacant or 2 vacant. Then it goes on to District 2026, District 3, Perez, Schultz, and Takahashi, 5 Mullins. So I'm a little confused. It's understandable for Mayor Anthony and Vice Mayor Schultz to be in the 2024 election because their terms are up. What I'm confused about is the alternative and it says 2026, and the vice mayor name is actually listed on there. I understand Perez and Takahashi and Mullins, the three of us are up in 2026. How did the vice mayor's name go in the 2026 election?
Yeah, wouldn't his term end, and does he get an extra 2 years, or?
So
I just want to add to that and say, please explain sequencing in general, because we're lost.
So
well, that one in particular, which the vice mayor's name, I'm like, why is his name there?
There's a few
You don't want
maps
to
like
extend
that.
my term, guys?
You get a freebie, a two-year freebie?
Unfortunately not. No. I want to make sure that we are correct in identifying your term.
So the names that are shown are just which council members reside in that seat. So whenever you see if there's just proposed, that means that all the 2026 council members are in one seat, and then each 2024 members in a separate seat. So that's nice and straightforward. Because if all three 2026 members are in one seat, well, that seat's up in 2026. You have to run against each other, but there's no question about would you assign that seat to 2024? No, because all three council members in it run in 2026. So if there's no alternative shown, it's because it falls into place, because the mayor and vice mayor are each in their own seat, so that seat gets assigned in 2024. And then the other three of you who are all up in 2026 all end up in the same seat. So.
But you're not addressing
I know,
the
I'm
vice
getting
mayor.
there.
Okay.
I'm getting confused looks, and I'm starting with the simple part. So that's okay. So yeah, and I don't mean simple, relatively simple. So if it only lists one scenario, then that's because there's no pairing. We don't have any council members. There's no council members that are in separate years in the same seat. The example you mentioned, and as Councilmember Perez mentioned, there's a bunch of these where there is an alternative, is because Councilmember Schultz and a 2026 council member, or possibly more, are in the same seat. And so they're in the same territory. In the case of 142, they're in District 3. And so that's where the council would have to decide. Does that seat come up in 2024? Or does that seat come up in 2026? And it's your
Can
choice.
you explain what each one looks like in that scenario?
So-
Like if it comes up.
I just want to put a pin in this specific. So in this case, the alternative election sequence for map 142 in the year 2026, this means that for District 3, Perez and Takahashi would be running at the end of their term, if they chose to run, and Schultz's term, he would have been out of office for 2 years because his 2024 term will have expired and he wasn't eligible to rerun because sequencing-wise, his territory was not, there was not an election in his territory, so his seat just expired.
Exactly, yeah.
Okay, so if we went with the alternative on that version of the map, he'd have to sit out for 2 years and wait for his turn to come back up.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, there's no change to his term. If he's listed in a 2026 seat, then Councilmember Schultz would leave the council at the end of his term in 2024.
All right, get to hang out with your kids, Vice Mayor.
Pardon my interruption. We had a request to put this map up on the screen,
Oh,
if that's
yes, I'm sorry.
possible.
142?
Thank you.
And specifically, we are looking at the bottom of the page where it's an alternative election sequence that's being proposed.
I can actually do that, I think.
Do we have that slide, actually? Yeah? Mr. Garzon, you have the second slide deck ready to go? Okay, hold on, bear with us for just 1 second.
Is it easier if I do it?
Maybe.
In the Zoom?
If I may, while they're
Yeah,
looking
while
for that, so just on this
Sing us
topic.
a song? What do you get?
Yeah, you don't want me to sing a song. Just a discussion point about sequencing, and I understand that the need to and the desire to want to explain it, but I also personally just feel like when we are making a choice on which map to pick, though, that we should. I personally am not using sequencing as a way to determine which map is the best one for me, just because I feel like the maps is about the fairness of the city and not about whether I'm going to be on election night or not. I mean, the election year or not. So just personally, like I want to understand it, but I kind of want to wait until we get the map we want and then try to figure out all the details of that particular map rather than understanding just a sequencing of everything.
I think it is helpful to clear it up though. So just for the.
Yeah, I would agree. The clarity is important. I mean, obviously, but the clarity is important because before Joe, you put it in a very straightforward way. I was like, what? So that was very helpful because I think in either way, we should know what we're talking about.
Absolutely.
And then
Can we zoom in on the bottom there, the sequence that's being proposed? Is there a way to zoom in on this or no?
It's not my computer.
That's not sharing my computer.
Oh, there. So, okay, I got it.
If you just go like this with your two fingers, it should.
Come on.
Yeah. Just tell the computer, enhance, enhance, enhance.
Now it's yours. Oh, okay. That's yours.
Just hit the plus button.
Yes. Zoom, we're zooming.
Okay. So this is the PDF map that's on the website, and here's the text down below.
Keep zooming.
Oh, right.
There it is. Yes, yes. All right, all right.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, yes, so the names that are shown are which council members reside in that district. It's not, as was mentioned, Councilmember Schultz's term ends in 2024. So if he, is this mic not
Yeah,
live?
lean into it a bit.
Oh, there we go. Oh, it's like a singing mic, and I'm a horrible singer. So, as shown, Councilmember Schultz, under the alternative, actually under either scenario, he resides in District 3. Under the alternative scenario, District 3 would come up in 2026. It doesn't change his term. His term remains 2024, so he would leave the council at the end of his term in 2024 and not be able to run at that time. He could
Okay.
then sit out and run.
So after we choose a map, after we go through all of that, the sequencing decision is whether, basically looking at who's in which district and are we asking certain council members to run 2 years prior to the end of their term, or are we asking certain council members to wait 2 years out of office before they run for another term?
And one of the considerations you'll discuss is whether some of the districts that don't currently have a council member, whether the council prefers that they be the first ones phased in or not. And so
Gotcha.
So there are many, and Doug can go through them, but there are many considerations you may look at, and to Councilmember Takahashi's point, aside from who's there, like which ones do you want phased in first? Is it the one with the highest Latino voter population? Is it for some other reason? And then also being consistent with the current 2-3 and which number of seats are up in which election, a presidential election or a statewide election.
Okay.
That being said, I kind of want to kick it back to what the vice mayor was saying because I'm very, intrigued in that population percentage, and I think you were going somewhere with there. Can you take us where you were going with that thought process?
I guess so. Yeah, is that okay, Mr. Mayor?
I'd like to hear it. We still are in the question.
I can frame it as a question if that
Sure.
helps everyone.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so Mr. Johnson, if you want to scroll down so everyone can kind of follow along, I'm looking at the demographic chart that follows map 142. So I just, again, this will be a question, but to set it up, one of the things I was looking at was if you look on the left-hand side, there's a row that's labeled voter registration November 2020. You see that there? Mr. Johnson?
Oh, yes.
Sorry, I wanted to make sure. Okay. So what I was looking at was if you follow that top line there, total, and then it says percentage Latino estimated. So on the far right, it says we have approximately 21% of Burbank 21% of registered voters in Burbank are Latino. So I then started looking through all the maps, and I saw that this one, this was the only one where we could get 3 districts that were at 21% or more. So that's the background. Now, if you could go, and actually before you turn it back, I'm sorry, just keep in mind that under this map, it would be districts 2, districts 4, and districts 5. So 2, 4, and 5 are the 3 districts that would accomplish that number. So now if you could go back up a page to the map. Okay, so the point I was trying to make was, so in districts 3, so right now, and actually I think probably the easiest way to understand it is to look at the map, but pay attention to the bottom right, which has the proposed sequencing. So let's just for the sake of argument, let's look at the proposed election sequence, not the alternative, but just the first one there. So under the sequence, you have, like I said, 2, 4, and 5. So in 2024, one of the 2 districts, you could make the argument that the Latino population of Burbank has the same, if not a greater impact in one district, but arguably a diluted or diminished voting influence in District 3. In 2026, you have 2 of the 3 districts. Again, it's at least 21% or higher, but District 1 is substantially less, to your point, Mr. Johnson. So my point is that in 1 year, they would have, I would argue, and I'm asking this as a question, I'm hoping that you'll respond and give me your professional opinion. But in 2024, you could make the argument that whereas right now, under a citywide at-large election, they have 21% ability to influence the outcome on any seat, all 5 seats. But they're going to have less influence on one of the 2 seats in 24, and they're going to have less influence on one of the seats in 2026. So I guess the question is, how is that not diluting their voting power?
So the way the Voting Rights Act works is that it assumes, and you'll quickly get that this doesn't necessarily apply in Burbank, but sure, it assumes that the group that's bringing the challenge is kind of locked out of the system. And so the goal is to get a seat at the table. And so the goal is to draw a seat that is majority Latino or majority African American or majority Asian American, because the assumption is that historically they've been locked out. The Voting Rights Act is now empowering them to get a seat. So they do want to be concentrating that seat to win a seat at the table. Santa Monica and you are in the situation of the plaintiff group is not locked out. Right. Santa Monica has a majority Latino city council right now. You have Latino representation on your council. So that's where the question is, well, so how are we empowering them if we're reducing their influence in, as you say, in 2 districts? It is an odd question that's induced by the nature of the California Voting Rights Act and how it's being used in many of these cases.
But the goal of the court and the inquiry of the court is how to create a majority, or what level of influence is enough to force a city to go to districts. Like going from 5% to 7% was kind of used as a scenario that wouldn't be compelling under the California Voting Rights Act. The argument between the Pico neighborhood and the city of Santa Monica was, does it make a difference if you can go from 20 to 25 or 30 to 45? And so Santa Monica's arguing, well, maybe 45 is enough for influence, but 30's not. And Pico was saying, well, if you can get, maybe even 20 to 25 is enough, even though it's way short of 50% plus 1 majority. And so to look at only marginally increasing 3, when you could actually maybe get as high as 34, I think the CVRA would say, on that issue alone, which you're considering multi-factors, but on the issue of the voter influence, that you're trying to achieve the most influence you can in at least one district is one of the goals, is the primary point, rather than moving the needle a little bit in 3 different districts.
Okay, so the question essentially becomes, under this map, the highest percentage we get is 30% in District 2. So one of the unanswered questions, it sounds like, is moving the needle 9% from 21 to 30, is that enough? And City Attorney, I mean, tell me if I'm wrong, but it sounds like that is an unanswered question as of yet from the courts.
Well, you're not basing the decision on a single factor. So that's the most important factor for the allegations against the city. But you're also looking at the other factors that this council discussed, which are following major roadways, not dividing neighborhoods, and looking at other communities of interest like the Armenian population, which we don't have evidence of dilution because of how demographic and language information is collected. It's very inaccurate, but there's still a community of interest. So you're looking at all of those factors so that the raw percentage of Latino voters is not the only factor that you're looking at. And so then 30 may be enough if you're able to control for following established facilitating canvassing and not making that difficult by having long stretches that cross freeways, and also keeping identified neighborhoods like the ones that Mr. Johnson went through, where people have just identified what's important to them for their local. If you can achieve all of those things, then you're meeting the factors under both the Federal Voting Rights Act and the California Voting Rights Act, and you're not basing it merely based upon the ethnicity as defined in the acts.
Got it. Thank you. Very quickly then, so map 142, for example, I don't believe we have any data or breakdown on how this would impact the Armenian community. Am I mistaken, Mr. Johnson?
Yes, there's a summary table that has all the plans in it.
Is that on the back page of the packet?
Yes, thank you. Jill's here.
Yes.
Yes, it is the last page. And it's on the website at the bottom of the draft maps list.
Okay, thank you. My last question is, I'm just curious. We've talked about how under any map model, we aren't able to establish a majority-minority district. I'm just curious, is there any way that have you looked at whether we could create 5 districts in which in each district the Latino population would have 21%?
You would have to so severely racially gerrymander that the map would be it would be clear as a racial gerrymander.
Okay. I got no other questions.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a question. We mentioned, so if I could we bring up slide 4 again, the districting rules, federal, state, other traditional?
Yes.
Boom, right there. Wait.
Sorry. Hyperactive mouse.
There it is. Right in the middle, I keep coming back to this section here, the pink. Geographically contiguous, minimize division of neighborhoods, easily identifiable boundaries, and compact. I've canvassed this city, what did I say last time? 5 different elections? I think 6. I keep coming back to map 123. And it takes some of the hardest to cross streets and understands them. There's on the north side of map 123, if we could bring up map 123 on the other slide presentation. Yeah, it's way earlier. Yeah. Map 123, on the north side there, the blue and the pink is along Glen Oaks. Mm-hmm. As an individual who's knocking doors, Glen Oaks is hard to cross. From the pink and the purple on the west side, Burbank Boulevard. Burbank Boulevard is hard to cross. Coming down, the purple and the orange runs along Verdugo. Verdugo is actually very easy to cross, especially now. the way we've got it. My concern is that it jogs over and crosses Olive. I actually really like 123. I think it fits all of the columns that we showed earlier, except for that little chunk on the right side of the purple where it's on the opposite side of Olive. And my question, I guess, is those major streets, we're allowed to use big streets like Olive, a huge thoroughfare, and say, actually, we're going to redraw the line a little bit and move something to the other side. We're allowed to do that and still fit the federal, state, and other criteria outside of the racial demographics and all of that. Because that's part of the state criteria. That's where we're going with, right? The California voting. He's leaning in. The California Voting Rights Act. So we're allowed to use those major lines, like Glen Oaks, like Burbank Boulevard, like Olive, to make determinations, and we can sort of chunk away at it. Yeah?
Within the little bit of spread we have in the federal equal population requirement, yes, but
Okay.
it's only a couple of percent.
Okay, so if we were to come up here during our deliberation and jog these lines a little bit, are we still within a time frame? Because I know you said it takes 2 meetings to come back. So today, instead of just picking a map, if we can go in, because even the north side of 23, those little triangles that are kind of jutting out, I don't like those either. I'd like to go in and fix some of that. So if we did that today, if we during our deliberation kind of went in and picked some stuff and moved them around a little bit, do we still have enough time? Are we still in a timely fashion able to come back and bring a final map, or do we have to pick something today?
The council does not have to pick something today.
Okay.
In my opinion, you are engaging in the most good faith consideration of this you could possibly do.
Okay.
And so as long as you're proceeding in that way, I think if we need more time, we need more time. Whether you say McDougal, that's me. It's not even that late yet. Whether you say Verdugo or Olive is a proper boundary is certainly within your prerogative,
Okay.
and then we would have to adjust to balance for population.
Okay.
And so these were maps that were generated by the public, because I believe NDC's maps were at the end of the stack, right, at the first hearing?
128, yeah.
Yeah, 128. So there were many configurations like this, but if for the very reasons you indicated, that Olive is much more difficult to cross than Verdugo, and you want to adjust it that way, that's perfectly appropriate. We necessarily have to adjust it, and many of the maps had much more erratic boundaries, but they were that way for a purpose.
Right.
Either for land use type, residential use type, or neighborhood community plan type, Rancho versus Media District versus Mag Park, and there were multiple ways to carve up Mag Park. So if we can refine it and staff can come back, it may require that we need to find 7 days more to post. We could open the hearing next week and continue to a date certain to continue the work, and to work out the sequencing in a way that the council is satisfied with. All of these things, you have to achieve all of these goals. If it takes an extra week or two, or we have to find another meeting, that's perfectly appropriate.
Mr. City Manager?
And if I could say that next week you do have 2 public hearings, and one is Mariposa, so it might be wise to actually do that, is to, you just, when it is noticed, we just have to continue it.
Okay.
But we would continue it to a
Okay.
day late, time later.
But we'd like to have you give us work to do.
Okay.
So that in the meantime, we're actually bringing you back something that furthers your consideration of these maps.
Okay, during our deliberation, I'll go through my thinking and, yeah, so if you want to go, so there's a, yeah, but look at so after the map.
Are we moving into deliberations, or are these still questions?
Because I would rather do this during deliberation.
Because you could still ask us a question while you're in deliberations.
Yes, that's true. Okay. Do we have any other questions of staff before we move on? Mr. Vice Mayor, anything else?
No, Mr. Mayor, no questions.
Okay, I'd like to close the public hearing, and we will move to deliberation. So my first point I'd like to bring up, well, before I get into this specifically, the reason why I keep coming back to map 123, on the west side of the 5, I know there was a discussion about splitting up. There was a discussion looking at map 127, the green and the orange, where we have half of Magnolia Park in one district, half in the other, and splits up the two parts of the Rancho. I'm just not a fan. I'm not a fan of that. I think we need a Magnolia Park district, and we need a Rancho and Media district combined. So for me, looking at the second part of the districting rules, the geographically contiguous and the minimizing the division of the neighborhoods. I understand that there's an argument to be made that you get 2 council members fighting for that, but I think inherently it goes against what is a natural inclination of a resident to say, I'm in the Rancho, I want my people who understand equestrian neighborhoods and what it means to ride and all of that stuff. We need to be able to come together and pick a representative. And then everyone who lives in Magnolia Park and runs those small businesses, they need to be able to get together and talk to each other and say, okay, we need somebody who's going to represent our interests. And, we're not, I know there's a fear that at some point we're going to turn into LA City where we're all vying for our own little piece of the pie, but I don't see that happening in other cities. So many other cities have gone to districts that, for lack of a better word, have not become corrupt. And they vie for the districts and the people that they represent in those neighborhoods. I think 123 does the best at keeping the neighborhoods contiguous, the geography contiguous, the communities of interest together. And so my only concern now is number 3 on that list, the easily identifiable boundaries. And so what I'd like to do is look at 123, but then if you want to go to the page where it says districting public participation kit, there's an image with a yellow on top of a blue. It's like, the pages aren't numbered on our piece, but it's after the new maps section. It's like the 3rd page after the new maps. Mr. Vice Mayor, do you see what I'm looking at?
I'll put it on the screen here.
I sure do. Yeah, I'm following.
Okay. So what I'd like to look, if we can all look at the corner of Victory and Olive. Yeah, 1399 and 949, the two that are right next to each other, south of Olive. So those two are currently in the Magnolia Park district of map 123. And I would argue that those two should be moved to the Rancho section and then trade down the diagonal across Verdugo to 557, 1188, and 754. So those 3 in a row, all those south of Verdugo, north of Oak, 557, 1188, and 754. Those 3 combined together are about the same population as the other 2, the 949 and the 1399. And that basically extends the boundary along Olive from the 5 to basically Oak. So now anyone canvassing in either of those 2 districts doesn't have to cross Olive until you get way down past Oak Street, and it becomes more of the median. Yeah, like that. Straight up Olive. Boom. And that line there along Olive becomes much easier as an identifiable boundary. And basically everything else stays the same.
Is it possible you can draw what you just did right now on the actual map, on map 123?
Oh yeah, can you go map 123? Thank you.
Good
call.
Thank you.
Let me do it another way.
In the meantime, since we're deliberating, I just want to throw it out there that given our lengthy conversation from last time, I wholeheartedly disagree with you on that one. I believe in, I know we're not the city of LA, but I've seen many cities that do end up going in these like siloed districts. And I think we've all shared our preference very loudly on the dais for staying at large, right? And I think the closest thing we do get to that is having districts that have combinations of people. It also doesn't necessarily sit well with me when you look at even siloing like renters in their own district or wealthy homeowners in their own district. Like that is some weird divisiveness, and I'd like to have what is a diverse district, which forces you as an individual council member to represent multitudes of people.
So you would like the south end of map 127, you're going with that one?
I would say that, or 142, or whichever those, like a lot of those pointed out, but you essentially have horizontal and vertical maps. I prefer the ones that go, what is it? Oh my God, it's late. Vertically? Yeah. Vertically.
Yeah. and I do agree with Councilmember Perez. That's the first thing that came to mind is we spend a lot of time last meeting trying to balance the different districts with including portions of other districts like the Rancho, the Media, Magnolia Park. So I understand what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, about crossing.
What do we see on screen? That's what I was going for. To me, that seems like community is of interest, but I totally appreciate the splitting up. That totally consideration. For me, I think replacing map 123 with this version would fit with the California criteria better if this was the version we were going to go with. Yeah. So I'd like to offer that in substitution for map 123. Can you see that on our? Yeah, can you zoom in on the part that was changed a little bit?
And I would just add to you that under that criteria of following major roads and not dividing communities, almost all of these maps met those criteria.
Right.
This is just your preference as to canvassing, which is, I think, I would not disagree with you as an important consideration, but I don't think that 123 meets the criteria any less. This is just your local knowledge of what's more convenient.
Okay.
I think they
Fair
actually all do a really good, arguing between Olive, Verdugo, or Buena Vista, if you look at the side-by-side Mag Park, I think they all meet that objective. It's the council's preference as to what you believe best facilitates the voters and keeps communities of interest intact.
And, to piggyback off what Joe's saying too, I think last time we've heard from the voters, and most of what they say is no districts, right? So I think the best way to really respect that is to at least give them districts where they feel like they have input, right? Versus saying your worst fears about districts, which is that we're going to be siloed, which is that there's going to be a hillside. And I've heard people specifically say a hillside in a Mag Park district, that they don't want that. And I'm saying that as a born and bred Mag Park girl, right? That people are saying that. So the best thing we can do to respect that is to not create those silos from the get-go.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I'll just weigh in. I appreciate where you're going with it, but I have to agree with my colleagues, Councilmember Mullins and Councilmember Perez. I would just add two things. I won't repeat, but I agree with what Councilmember Perez said so eloquently. We do want to avoid the balkanization of Burbank, where you have folks that are really acting potentially with one interest for one neighborhood. And I think that the other map we were looking at last time helps mitigate against that. The other thing that I have an issue with this map is we were just talking about how you could maybe get 3 districts that achieve 21% or greater. This map doesn't. It would give us only 2.
Right.
I'm not saying maybe you couldn't, tweak the lines a little bit, but again, I just keep coming back to I feel that. Frankly, I don't know that I've seen a map yet that really empowers the Latino community. I feel like they all diminish or dilute their voting power. But for this map specifically, I guess that was just one very specific criticism. I think it achieves less parity than some of the other versions that have been submitted.
All great points. I could also add that just looking at map 123 as an example, since we're talking about that, is that if we're looking at distribution, our values and how we're distributing the votes. If you look at the west side of 123, we're trying to hold neighborhoods together, and on the east side of 123, we're trying to make things more like kind of mixed communities. So it seems like we're almost having 2 different sets of values for the different sides of the freeway. So I think it's important that if we decide to hold neighborhoods together, we do it through the whole city, or if we decide to have even neighborhoods, we do that through the whole city, and not decide which sections of the city get even neighborhoods and which sections of the city get neighborhoods that are together that have a power vote in that district. See what I'm saying?
And to Councilmember Takahashi's point, we essentially did that in the last meeting, public hearing about this. We had that conversation, right, where we took, and I can't remember the exact numbers, but we took a map that had the vertical kind of west side of the city and then split the horizontally the other side to create greater diversity socioeconomically, racially, et cetera, within the map. But that also took into consideration those lines that you were speaking of. So I know we had discussed both things, and both things were possible in one map.
Just to put a number to that, that was map 130. They put them together.
Yeah, I'm leaning towards 132. I'm leaning towards 130 as well for those very reasons. But to Vice Mayor's point, 130, just like many of the maps, only gives 2 districts that go, higher than 21% for the Latino vote, which is ostensibly, the reason why we're here. So that is a concern, and I am concerned with how low the percentages are in the other 3 districts for the Latino voter registration. So that is an issue. That said, though, one of the districts goes up to 33, which is one of the highest numbers we've got in all the maps. So, yeah, I feel like there's really no way to. I was looking at all the different numbers, and map 142, to Vice Mayor's point, does distribute higher than 21 through 3 different districts. But it's still, there's just no map that really, to me, empowers the Latino vote. So I'm just struggling to weigh in on that. Okay, so with the assumption in my mind that none of them really do the job we want it to do, but we have the district anyway, let's just say that's like what we're looking at. I like map 130 because it does at least, each district looks like a little mini version of our demographics of our city in kind of a way, except for maybe District 2, which is the airport district. But I do feel like map 130 or something close to it is pretty close to what would be the most fair and distributed population within each district. And to one of the speaker's points about development, I think that also distributes the developments pretty well throughout the different districts too. So each one's got a little bit growing there. So just another point to look at.
Wholeheartedly agree, and I'm having a hard time with it too, right? Because in every piece of the map, the Latino population's vote gets diluted. I will say this, I know the CVRA asks us to look for increasing that in one district. I think that when we increase that in one district, clearly from what we're seeing, we reduce it in the others, and I feel so uncomfortable as a Latina woman knowing that I am diluting my community's vote by voting for this. So I think in the way that we can minimize that the most throughout the districts, the better. in the way that it can look most closely to what generally Burbank is, right? Like I'm not looking for a district where the Latino population has 50% of the vote in each district. That's not realistic to the population of Burbank. But in the closest map that we can get it to where it matches our overall demographic vote, our total voting power in the city, I think that's really important.
We do a lot better with at-large elections to capture. So let's go back to square one again and talk about at-large.
Mr. City Attorney, what happens if we can't come up with a map that we like today?
We have time, as I said, we want some direction. So if you can't come up, it's because there are issues that are unresolved.
Right.
We would like some work to do so that we can advance the issue the next time we meet.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor.
I have a suggestion. I'm going to toss this out to the team. I'd love to hear what you all think. So as it stands right here, I don't feel comfortable approving any of these maps. I think they all dilute Latino voting power. However, to Councilmember Takahashi's point, I think that what we're looking at right here on the screen, map 130, is probably the best of the bunch that we have seen. Now, my understanding is District 2, they're in the blue, and District 5 in the, yellow, orange. Those would be our two Latino districts. I'm wondering, and this would probably be some work that staff could do and bring back to us at a later date, maybe you could take a little bit of the Latino population in District 2, give that to District 1. We may need to do a little population shifting, but you might be able to get a third Latino district out of District 1. I mean, I don't know, and it would probably take some time and effort, but that's the kind of direction I would want to see. Is there a way to get map 130 with 3 districts of at least 21% or higher? I think that would certainly be, if that could be accomplished, would be the best scenario I've seen as of yet.
Yeah, this is just doing that a little bit. We have to be careful because race cannot be our predominant consideration. So we have to be looking at neighborhoods, and what you're experiencing is completely understandable because you are exactly the Santa Monica situation, and that is the question before the Supreme Court: is what the heck does dilution mean, and can you define this term for us? So we may get clearance on that, but we have to be careful about. Essentially, we would need to bring one more into either the downtown or the I-5 corridor where we know there's more high-density housing, where that would also bring up the Latino numbers.
And I think to be clear, we have probably, I would say, more than established that race is not a predominant one, given that we're talking about the neighborhoods and being fair and creating, the splits in the way that we did. But I think given the consideration that, again, as you mentioned, it dilutes, right? And how can we do that the least? And I think for us, and giving staff more work to do, it's seeing, are there maps that, if we were to cut that little sliver, continue to keep the diversity of different kinds in the districts, but also potentially take us back to a reasonable percentage of the Latino vote in some neighborhood, right?
I mean, I could see a scenario where essentially instead of 2 crossing I-5, 1 would come over to I-5 and then 5 would go across into downtown and north of downtown. And so that'd be more, 2 would have to come farther south than Burbank to make up for that population loss, but.
Or 2 actually has the highest likelihood of increased population by, what are we talking, 2 to 3,000 population?
Because of Empire?
Empire and Fry's combined is more than potentially 2,000 residents. And we can adjust the maps for that. At some point, not all of these developments are going to happen, so we have to be judicious. But that's more than 10% of any of the districts. So we could generate a map that accounts for a reasonable estimate on growth that does shift some population between 2 and 1. We'll have to look at it because they are spread out a little bit.
Okay.
May I say, I thought we're not allowed to the anticipation of how many units will be coming on board, we're not allowed to include it in the map or in the population until it's actually, they're actually there.
We have a certain percentage that we can undercount in preparation to that. Like what's the wobbly room? What do we got?
Yes. So the
official language wobbly room.
Yeah. The largest and smallest districts have to be within 10% of each other. So as a rule of thumb, you can go plus or minus 5. And you can do that for following major roads, keeping a neighborhood together, or accounting for future growth. What you're referring to is if you want to go outside of that, because you're going to have huge growth, then you have to have like certificates of occupancy and that kind of thing. If you want to get outside that 10% range.
I just want to make sure before we all get excited with the 2,000 plus,
right?
Coming on this list that we were given, that what's the percentage of that? So 5, then we need to keep in mind that this is the number we got to stick with.
Essentially 1,000.
Okay.
Yeah, we could underpopulate. We could take, so District 2 in map 130 is over by 214 people. So we could take about 1,200 people out of it. They would put it right down at that 5% or close to that 5%.
And we'll see if that changes actually the percentage. I do want to recommend, and again, we're just talking about it, that I would like to take certain maps and take the chart on the back where it shows the population and the percentage, and really from my own knowledge to put them side by side on a spreadsheet and look at the difference between each one of these maps, so I know which one is higher than the other, and that would help me make a determination on the closest map that I would like to pick personally or vote for. Because right now it's difficult going back and forth and trying to see what 142 offers, when 130 offers 132. Because I see also map 132 has very close numbers to 142 in the sense of District 2, District 3, and District 5, it goes from 25%, 25%, 19% District 4, and then 37% District 5. So just looking at this at glance, it's similar to 142. One has higher and lower, so I'd like to get these two side by side and be able to come up with the numbers to see if we really, the closest one that would be meeting what the numbers that we're looking for to increase our Latino vote.
Okay.
Can we narrow down the number of maps for which you want that comparison?
I think we're all in agreement that 130. I mean, I'd like to save my little drawing of 123 if we can keep that one in our back pocket. I like that one, but I think 130 is kind of where everybody else is going. So
yeah.
Well, Councilmember Mullins is asking for a comparison of multiple maps. So if we could identify what those are that meet some of the council's other criteria.
Oh, I see. You want a direct comparison.
So yes, so we would
I'm
have
sorry.
like
Okay.
we would have 3 or 4 maps perhaps, or maybe 3 the most. And then we'll do a comparison with the numbers that we have on the back of each of the map, and to see where the numbers are either consistent, lower, or higher, and maybe that would help us make a determination which
Okay.
is the closest
Well, I'll
one.
throw this out there. We like 130 for the drawing of the map, but I think we all like 142 with the population percentages. So I'd like to see the difference between those two.
And I'd like to throw in 132 because it has similar numbers from what I could see. I didn't really, just looking at it now, it has similar numbers in the population. So if we throw that in there as well to see what the end result will be between 130, 132, and 142.
Sure.
Unless somebody else has another number.
Oh, no. I don't like the look of it. I think it's an ugly looking map, but
I was looking strictly at
yeah,
what we're trying to accomplish.
On the back, the numbers are good,
look on
but
the
like
back.
the picture.
So I would like you to consider 142 with your other principles in mind. Because the hammerhead number 4 looks like it violates like at least half of your ideas about crossing I-5, not following major roadways, and you probably know better than me, but what is this doing to the communities of interest?
Right.
I was just going to point that out, that while the Latino percentage is absolutely important, there's a lot of other issues that we've been talking about that are important as well. And I hesitate to put the comparisons of the Latino vote between the three or several maps we're comparing, because I don't want to make a selection error of focusing on that solely above other things. And so I think that, I think it's important to take lots of different elements into consideration. And maybe what we could do is kind of go around and say which maps we like and point that out, and then we can do that comparison as a secondary information rather than using that as a primary information to inform us. And instead, what do you think? Just kind of do like a round robin and say, this is what I want, this is what I want, this is what I want.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a question about 142?
Sure.
So I just said that it creates very strange districts, but Councilmember Perez talked about the desire for council members not to be single neighborhood council members.
Yeah.
So I will point out that District 122, if you don't look at the districts, but look at the intersection of the districts, it actually achieves the objectives of having different neighborhoods represented by multiple council members. If you
142?
If you look at the neighborhood where the mayor lives, look at 142, it has a piece of number 1, number 4, and number 5, in which case 3 council members represent the South San Fernando neighborhood. If you look at probably not North San Fernando as much, because that's primarily number 2, but look at Magnolia Park. District number 4, number 3, and number 5. 3, 4, and 5 all represent Magnolia Park. So I ask that because I'm saying this violates a bunch of your principles, but it may actually achieve your objective of, at least with Mag Park and South San Fernando, there's a bunch of council members that have to think of their issues, but I don't know whether it violates your principles or not. So that's kind of what I'm looking for.
And let me add one more twist as to keep in mind with the data sheets you're looking at, these are all estimates. And so any of the data, even other than total population at the very top, which is the census head count, everything else is estimates that has margins of error at least 3 or 4%. So keep that in mind, that when 31 versus 33 is not a mathematical difference. Maybe 34 versus 30 is getting close to a mathematical difference, but just keep that in mind. That don't worry if it's 22 or 23.
I want to point out, too, that while we're talking about percentage of votes of populations of interest, is that we do have a large Armenian community here, and how would 142 impact our Armenian community, and how would they feel about the way that parts of the neighborhood up there, which is, has a lot of Armenian folks, is kind of moved around. So I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I find 142. Well, maybe we can keep it on the list. I don't know what, the next stage. But, yeah, I mean, I just hesitate from just highlighting that one element of Latino vote above other things to avoid forgetting about our other priorities as well. Just putting it out there.
And we need to pick multiple, like we're going to pick like 3 or 4, so we're not focusing only on one map. So it just helps us in the conversation. And I'm just curious, and I know Mr. Yopkarian is here, or maybe you can help us. Which map was submitted by the ANCA? What's the number?
We got that last time, right?
Mr. Mayor?
As an expert on the subject, please.
Yes. Thank you. Well, 123, sorry. Of the old maps, the ones up to the last hearing, 123, 130, and 127 were the ones that looked best for us. Subsequently, I had requested, since he's the expert, that Doug make a couple of modifications so that we had the east side of I-5, more or less still covered, but matched up with a couple of other combinations on the other side, so that those options would be, before you. And Doug, I wonder if you could tell me what those numbers were, which ones those were? I'm sorry, that I haven't memorized.
That was the 128 mix, so.
Because we had.
137.
137 is the one?
Oh, it's not.
Yeah. Because what I had noticed was, the vertical division on the west side of town wasn't coupled with the other possible combination of the east side of town. We have the one that sort of runs from the mountains to I-5 division, and then the other one that has a division which is more sort of downtown and up to, 6th Street or whatever. That's that lower rectangle of more condos and apartments. So there were those two general configurations to the east, but they weren't both coupled with the other options on the west. So.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
For your expert opinion.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Hey, thank you. Just given the late hour, I have a proposal. Would love to hear what y'all think. So I think map 130 is balancing all of the factors, really a good compromise. I love the, not to repeat myself, but I love how it provides balance to our neighborhoods, giving multiple representatives to each neighborhood. It does have two districts that I think would have good, significant Latino voting impact, and there's a possibility we could get a third by moving the population, as we were talking about earlier, just maybe moving District 1 to the 5. And it is one of the maps that the ANCA signed off on. And if you look at the chart at the end of the packet, it creates two significant districts for the Armenian community. And it is nice. It has clear dividing lines. So I want to be really clear for the sake of the record. Race is not the only factor in considering. It's a factor in taking into account everything we've talked about tonight. I would love to, and this is my proposal to staff, is that maybe rather than having a whole nother blown public hearing, I think we may have a map. I would just suggest that maybe we table the discussion for tonight. We continue the conversation at the next opportunity so that we can do a full deep dive with these revisions to that map. And if you all are in agreement that that looks like a good map, then we may have our map.
Yeah, 130? Yeah?
Yeah, and to your
With
point
some
about
modifications that they can do over the next week or two.
Yeah.
And to your point about the Armenian community, believe me, that is something I was looking side by side with the Latino community, and I think it is no coincidence that they line up pretty evenly because both of our communities are very spread out throughout the city. And that's why I want a map that fairly splits up our communities in equal pockets, because this map does that.
Yeah. Okay. There's some consensus on 130. Could you still save my version of 123? Just in case. Just in case. You never know.
Definitely save it and we can post it.
Thank you.
So it's just to be sure we're understanding correctly. So it sounds like we'll come back with 130 and then probably one or two scenarios trying to reduce the amount of District 2 that's across I-5 or eliminate it completely and possibly push 5 across I-5. So you have 3 maps coming back, 130 and 2 versions of it.
Yeah.
Does that sound correct? Okay.
Mr. Mayor, what's the direction now? If we, Mr. Vice Mayor too, if we do pick this map with some, thinking about focusing on that and maybe some slight modifications, what is the direction next then for the next meeting?
Sorry, did you want to repeat what you were saying?
Yeah,
Yeah, so we come back with, whenever it is appropriate for the agenda, we have timing issues there, 3 maps. We'd come back with map 130, a version of map 130 that minimizes the amount of District 2 that's across I-5 and keeps the rest more or less just using population deviation in the developments. And then probably a third version which would bring District 2 completely back to I-5 and possibly push District 5 across I-5. More into downtown.
Okay, so map 130 with those 2 variations with sequencing, and the proposed sequencing plus alternative might not change much, just generally thinking about where council members live, the shifting between 1 and 2 actually probably won't affect the sequencing where council members currently live. So the sequencing discussion should be very focused for that purpose. And then we can do a side-by-side data chart, to Councilmember Mullins' point, with 130 plus the 2 variations on a side-by-side. And that will give us focused look at the maps, the percentage comparisons, and the sequencing for council to focus on. Now, the next public hearing is currently scheduled for the 25th. Under the law for notice public hearings, and this is in land use perspectives, not necessarily, we can continue to a date certain, but we don't actually know when this work will be done and when we post the maps for purposes of the 7 days. So the other alternative is we simply find a date when we have all that work done and can bring and then we just do a new notice. The notice period to meet our public noticing requirements is actually longer than the 7-day posting of the availability of the maps. So then we wouldn't be creating a complication for people not knowing that we moved the hearing date. We'll just do new notice for that meeting.
We can give you that authority tonight, and you can take care of that.
We don't need your authority.
Okay.
If we don't continue, and then we would just cancel the hearing for the 25th, because we're not going to have, we won't be conducting that hearing that way. We'll just republish the 5th hearing for a different time, and we'll end up needing a 6th hearing for adoption of, whatever it is. But this will probably be into August, but that will end up clearing up the next meeting for the other item people were talking about.
Okay, great. Just don't send out the wrong template.
So I'll still want a motion in a second, but Mr. Johnston, does that sound?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's one more twist, though, after you get to that, which is timing on phase 2. But we can come to that after you figure this out.
Okay, I'll take a motion as recommended by the city attorney.
I so move.
Second.
All right, moved by Mullins, second by Perez.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the other piece of this, before we move on from this agenda item, is so our timing was we were looking at starting phase 2 in that discussion, probably with a kickoff hearing with council, and then we'd move to community forums. We do have a deadline there of sometime in first week in December. You have to have your ballot language. So do you want to hold off on starting that, or should we kind of do that hearing at the same time as this?
So my recommendation is we go as far as we can with this process, watching Santa Monica, because I think doing the both at the same time
Agreed.
is going to complicate what we just went through.
Okay. That's fine. Put a pin in that. That's fine.
We'll work on getting that, compressing the time frame a
Okay.
little bit then.
Okay, great. Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, now this is the time and place for the hearing of the adoption of a second extension of urgency ordinance number 22-3977, imposing a moratorium on new or replacement firearms retailers in the city of Burbank, and update on the zone text amendment to establish zoning regulations for firearm retailers. Before we begin, any disclosures relating to this hearing? Seeing none. Madam City Clerk, have the notices as required by law been given?
They have, Mr. Mayor.
And do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, and emails and other documents?
Yes, you do.
And has the city received any written communications on this matter, and have they been provided to all city council members?
Yes, we did, and yes, they have.
Great. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us?
Hello, good evening, Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz, and members of the City Council. May I please have the presentation? My name is Xavier Thomas, Associate Planner with the Community Development Department. Tonight, you are being asked to consider a second extension for an adopted urgency ordinance that imposes a moratorium on the establishment of new or replacement retail uses selling firearms or ammunition. Staff, along with the consulting group DUDEC, will also be providing the City Council with the most recent efforts by the working group that consists of CDD, the Police Department, and the City Attorney's Office. To provide some background, on July 26, 2022, City Council approved a moratorium on the establishment of new or replacement retail uses that sell firearms or ammunitions. An extension was granted in August 2022, and the moratorium will now expire on July 26th of this year. California Government Code Section 65858A allows the City Council to adopt a second extension of an interim emergency ordinance for an additional 1-year period by a 4/5 vote. During this moratorium period, City Council asked staff to explore the following 4 topics. The first 2 topics have been completed. Tonight, we'll be discussing the last 2 topics, which are land use focused. First, creating buffer zones that would prohibit future firearm retailers from being located around sensitive uses. And second, looking into the potential of limiting the number of overall firearm retailers and adding a discretionary review process for these uses. Staff reviews all tasks and assignments through the Community Development Department mission statement of working together for a safe, beautiful, and thriving community. Here are the guiding principles and policy objectives that staff has used as reference points to frame this task. These are 2 Burbank Municipal Code sections that discuss firearms in the city. Staff has recently amended Title III, Business and Licenses, and will be amending Title 10, Zoning Regulations, during the zone text amendment process. As a reminder, based on the city's current zoning and land use regulations, firearms and ammunition retail stores are considered retail uses and thus are permitted by right in several commercial zones, regardless of their proximity to other uses. We will now use this opportunity to dive a little deeper on the work that staff has done thus far on the zone text amendment. To discuss the potential land use regulations, I will turn the presentation over to the consulting firm Dudek.
Thank you, Xavier, and thank you, council members. My name is Catherine Tang Saez, and I'm an urban planner with Dudek, the consultant helping city staff with this effort. I'm here to provide you with an overview of the potential land use regulations that we're currently considering for firearm and ammunition retail uses in the city. This is a result of some months of work now based on research of comparative jurisdictions across the region and the state, best practice recommendations from the Giffords Law Center, and input from city staff. The land use regulations we're considering fall generally into the 5 broad categories that you see listed here. Limiting uses to certain areas of the city, providing development standards for building and operations, requiring a discretionary review process, allowing a grace period for non-conforming uses, and addressing the continuation of non-conforming uses. I'll go through each of these individually to provide a little bit more detail. So the first category of land use regulations is around limiting firearm uses to certain areas within the city. For the purpose of this set of regulations is twofold. One is to be clear and methodical about where they're allowed in the city, and 2, in doing so, to separate them for safety purposes from sensitive land uses and populations such as residential, schools, libraries, parks, and religious institutions. The consideration here is to limit new firearm retailers to a select number of parcels within the city per the maps that follow. I know it's been quite a night of maps, so bear with me with 3 more here. We're currently considering 3 different options based on varying criteria. On one end of the spectrum, option 1, the criteria includes smaller buffer or separation distances and therefore results in more areas of the city where new firearm retailers can be allowed. Whereas on the other end of the spectrum, option 3, the criteria includes larger buffer or separation distances and therefore results in less areas of the city where new firearm retailers can be allowed. For all options, we use the same methodology or process, but with different criteria. So let me elaborate on that methodology using option 1. First, we start off with all parcels citywide. Then we remove parcels that are within a certain distance of what we call sensitive uses. Again, schools, parks, libraries, and religious institutions. These are generally places of public, community, and family gathering. For option 1, we utilized 500 feet. From that set of parcels, we then further remove parcels that are residential or industrial zones. This includes zones R1 through R4 and the associated residential zones in the media district. as well as institutional zones like the airport, cemeteries, and railroads. From that set of parcels, we then further remove all remaining parcels within a certain distance of residential zones, again, the R1 through R4. For option 1, we utilized 500 feet. This then results in a remaining 92 parcels from which new firearm retail uses would be allowed to operate. You'll see some clusters in the Golden State District up by the airport, the Media District in the south by the 134 freeway, and the Burbank Center along the 5 freeway. We applied the same methodology to the other options. So for option 2, we used 1,000 feet from sensitive uses and 500 feet from residential uses. For option 2, then, this results in 52 parcels in more or less the same areas. For option 3, again, the same methodology, but here we use 1,000 feet from sensitive uses and 1,000 feet from residential uses. So for option 3, this results in 23 parcels. We believe the methodology used here is rational and methodical. It strikes a balance between being able to realistically accommodate new uses while providing a sense of separation and security to the public. And it's also comparable to what other cities in the region and the state are using for the same purpose. Internally, we're still deliberating on the 3 options, but we look to council for further input. Moving on to the next category, development standards. The purpose of this set of regulations is, 1, to promote public health and safety by deterring the potential illegal sale, theft, and/or trafficking of firearms, and 2, to improve community perceptions of safety and economic vibrance. Here, we're considering requiring both existing and new firearm retail uses to comply with a number of objective development standards, including, at the state level, reiterating what state law already requires, specifically the California Penal Code's requirement about, quote, securely storing firearms, which includes provisions about secure facility design, the use of a variety of security features and locking and storing mechanisms, etc. And at the local level, introducing new standards around signage, the use of security bollards and lighting, and restrictions around loitering. Our team is still analyzing the appropriateness and level of detail of each of these, but we're open again to further council input. The next category of land use regulations is about the process to review projects. Here, the purpose of this set of regulations is to establish a discretionary review process for new firearm retailers that will allow for public notification and public review of projects. The consideration here is to require a CUP for all new firearm and ammunition retail uses. And the CUP process, similar to that for other types of uses and activities that require the same, will require review and approval by Planning Commission and/or Council, compliance with additional conditions set forth by Planning Commission or Council, public hearings, and environmental review subject to CEQA. The next category of land use regulations is about non-conforming uses. The purpose of this set of regulations is to allow for the timely compliance by existing firearm retail uses that will ultimately become non-conforming when these new regulations are adopted. The consideration here is to establish a grace period of 180 days to allow non-conforming uses to comply with these new regulations. We recognize that some existing uses that are currently located in areas will be newly disallowed. These uses will be allowed to continue as legally non-conforming if they comply with all new regulations within the grace period of 180 days. And for those uses that do not comply, the city's already established code enforcement procedures about exceptions, appeals, and revocation or suspension of permits will apply here. And the last category of land use regulations is also about non-conforming uses. The purpose of this set of regulations is to discourage the continuance of non-conforming uses and instead allow the number of existing firearm and ammunition uses to decline over time. The consideration here is to amend an existing section of the code by exempting from it firearm and ammunition retail uses specifically. Currently, Section 10-1 1809 of the Burbank Municipal Code allows non-conforming uses to continue if no more than 3 months have passed since the use, quote, last ceased operation. Instead, we are considering exempting firearm and ammunition retail uses from this section of the code to be consistent with federal and state law licensing requirements. Note that, again, our team is still analyzing the appropriateness of this consideration to ensure consistency with federal and state law. That wraps up our overview of the 5 broad categories of land use regulations our team is considering. A recap of those 5 is listed here. If there are any questions, we're available afterwards to discuss further. Thank you.
I will now provide a tentative schedule for the remaining work. If City Council were to approve the extension tonight, staff will begin drafting development standards based on the feedback provided by City Council. In addition, staff is planning to hold a stakeholder meeting and a community workshop. All additional provisions that City Council recommends can be added to this broader zone text amendment effort. Those additional provisions would include inventory reporting, prohibiting gun shows, prohibiting firearm sales on public property, and additional on-site security requirements. In conclusion, the working group, along with the consultant, will continue to work on completing the zone text amendment process that will include zoning and land use regulations, buffer maps, a discretionary review process, and all other considerations outlined by City Council. Staff anticipates all work will be completed by April 2024. Staff recommends City Council approve the extension so that we can finish all the necessary work needed to complete the ZTA process. The extension would expire on July 24th, 2024. Staff recommends that the City Council adopt a second extension of an urgency ordinance of the Council of the City of Burbank, imposing a moratorium on the establishment of new or replacement retail uses, selling firearms or ammunition, to allow staff time to study and consider enactment of zoning measures for future firearm retail uses. This concludes staff's presentation. We are available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons wishing to speak on this matter. You can call in 818-238-3335. I have one speaker card so far. David Donahue.
Honorable Mayor Anthony, Vice Mayor Schultz virtually, council members and staff. I spoke about this when it first came up on the agenda, and I want to reiterate my opinion of this. With 3 minutes, I have to be as succinct as possible. I really think that this is the Salem witch trials. There's a group of people that did nothing wrong. They're gun owners, and they're being vilified for something that is a perceived threat. The perceived threat is what I think very concerned parents and residents have about anybody that might want to go buy a gun, and then by default means that they are going to use that gun. Not for their own protection of their family or their property or others. They're just going to do some sort of criminal activity. There's no addressing the fact that the criminals that are coming into the community are committing the crimes. If you want to try to stop this and kind of make things more protective, or to protect yourselves, then do what I mentioned or suggested earlier, is get a security resource, a school resource officer, an SRO. Put an SRO at a school. Best defense you could have. By magnitudes unfathomable. But to vilify a business because it's different for no evidence whatsoever is wrong. I'm not, this is more of a principle argument that I'm making to you. Where is the evidence? Because I haven't heard it. I've heard emotion. I've heard a lot of strong emotion, but I've never seen any proof that says a gun store located in proximity to whatever is a real threat. I haven't seen it. And I could be wrong, and I'd be happy if the very talented staff or city manager would be able to address that. So looking at the safety and security and compliance, the person just presented information that they're taking into consideration safety and security. How does that connect? Because I've not heard of it. I've heard emotions, but I haven't seen where a gun store or any sort of a business that just happens to be focused because you don't like it is now labeled as a threat. And I think that that's a very bad, very slippery slope, because what is the next business that somebody doesn't like, or some next business that somebody might feel threatened by? Yes, it's a gun. I own one. I got it when I was 18 years old for my birthday. And I support the fact that people can own guns, just protect themselves. SROs, school resource officers, looking at ways to keep those who violate the law off the streets, I think are the number one things that we can do as a city. Thank you very much for your time and staying so late.
Thank you. Would staff like to respond?
Oh, we have a caller.
Oh, I'm sorry. We do have a caller. That's right.
The first caller is Julie D'Angelo.
Hi, my name is Julie D'Angelo, and I support imposing a moratorium on new or replacement firearms retailers in the city of Burbank. Normally I would support a second extension, but I'm concerned that the extension goes into July 2024. I just think time is of the essence on this issue and would support, if city needs more time, I would just support a shorter extension rather than having it go all the way through July 2024. Thank you so much for your consideration. Good night.
Thank you. Any other callers?
That was all.
Okay. Before staff responds, council, the late hour, I'll take a motion.
Move to extend the meeting past 11 Pacific Standard Time, Mr. Mayor. Or 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time.
I'll second that.
Second. All those in favor? Yeah? All right. Thank you. Staff?
Yes. The only comment based on the caller is that we are requesting an extension based on what the law allows us for an additional year. However, staff does anticipate that we would complete the work prior to that year. We would complete it roughly around March or April of that time. So our goal is to not actually use up the entire year, but complete the work prior to that.
Okay. Okay. Great. We're in a public hearing. Is there any questions from council to staff? Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Mayor, I have one question. It was mentioned, thank you for the presentation and for the work that you've been doing on this. There was a portion of the presentation where you mentioned that you're looking for council input on some of the parts of the potential future ordinances. At what point are you looking for council input on this, on the schedule, the tentative schedule? Will it come back in August before it goes to the community? Or can you let us know kind of what the timeline is for us and our part in it?
So as of right now, we're actually looking for your input if you can provide it right now at the current moment. I know it is kind of late at the point. We were going to be holding stakeholder meetings and community workshops after this, but the goal of us presenting all this information was to gain your input now as to what you would identify in terms of the maps or any other additional development standards or things such as that. If we could, I mean, we can kind of look into see whether or not we can come back with a second version of a study session to kind of go over trying to gain that input. But again, our goal was to try to gain that feedback right now.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
So I have a quick question then. Specifically, you used 1,000 and 500 either for residential or for sensitive areas. Where did those numbers come from? Have other cities used 500 or 1,000?
Yes, so we've been looking at a number of other jurisdictions in the region. For example, the cities of Culver City, here locally, all the way up north, San Francisco. But typically, the distances that we have seen range anywhere from 500 to 1,000 to 1,250 feet. And it's community preference at that point. But as a default standard, what we've seen across other types of policy for similar buffer separation purposes is that the 500 or the 1,000 feet is standard.
Of all those neighboring cities, Culver City is pretty close to our size and is also in LA County. What numbers do they use?
They're using 1,000.
1,000 across the board, 1,000 from residential, 1,000 from sensitive areas.
Correct. And so is the County of Los Angeles is considering 1,000 feet currently as well.
Oh, okay, interesting.
So I would supplement by saying that there's a federal act called the Gun-Free School Zone Act, adopted in 1990, which uses 1,000 feet. It prohibits the possession of a gun within 1,000 feet of a school. There are exceptions, such as possession of a gun properly stored, being transported from a gun store to an automobile. But that 1,000-foot buffer has existed in federal and I believe also state law for several decades.
From 1990.
Yes.
President H.W. Bush signed that. Okay, interesting. Interesting. He's an NRA member, if I remember. I don't think he is anymore, but he was for a while. Yes.
Question. Press that you remember 1990, who was there. Does this apply to the current businesses that we have already established or the future gun stores?
Which portion are you referring to?
The mapping, also looking for the approach of potential land use regulations?
So yes, they would apply to the existing firearm retailers, and that is the portion that DUDEC did present, which is the grace periods for non-conforming uses. The idea is that the existing firearm retailers, if we were to propose a map, the idea is that if they are non-conforming uses, then there would be a separate criteria established for them as non-conforming uses for firearm retailers, which in essence would mean that any future firearm retailer, we're looking at them not being allowed to go in those designated locations.
So if we choose one of those options, option 3, for example, can you tell me who, if there is somebody who currently that have a gun store that is within 1,000 feet of a school, parks, libraries, and religious institutions?
So let's take option 3, for example. At that point, if you were to choose option 3, essentially every firearm retailer that is a retail store would be then designated as a non-conforming use because all of them would be within 1,000 square feet of the sensitive uses or a residential R1 through R4. At that point, we would then give them 180 days to be in compliance with any new development standards that we then impose. But again, considering the fact that they are, 1,000 square feet, that means their uses are then non-conforming. So at any point in time, if one of those firearm retail businesses leaves, no new firearm retail business could then go inside of that designated location. They would then have to then meet the new map standards of being only allowed in these new locations, or as is indicated, one of these 23 parcels as option 3 shows.
So there's 3 sets of standards. The first set of standards, or 4, the first set of standards are the licensing standards which the council recently adopted. So all businesses are subject to the new licensing standards. The existing businesses are subject to those standards upon renewal. Okay, so those were adopted by council. I believe they're in Title III. The next set of standards are the development regulations, and that is the things that every gun store has to do regardless of where they're located to provide security, to provide bollards, right? These are being developed, but to make sure that their store is properly secured to protect themselves from intrusion and theft. The third set of...
Before you move on, when do those have to be implemented?
So those are some of them are in place with the licensing, like the cameras, the signage. We implemented our own local ones, so we have greater local enforcement. Some of them, like bollards, we don't yet have a local bollard requirement, which are like steel posts filled with concrete to prevent smash and grabs.
Right.
Those are being developed. So those and some other standards Those are development standards regardless of where a business is located. They will have to achieve some or most of those. Some of them, like concrete or cinder block walls, would not be practical to retrofit a building with. It's mid-block,
Sure.
But some of them they could comply with. They would have the 180 days is the proposal that staff is talking about to come into compliance with development regulations. The third set of standards are the location standards that they're developing, which are the 1,000-foot or 500-foot from sensitive uses. The legally established but soon-to-be non-conforming businesses would be exempt from those standards until a triggering event. So they'd be legal non-conforming until they cease business. And one of the things that is up for consideration is, would they get a grace period? Like many businesses, as long as they cease operations for less than 90 days, 3 months, then they can continue. Our proposal will likely include an alternative that says legal non-conforming gun stores, once they go out of business, they lose that legal non-conforming status. They don't get a gap to somehow have someone come in and reoccupy. That would be one of the alternatives. So that third set of the locational requirements would apply differently to new businesses than the legal non-conforming businesses.
Is this similar, if I could put in a metaphor, someone who builds an ADU before we did our ADU standards, built the ADU legally at the time, we changed the standards, they wouldn't have to fix it until they tried to resell the house, kind of thing. Like a triggering event.
So the problem is that the standards actually worked in the reverse for ADUs. So that's why Xavier, Mr. Thomas is groaning, because they actually got way more permissive.
Right, okay, I got you.
So it's a little different, but more like drive-throughs.
Okay.
Not to scratch it,
Sure.
not fully healed scabs. But drive-throughs that were established and still operating don't have to comply with the newer regulations last adopted. Now, we don't actually...
Now, but if they sold the building and a new tenant came in, they'd have to...
Well, we have that as long as the gap of their operations is not more than, I think it's 90 days. Did I state that correctly?
3 consecutive months. Yes.
3 consecutive months.
Okay.
Easier to count than 90 days. Okay.
Okay, so it would be a similar function of this, where the first criteria, second criteria, but once we get to that third criteria, then we wait until a triggering event.
And we will have alternatives for those triggering events. What we're trying to do is find something very concrete, perhaps in the federal licensing, where we can identify an entity that's not easily changeable. Anyway, I don't want to get too much into the weeds, but we're looking for some concrete options to give council where they lose the legal non-conforming, so council has a meaningful choice. The proposal wouldn't include, already, in order to make these regulations meaningful, the proposal probably wouldn't include three consecutive months of float time.
I got you.
Yeah.
Okay.
I still have some questions regarding this. I know you're looking for directions on options, but my question is, all this information you're providing, Mr. City Attorney, are we going to get to hear it in detail, or you're looking for options and then you're going to come back to us and saying, here's the option you chose, and therefore you go ahead and adopt that option?
If all staff gets tonight is adoption of an ordinance extending the urgency ordinance,
Yes.
we will still bring back more refinement on this. So at a minimum, there's a schedule, right, in the slide number 27. Now, staff may in the midst of all the issues going on tonight and at the next meeting and at the next one after that, you may want another study session. So we could bring this back. That's what Mr. Thomas offered,
Yes.
is we could bring back another study session to give you some more detail. At a minimum, this is the work program that justifies the extension of the moratorium. If you have any strong reactions to the program laid out and some of the regulatory options, it would be great to know. If you don't, we can bring information back. And because they're going to do community workshop, but if council had a strong reaction to some of these, we'd hate to move too far into that. So if you want to adopt the ordinance, the schedule sort of looks okay, but you want another study session, that would be enough.
Thank you for that, because I am not ready tonight to give you any kind of directions or options. At least for me personally, I need to dive a little bit more into what you're proposing. I also would like to have you have the community meetings. Have you talked to the businesses to see, if somebody owns a business, that we still have to be concerned about them, what their future is going to be like. So we're doing a lot of protecting business and protecting our residents. So I'm not ready to give you anything tonight except for I support you going forward and extending the moratorium to give you more time to conduct everything you need to get done and come back to us presenting those options and letting us know what the outcome of the community outreach and the community meetings.
That's completely fine and reasonable. Thank you for that. So what I could state is that that was going to be my approach, is that sometime after we do have the stakeholder meetings with the existing firearm retailers as a larger, broader group, and then have a meeting with the larger public or the public at large for a community workshop. My goal is then to wedge a new study session in between so that we can come back to not just having more fleshed out standards, but also based upon the conversations that we've had with the community and the existing firearm retailers. So we do have an understanding as to any consequences that may come about because of new standards that we do propose. And then we can present that to you, then you can provide us our feedback, and then we can go through the final development standards, if that works.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you're looking for a little bit of feedback, just broad strokes here. I would love to hear from the community. Folks have mentioned considering a limit on the number of gun shops, and I would love to hear the feedback on what their number would be, that folks who are interested in that. And then also what would happen if there was a limit with all these provisions. So let's say, for example, we had, I'm just making it an even number for ease, we had 10 was the limit, and we had more than 10 and things happened, how would this affect it? If we had less than 10 and things happened, how would this affect it? That would be information I would like to know. We have a couple, I believe we have a couple businesses that are being run from home. They're not actually retail. I believe that they're gun exchange, and there's some issues with just I'm curious about home businesses and how that might be affected. And businesses that may not necessarily sell guns but are gun related. One example would be the shooting range. But also other, the home businesses too could be similar. But there could be businesses open that are related to guns but are not selling guns, and where would they fit in all that? Let's just say, for example, I'm not sure what that would be, but maybe, I'm not sure. But just to keep that in consideration. And then the last thing too is, I think you mentioned earlier about gun shows briefly. I hadn't thought about that before, but when you said it, made me think, it might not be a bad idea to at least explore what that would look like to have gun show regulations or not have them at all. Because we do have event space here, and as far as I know, since I've lived here, there hasn't been a gun show, but it could get proposed, so we probably should have something ready in case it does.
Can I tack on to that? Can we look at what our neighboring cities have done?
Yeah, good idea. Thank you. Those are my thoughts, just spitballing off the top of my head.
Mr. Vice Mayor, did you want to weigh in on this?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I'll be quick. I agree with my colleagues. I'm comfortable adopting the extended ordinance tonight. And I would also just add, in response to Mr. Donahue, I think the data bears out that guns in proximity to sensitive areas is a catastrophe waiting to happen. But aside from that, I would also say that if you read the resolution, cities always have a vested interest in deciding what kind of commercial activities are within its city limits. There's a reason that you don't see adult entertainment stores in the city of Burbank. Other cities limit cannabis stores. This is a well-established purview of cities, and so I think this is absolutely appropriate. With that said, the only request I would have of staff is when we started this process a little over a year ago, we provided I believe we obtained and then provided to staff a model ordinance from the Giffords Law Center. And so I really like the deep dive that I've been asking for to be included as part of that study session. You probably were already planning on that. And the last thing I will say is, and it is a question to staff, would it make more sense to have the study session before you go out to the businesses and to the public at large so that you can go to them and say, this is what council is considering? If you'd rather do it the other way, I'm okay with it, but it just seems like it might be more productive if we have the study session so people can see which way we're leaning, and then you can go get the feedback. But what is staff's comment to that?
Thank you, Vice Mayor Schultz. We did kind of weigh the option as to if we were going to bring this back for a study session, how would the order be? However, we came to the conclusion that it would be better if we actually did hear from the actual existing firearm retailers as stakeholders at large. There could potentially be input that they can provide us that we have not considered. And
you would bring that to the study session?
Correct. We would bring that to the study session itself. With those considerations in mind, again, we have engaged a few of them, but we would like to engage all of them collectively. That way we have their input and potential impacts that they would have. And then bring that back to City Council, again, after we have brought it back to the community workshop. I did have one input about the model ordinance. We did take into consideration the Giffords Law Center model ordinance when we did draft the business license standards. We went through every single provision of the model ordinance, and there are, again, some things that we did leave off. I just want to make sure I understand you correctly. You're asking us to bring back the things that we left off of that model ordinance, and then you want clarification as to what our direction could be, or are you asking for us to bring back the complete model ordinance and cite what portions we did use or not use?
So thank you for the question. And by the way, I'm comfortable with the approach that staff wants to take. What I would say would be the cleanest way is if you took the model ordinance and said, these are the parts that we've already adopted or baked into the solutions. These are the parts that we've studied further, and then we can hear your recommendations. And if there are parts that you do not recommend and don't think they're a good fit for Burbank, that would be great. But because that was such a great resource provided to our community and a lot of people had a hand in that, I think it would just be helpful to frame the conversation in that regard. What parts are we using? What parts are we opting not to use?
Understood. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Sorry, I see a mosquito. I'm worried about West Nile right now. I'm sorry. Okay.
Your water has been sitting on that dais for quite a long time.
72 hours. There it is. Oh my gosh. Okay. Great. Thank you for that. Any other questions? Move to deliberation. All right. I'll close the public hearing. What is the council's pleasure? Go for it. It's all you.
So before I read the language, do I exclude and update the zone text amendments to establish the zone regulation? I'm looking at adoption of a second extension of urgency ordinance number 22-3977, imposing a moratorium on new or replacement firearms retail in the city of Burbank, and update on the zone text amendment to establish zoning regulation for firearm retailers. So it's the first part only to extend the moratorium, correct?
Correct.
All right, so I stop where it says an update on zone text amendment.
Okay.
Well, the study session, that's what staff will come back with. It's in the outline they gave us.
Well, the full title is Extend the Ordinance to study the future
Tuesday.
regulations.
Can I get Mr. Ramirez to weigh in on?
I think the city attorney had it correctly. I think the confusion is we're not asking you to update the zoning code.
Correct.
It's having an urgency ordinance so that we could work on the consideration of a future update of a zone text amendment. So I'm sorry the language didn't convey that, but you're not, to your point, you're not making a decision on the zoning regulations other than to extend the time so we can look at all the things that were brought up tonight.
Okay, then thank you for clarifying that,
Yeah,
and I
it's-
do take the city attorney's language
It's correct on
in the
the
motion.
it's correct on the.
I'm reading it off my
Oh,
sheet, so
all right.
thank you.
Oh, okay,
So
yeah.
if somebody wants to second it,
I'll second.
All right.
Councilmember Mullins?
yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
It's very late. Yes.
Thank you.
Every time we do that, I'm like, oh, another thing done. Yay.
All right. Moving on. Yes, that's right. So, public hearing is over. We have 2 reports to council, but before then, we have agenda item number 9. Let's do agenda item number 9. This is from consent.
Sure. So,
Madam City Clerk.
Councilmember Takahashi, you asked for a little bit of information on this. Okay. At the moment, in summary, we have 5 applications and 5 vacancies on the Infrastructure Oversight Board. Potentially, 3 of these applicants could be selected for the other board or commission they applied for, leaving us with only 2 applications. So if council chooses to not introduce the ordinance reducing the membership of the IOB from 7 to 5, you have a couple of options. Option 1 is proceed with the vote if the 3 applicants who applied for vacancies on their second choice of board or commission are not selected for those vacancies. Or you could ask us to re-advertise the vacancies with the knowledge that this delay will cause there'll be a lack of a quorum at the next meeting, at least the next meeting and potentially the next 2 meetings because of the 30-day delay. Or your last option, you could provide us with alternative direction.
I think to add to the information piece, can we get a recap as to why we're reducing the size or why staff looked into reducing the size? And then an additional question for after, Mr. City Manager, I want to know, would a potential lack of quorum affect us at this time given what IOB does?
I can actually weigh in on this. The next meeting is a light meeting, so it wouldn't necessarily be an issue if you wanted to reopen it, but they won't have a quorum.
But the purpose of the reduction was?
Right. Do you want me to attack
Yeah,
that
yeah.
now? Okay. So we're having problems getting enough applications in, especially for the IOB, but for the boards and commissions in general. I have some ideas to fix that going forward, but that doesn't help us for this evening. So we didn't have enough applications. Then one person had to withdraw their application. So now we are down to the 5 for 5. But the reason is that we've advertised and appointed 76 members to these boards and commissions between July of 2022 and July of 2023. But we've experienced an extensive challenge in recruiting applicants for these openings. And despite those recruitment efforts, we're still encountering a low number of applications for boards and commissions in general, but particularly for the IOB. And if we don't have enough, then that's going to hamstring their work and they will lack a quorum. I mean, at the moment, as I explained, if the 3 applicants who applied, the Infrastructure Oversight Board was their first choice, so that's helpful. But if they were to be successfully appointed to their second choice, then you don't have enough people to fill.
Mr. City Attorney, how many boards and commissions do we have that were created from a ballot measure?
I couldn't tell you because Police Commission was, I think, reconstituted or at least revised through a charter amendment. This is the only one in probably the last 20 years.
Okay.
But there are several, like our utility is also in the charter.
Okay. Okay, then let's use the utility for example. if we can't fulfill a quorum on, say, Burbank Water and Power Board, and they're not able to hold meetings, would we be out of compliance with our charter?
Well, we wouldn't strictly be out of compliance with the charter, but BWP board has tremendous responsibility for assisting BWP approve contracts for the budget for which council is approved. They wouldn't be able to conduct business.
Right. So
if they couldn't have a quorum.
So my comparison would be, is IOB in that same position? Does the Infrastructure Oversight Board provide or have a responsibility to hold regular meetings, or would a missing of one or two meetings?
That's a question for staff about their work program.
Yeah, right now is not a bad time. If they missed a couple months right now, it would not impact them as much.
Okay.
Their busy time is the development of the capital improvement program and the review of that, and that happens more at the end of the year, early calendar year. That's where they're the most busy, and they sometimes even have 2 meetings a month during that time. Right now, it's more of a review. They're in more of a review process of they have the new, you adopted the new budget. They're reviewing new projects in the first quarter, and then reviewing last year's capital improvement plan.
All right. Councilmember Takahashi, you served on this board, yeah?
I did, indeed. But I think that the issue, though, is about having a quorum. And I think looking at the math, just looking at Commissioner math, even if the 3 folks who have second choices were selected for their second choice, it still leaves 2 folks who don't have any other second choice, as far as I can tell. And there's 2 people on that are still sitting, so that leaves us with 4. So that's a quorum. 4 is a quorum. So we'd have enough. So
if we went down.
Either way.
No, even if we stayed as we are,
we'd
you
be
still
fine.
have a quorum.
Yeah.
Oh, I see.
Even if we just chose, even if it ended up that we only chose the 2 people who only applied to IOB, we would still have a quorum. But they'd all have to attend. They'd all 4 would have to show up to have the quorum, but technically there would be enough members to have a quorum. Also, I want to point out, and correct me if I'm wrong, Madam Clerk, is that there's actually 2 phases of this, right? So there's the first phase with 4 vacancies. Well, let's assume that we don't reduce it down, okay? The first phase would be the 4 vacancies, and then we would choose from whatever's left. Yeah,
For the 4 full terms.
Yeah, for the full 4 terms, and then there would be the yeah. So if we reduced
one
it,
unexpired term.
exactly. If we reduced it down to 3, how would that work then?
Would we
Just have
eliminate
3
the
for the-
unexpired term?
You have enough to fill either way, I mean, at this point.
But if we reduce it, we would eliminate 1 unexpired term and then 1 full term.
And we choose the 3 from all of the.
Right.
Okay. I just want to make sure I understood what the process would be. Okay.
Here's where I'm
Mr. Mayor.
uncomfortable.
Oh, yeah, Mr. Vice Mayor, hold on. Yes.
Oh, I'm sorry, didn't mean to talk over anyone there. I'm glad that we had a chance to pull it. I think this was a good conversation to have for the community to hear. I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation, and the reason why is because when I look at the IOB and their power and their responsibilities, I think it's pretty comparable to our planning commission in that they're looking and making recommendations to council that aren't necessarily final. They do come before the purview of the council, but it has worked quite well with a 5-member planning commission. And I also think that just dealing with the reality, Mr. Mayor, you and I have been on the council now for a few years. I think Councilmember Mullins would also know this as city clerk. There are some commissions that we have a great deal of excitement over, like police commission. We always get a ton of applicants to that. I don't know why, because I think IOB is actually really exciting, but we always do seem to have some difficulty in recruiting for that position. So for those reasons, I don't think it's unreasonable to follow the staff recommendation and go to 5, but that's just one council member's perspective.
I was going to chime in and say, I full-heartedly agree with that. I would feel comfortable going to 5, but I also, there's 2 things that I'm sitting a little uncomfortable with. One is, Madam City Clerk, you mentioned that you had some ideas for recruitment, and we are sitting here going like, well, if we appoint so-and-so, then maybe, I don't want to appoint people just because we are like, please, we need somebody to fill a seat. I would like people to apply for this board and to be interested in this board and to have, a wide pool of applicants to select from. I have to say, for all our other boards and commissions, we did have wide pools of applicants to select from. And we are making choices, and we've had read through applications. And if we're having the struggle with this one board, I would feel comfortable not deciding on that tonight and opening it up to, Madam City Clerk, your process that you shared. I'd love to see what that looks like, because I know it's a concern for all our boards and commissions, but this one in particular, and I'd love to get more applicants. I'd love to have people apply. And that's my first point on that. The second thing is, this meeting has had a theme of transparency and communication and how we put things out. And we received, obviously, in our comments, I also received phone calls from people who were upset that we were doing these two things in the same meeting. They saw it as a lack of transparency. I 100% do not think staff meant it that way. I've been a staffer in my life. It's nice when you can do two things in one meeting. But I think it comes off a certain way. And if I would rather move something to later and have the public understand and have them time to digest and apply and really take it in, than to sit here and say, well, we're going to do it anyways, right? I'd rather say we're going to 5 members on IOB, but now we're opening up the process for you to apply, than to say we're going to 5 members and we're going to appoint them tonight and too bad, so sad, right? And I do think the public deserves that much, especially the folks who reached out and are watching and paying attention. I think we owe them that transparency the same way we've asked our Parks and Rec department to share more transparency and better communication. And I think lessons learned for us too, but I think we can lead by example here and move it to the next time.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. These are all great conversations, and I agree on a lot of things that was said today. And it really leaves me also concerned that we are supposed to be appointing the new board members coming on board, or some of them who are incumbents and have applied for this. But yet we want to chop down the size of the actual board. We do have 5 applicants. I know earlier today we had 6, but 1 dropped out. So we do have 5 applicants that, under the impression that there's 7 openings, there's 4 that we will have to do, plus the additional 1 because of the short term and somebody stepped down. And it really concerns me that we are making that decision on the same evening that we're supposed to be appointing our majority boards and commissions. This is, by the way, from experience, is not the only board that we've had issues recruiting for. The senior citizen board have also been very challenging, and there's other ones throughout the years that I don't know if it's timing or people are not interested, but we do run into this challenge often that we have to either repost it or try to contact people and ask them and try to recruit. I would personally prefer to move forward with the appointment, then ask the city clerk. You mentioned you have some good ideas to come back to us in a report addressing perhaps old boards and commissions, if that's something. I know the city manager has been wanting to do this for a long time. I think we need to have a focus on our entire boards and commissions and see, even if do we need to consolidate some of them for the same duties that they're doing? Do we need to eliminate, cut down on the number of boards and commissions throughout people just stepping down and leaving? It would be nice to post it on the agenda, let everybody know this is what we're doing, and we're very transparent. As you stated, Councilmember Perez, tonight's theme is all about public education, and it's about being transparent. And this is, for me personally, I prefer that we move forward with our appointments. Now, if we stumble and some of these people have been, they get appointed to another position because it's not their first option, then we'll deal with it, whether we go out and open it again. But I like to take a look at the entire boards and commissions, the pool that we have, and see what we need to do so we're not facing that issue in the future. Thank you.
Yeah, I would have to say, I got to be consistent here. A year ago, the vice mayor and I opposed a move to go back out and get applicants for another position, another board, simply because we didn't get a large pool of applicants. But at that time, there were 2 very qualified applicants for 2 available seats. I have 5 fully qualified. I've looked through the resumes. We have 5 fully qualified applicants for 5 seats. And if we come down to, if we lose a couple, I think we're safe. We'll be at quorum. I'm fine moving forward. I think the move to reduce the size is independent of the individuals who followed the rules. They applied in time. They put in their resume. I don't think that independent decision and us working with the city clerk to change the number should affect these individuals' ability to serve, especially because it is such a rare board or commission that is created and adopted by the voters. Measure P says we need IOB. Granted, there's nothing super important happening right now, but I would be remiss to think that at any month when there's supposed to be an IOB meeting, as approved by the voters, there's not an IOB meeting because we dropped the ball. So yeah, it is tough, but I think it behooves us to move forward with this. I'm okay with staff recommendation, and I would like to make the appointment tonight. That's, yeah.
I have a question.
So reduce it down, yeah.
Councilmember Mullins, were you, just to clarify, were you saying we keep the 7 and move forward or reduce?
No, I'm saying to keep it as it is right now because those individuals applied, as the mayor stated,
I understand that.
they applied with knowing there is 7 positions. So to reduce it on them right now and say, oh, we decided to reduce it, sorry that you applied. To your point, Mr. Mayor, what you and the vice mayor have done a while back, and I remember that meeting, even though we had 2 qualified applicants and you went ahead with the appointment, it's really unfair for them and it's unfair for the rest of the, the public that we didn't really, it was on a consent, we didn't discuss it, there was no staff report, and the public did vote for Measure P with the understanding the IUB is going to oversee that fund. But perhaps we do need to visit it, but in a different meeting with a discussion about all our boards and commissions and what we could do with our boards and commissions.
Right. Your point is well taken, and I think we should do a staff report to that end. There is precedent, however, for reducing the number of commissioners or board members on a board and commission. In 2019, on consent, there was an item, I wasn't working here then, but we did research it. There was an item on consent to reduce the number, and then we voted on appointments to that same committee.
Well, then let's do this. We have 2 issues at play. Reduce the number and take the vote tonight. I'm comfortable reducing the number. Do we want to take a vote on that specific?
Well, Mr. Mayor, I mean,
Yeah.
I'll state the obvious here. Sorry. Thank you for recognizing me. I agree with where Councilmember Mullins is coming from, but I actually disagree with her conclusion, and here's why. I mean, I think we have to answer the question of do we want to reduce the size of the board or not? Because it makes absolutely no sense to appoint everybody, have 7 members, and then have a conversation about reducing it. I mean, I suppose over time you'll lose some people through attrition, but I think we just have to answer that question first. Do we want 5 or 7?
Okay.
And then we can talk about handling the appointments tonight.
Okay, so where are we at? 5 or 7? Do we want to do that tonight? Do we want to postpone that? What are we?
Yeah, okay. So I do think there's separate issues. What I do want to point out, though, is having, and I'm not the only one on this council that's applied to commissions before, but having applied to commissions before and having been a very close call, I was the last person appointed to the IOB on a very slim vote. And if that night, if I had been there and they had reduced the number on the fly, and I felt it would just feel wrong to feel like that's, I don't know, you go into something trying to get into a position and you have a certain expectation and then to see that it's reduced. So I think that how do I put this? I'm confident that we're going to have a good number of folks from this pool end up on the IOB. That's just my feeling. But if we end up going through the process and we end up with only 5 people on the IOB, that's an easy kind of fix. We just like say, okay, change it to 5 later on. But if we do end up getting all these folks on the IOB, then we just leave them there with 7 people on the IOB. I don't see a problem with there being 7 people on the IOB at this point. And then later on, we can decide if we're not getting replacements to move it down to 5. So I just would hate to see tonight making this decision to go down to 5 result in one of these folks not being appointed to a board because we decided to go down to 3 votes. That's what my concern is, and I just having been there, I know what that would feel like, and I know the message that would send to the community too.
I completely agree. They're here, they applied, they had good intentions. We're not sending a good message to those individuals that do apply. If they don't get picked, that's because we have 13 and we need to pick 2, so that's understandable.
Right.
But if we have all 5 of them and they applied for that reason, I say that we move ahead and appoint. We need to have I don't want to call it a study session, but we need to have a good discussion about what are we going to do with our boards and commissions. Should we consolidate some of them over time? Should we reduce the numbers? But we need to do it for everyone, not just the IOB. It needs to be done for all boards and commissions.
Yeah. And to that point, just to follow up really quick, is that because we have 5 applicants for 5 positions, right now in this immediate moment, there is no lack of applications to make that argument that we don't have enough, and that's why we're going down. In theory, in general, we do maybe not have enough, but right in this moment, we do. So if we only had 3 applicants, I can completely understand. That would make sense to me. But since we have 5, I feel like that argument's a little bit more theoretical than it is actually specific to this situation. So I just want to put that out there that I want to make sure that we're making a decision based on what we have rather than on what, I don't know. I just want to make sure we're basing the decision on what we have in front of us. Thank you.
I respectfully disagree with that, but to Councilmember Mullen's point, and that's why I was asking the clarification of 7 versus, I fully agree with that. If, obviously I've made my point that I prefer to move this later for the sake of transparency. We have a saying in Spanish that says, don't do something that looks wrong. Well, that's right. But you know what I mean? So for the sake of transparency, I'd love to move it over. But if that's not what we're comfortable with, I am comfortable moving forward if we keep the 7. Doing this vote, it may not be in bad theory saying we move it to 5 and then doing that.
I'd like to do it. I'd like to keep it separate. Let's talk about the 5 versus 7 first and just establish, do we?
That's what I'm trying to, okay.
I think what's happening is we're making the 5 or 7 decision based on the people in front of us. I want to talk about IOB.
No, that's before you interrupted me, that's what I'm trying to get to.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Yeah. So I think if we're going to make that decision, we keep it at 7, right?
Make what decision?
Make the decision to vote. Before we go into the voting, we keep it at 7 because that's transparent. That's what the people that applied saw before them when they applied.
So you're saying if I wanted to go down to 5, we should vote on that today and then let the people reapply and vote on that later?
No, what Council, I believe Perez and Takahashi and Mullins are saying, it's late, that we do not basically approve staff's recommendation to reduce it to 5, that we continue having 7 members on the IUB and then move forward with our vote for 7 members instead of 5 members as staff was recommending.
Essentially, it doesn't feel transparent to change the number of people the day that people
keep it at 7 and vote on the people we have in front of us. That's what the 3 of you are going with. All right.
And then in the future, we'd come back with a holistic look at not just IOB, but the others.
The entire boards and commissions and take a look at what we do.
All right. Do you want to make a motion to this, Vice Mayor? Is there a motion?
All I'll say, Mr. Mayor, is I'm actually sort of torn on this one. I'm going to go with the majority. And the reason I bring that up is because I actually do think 5's a better number for this board. However, I do agree with my colleagues that, no disrespect to staff, the way it was done, bringing it on the same night, was the absolute wrong way to do it. And so I feel torn, because I actually think that you're right, staff, but I don't really feel that I have a choice to do it any other way, so I will go with the majority.
Okay. All right. Is there a motion?
I believe I can go ahead and make
Yeah.
the motion is to, for item number 9, is to deny staff's request to reduce from 7 members to 5 members.
Second.
Not
to deny.
Not to, yeah,
Yeah.
deny.
Okay. We'll take a vote. Oh, is there a second?
Second.
Second. Take a vote.
Councilmember Mullins?
Yes.
Councilmember Perez?
Yes.
Councilmember Takahashi?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Schultz?
Yes, sorry, I was on mute. Yes.
And Mayor Anthony?
No. Okay. Motion moves. We have
do it.
2 reports to council.
Let's get these folks appointed.
Only in-person comments with a yellow card.
2 parts.
First report is the appointment to fill the vacancies in commissions, and then after we'll do partial terms.
Yes.
Those are the 2 reports. All right. City Clerk, take it away.
Here we go.
I will try to make this as brief as possible since it's so late. Good evening, Mayor Anthony, members of the City Council, Kimberly Clark, City Clerk. Tonight, I will be presenting item number 13, appointment to fill vacancies on various City of Burbank boards, commissions, and committees. On May 1st, 2023, the City Clerk's office began advertising and accepting applications for the upcoming vacancies set to occur on July 31st, 2023, for the following boards, commissions, and committees: the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, the Infrastructure Oversight Board, the Park, Recreation, and Community Services Board, the Planning Commission, the Police Commission, the Sustainable Burbank Commission, and the Transportation Commission. In order to obtain qualified candidates, a notice of vacancy was advertised through the following channels: city's website, city council meeting announcements, all social media platforms overseen by the city clerk's office, press releases sent to the Los Angeles Times, Burbank Leader, and myburbank.com, notices posted on the City Hall bulletin board, and through community groups and organizations. The deadline to submit applications to the city clerk's office was Tuesday, May 31st, 2023 at 5 p.m. The city clerk's office received a total of 55 qualified applications, 10 of which selected a first and second choice to fill the 23 vacancies. The applications are listed in the order in which they were received. On May 25th, 2023, the city clerk's office conducted the random drawing to select the order in which these boards, commissions, and committees vacancies will be considered. Individuals who applied for more than one board or commission have the priority selection listed next to their name, and any incumbents have been noted. At this time, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
No, thank you very much. We'll go to public comment. I have Ann Wenzel, followed by Adrien Dertavian.
Can't move my legs.
That's her.
Good morning.
Not yet.
Almost. Hi, my name is Ann Wenzel, and this is the second time that I have applied to be a member of the Police Commission. I'm going to really try and go fast. I have been a resident of Burbank for 30 years. On August 29th at 9 o'clock at night, we raised our kids here in Burbank. My children, now my grandkids, attend our Burbank Public Schools. I'm entering my 11th year working as a teacher full-time at John Burroughs High School. Prior to that, I was a long-term sub mostly for 8 years. Here's where I stand. I'm a good listener. I'm the lady who talks to you at the next checkout. I want to get back to people. I'm smart. I like to ask questions. As a teacher, I am essentially concerned about the safety of our students in all of our schools, our staff, our teaching people. There's a lot of discrepancies in our schools based on their structure when they were built. That, of course, would be a primary interest of mine, but I'm a resident. A couple of things. Last summer, I did attend the Burbank Community Police Academy, and I really walked every night I went home. Oh my gosh, did you know? I was thrilled with that knowledge, and that knowledge and that experience is something that really kicked me into wanting this. Couple of things. I do support increased and improved utilization of mental health staff to respond to police calls and to preempt as much as possible the challenges of the department in responding to domestic violence calls and working with those individuals who have mental health crises. I believed in improved communication with the residents, that the night out, great idea, there should and can be more. In our schools, we need to evaluate the safety challenges of each school. SOS, that's the SOR officers. Big question, needs more research. No one wants to hear about the need to spend more money, but what price is there on the safety of our kids? There are steps to take beyond saying in our schools, well, if somebody wants to get in, they will. I believe in research, data, finding out what else is happening in our country. One thing I learned at that commission at the academy is our goals as residents really are the same goals of our police, and that is to live and work in one of the safest communities in our country, to grow up, raise our kids there, and to retire. Thanks very much.
Thank you. I have Adrien Der Tavatian.
Hello.
Did I say
Hello,
that right?
Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight, and thank you for being here like 6 hours in. My name's Adrien Der Tavatian, and I wanted to express my interest in serving on the Sustainable Burbank Commission or the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Board. My background is in nonprofit and education, and I've spent my career creating positive change for communities. I'm also a proud double Bruin that has a bachelor's in political science and an MBA from UCLA. My interest in the Parks, Recreation, and Community Services Board is based on my own personal experience utilizing all of Burbank's parks and facilities with my 1.5-year-old son. And I think it's really, really important to have a young parent or a parent to a young child on one of those boards. I think it brings a really nice sort of diverse perspective. And my interest in the Sustainable Burbank Commission stems from my longstanding advocacy for environmental justice and climate change initiatives. I've had an opportunity to speak with Ken Berkman and Marissa Garcia about the boards and what some of the priorities are, and that's further reinforced my interest in serving. They were very generous with their time and shared with me some of the priorities that they're currently working on. One thing that really stood out to me from both of those conversations was a similar response to the question that I asked them of what makes a successful commissioner. It was that the most helpful commissioners are those that take into account all sides of an issue and put aside personal preferences to do what's in the best interest of the city and the residents of Burbank. I'm someone who's really open-minded and pragmatic, and if I were to be selected to serve, I would approach each issue within the guidelines of what the City Council has set forth, along with the staff, and aim to do what's in the best interest of the city. I think if I were fortunate enough to be appointed to either commission, I would probably be hearing a lot about trees, so I'm glad I was here for that portion of the meeting as well. I think that's probably a really great example of trying to look at competing interests and try to do what's best for everyone. So I just wanted to thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. And my last card, Andre Dionysian.
Good. Damn it, 5 minute shorts. Close. Hello, Mr. Vice Mayor. Hope Washington is good, or as good as Washington can be. So I'm applying for Parks and Rec and Transportation, with a preference for transportation, of course. You all know me. You all know my perspective on all things transportation, community, parks related. And I think I share most of your passion and vision for
helping build and grow Burbank in a very particular way. And I would love an opportunity to support that work, particularly in the realm of transportation. I think we need to take a more aggressive approach than we have in decades past when it comes to transportation. We've got a buttload of money coming in from all new sources, and I think we should put it to good use. We have excellent planners. I've had some opportunities to talk to some folks in the planning team, really great, intelligent people on staff. And I would like to assist in unleashing that potential, especially as Burbank continues to rapidly grow and evolve. That's all. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, that was my last card. Madam City Clerk, do you want to just go through them one by one? Just real quick, there are a couple of commissions that have full terms and partial terms. Do you want to do both of those commissions together when you come across them, or should we do all the full terms first?
I think it's better to do it separately.
Okay, so all the full terms in order, and then the partials. Okay.
So we'll begin with Police Commission.
Mm-hmm.
And I would ask that because we're doing a long-distance vote with Vice Mayor Schultz, if you can leave your hand up a little bit longer than normal so that we can get everybody.
Okay.
Because we have to look in two different.
And can you see him? You can see him, yeah?
We can see him.
Okay,
Yeah,
great.
but we just need you to put your hands up a little
right.
longer because there's so many. Thank you.
Great.
So, Police Commission, the first, I'm just going to read the names, and I'd like to see a show of hands.
Great.
Stephen Hager. Jennifer Spinnick. James Atwell. Kenzie Bond. Ann Wenzel. Excuse me if I'm mispronouncing this. Amy DeValle. Joshua Yakes. Mike Chapman. Michael Ellman. Jenny Deal. Armin Kachadorian. Robert Deal. And Hasmik Badalian Collins. Okay. So the three members who are appointed are Ann Wenzel, Mike Chapman, and Michael Ellman, correct? Yeah, okay. This is hard, okay. I don't think we need to go to a second round. That's my neighbor, by the way. I have nothing to do with this, but just randomly a Burbank story. That's my neighbor.
Putting your thumb on the scale, I knew
Exactly.
it.
My back neighbor, not my front neighbor. Okay, moving on to the, oh, why are we doing? Oh, I gotcha. Okay, I gotcha. We have, in case we had needed 3 rounds, we have a lot of paperwork. Okay, so Parks Recreation. We're now going to do Park Recreation and Community Services Board. And some of the names will be redundant, so. Jennifer Spinnick. Jennifer King. Robbie Brody. Stephanie Kim. Ann Vittorelli. Jean Schanberger. Maisha Peguro Gamino. Adrien Dertavidian. Michael DiPaolo. And Andre Dionysian. Okay, so Mickey. So those two appointments go to Maisha Peguero Gamino and Mickey DiPaolo. Moving on to the Transportation Commission. We have Roya Falahadi, Adriano Sficetti, Rebecca Kalouskas, and Andre Dionysian. So our three appointments there are Adriano Sficetti, Rebecca Kalouskas, and Andre Dionysian. Next is Sustainable Burbank Commission for full four-year terms. Four four-year terms. Sorry, it's late. Robin Gemmel, Limor Simskind, Charles Wilson, Kenzie Bond, Jenny Deal, Jared Cabignulo, Adrien Terdavidian, Armin Avazian, and Nelson Better. So it's So our four appointees there are Robin Gemmel, Limmer Siskind, Jenny Deal, and Jared Cabignulo. Next up is the Planning Commission. Michael Elrick, Mercedes Molina, Narek Merktumian, Abraham Atukinian, Terry Norton, and Greg Jackson. Our appointees there are Michael Elrick and Narek Merktumian. Next is Burbank Cultural Arts Commission. This is for 5 vacancies, 3 resident and 1 resident or non-resident for 4-year terms. Cynthia Pease, she's the non-resident. Jennifer King, Catherine Zoroaster, Mercedes Molina, Eric Connor, Monica Poimoy, and Annette Abnu.
Madam City Clerk, if you don't mind, do you have the votes for all the names that just read? Because I think somebody might have voted twice. More than 5 times, I should say.
So Cynthia Peace received 5 votes. Jennifer King, no votes. Catherine Zoroaster, 3 votes. Mercedes Molina, 3 votes. Eric Connor, 5 votes. Monica Pamoy, 4 votes. And Annette Abneu, 3 votes.
5, 10, 17.
Yeah, that would be 6 people appointed, so somehow we double counted.
Yeah, maybe the names of who voted for Catherine, or if you want, we can.
We have,
Okay.
we have 2 tallies, so. Cynthia Peace was unanimous, all 5. Jennifer was no votes. Catherine was Schultz, Anthony, Takahashi, and Mullins. Mercedes Molina was Perez and Mullins. Eric Connor was all
So
5.
Mercedes has 2 votes. Mercedes has 2 votes?
I think we should redo it because I remember voting for Mercedes. Maybe we should just redo it once more.
Yeah. We were probably going to have to go to a second round anyway, so let's
Right.
start over.
Let's just start over.
Okay. It's like Groundhog's Day. Okay. Cynthia Peace. Jennifer King. Catherine Zoroaster. Mercedes Molina. Eric Connor. Monica Pamoy. And Annette Abneu.
Wait. I have a question. My sheet says 5 vacancies, 3 resident and 1 resident. So there's only 4 vacancies.
Oh, sorry. It's a typo. It should be 2 resident, non-resident.
Gotcha. Okay, I was voting for 5 people as well.
We have to because we have.
Yep. You have 5. Okay.
Oh, because she counts as a non-resident. Right, so the appointees are Cynthia Peace, Catherine Zoroaster, Eric Connor, Monica Pamoy, and Annette Abneu.
And everybody else only got 2 votes.
Mercedes received 3, and Jennifer got 0. Annette Abneu, she received 4. So did somebody vote twice again? Hold on. 4, 5, 9, 10, 11, 12, 17, 17, and 8.
Is that 5 with the additional opening that we're going to be voting on later?
No, there are 5 vacancies on the cultural arts for the both 4-year terms.
Okay, so it would be 4 residents or 4 residents?
3 residents.
Okay, 2 non-residents. Okay, so it is 5, correct?
Okay. It's just not my name. It's like, okay. All right.
What now? Oh, yeah. Oh, well. We need to take a vote on infrastructure oversight board?
Yes, we do.
So, Jenna Hunter?
Do we have to vote, if, can we abstain at any point? I don't have to use all my votes, right? Gotcha. Okay, that's fine.
Follow-up question. Colin Hoffmeister's in red. If I recall correctly, his came in for this unexpired term, right? So is he part of this one or no?
Right, he is. There's a footnote at the bottom of the page there. if you had.
Oh, got it.
If you had
Got it.
introduced the ordinance, then we would add Colin into consideration, but since
Okay.
we're not, then it doesn't get added.
It's the next round he comes in.
Right.
So for this one, we're just doing the first four, the ones in black print. Okay.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Sorry, just because I'm remote and I don't seem to have the vote sheet in front of me, before we take the vote, could the city clerk just read the 4 names that we're doing on this round out
Okay.
loud, and then I'll be good to go?
Yeah, so read the four names, and then we'll do the four names for a vote.
Jenna Hunter, Jean Schanberger, Linda Besson, and Armin Avazian.
Thank you.
Okay, we're ready to vote?
Okay.
Jenna Hunter, Jean Schanberger, Linda Besson, Armand Avazian. All 4 are appointed.
I don't know, I feel like that one needs a recount.
Easy now, easy. Easy now. No, this is, oh, yeah. I had reason to introduce it.
Right. What?
We need to introduce item 14.
Oh, that's right. Okay, that concludes our first report to council. Moving on, the next report to council is to fill vacancies on unexpired terms. Madam City Clerk, please continue the votes.
I'm going to skip all the preamble.
Yes.
Good evening. Tonight, we will be talking about item number 14, appointment to fill 1 vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission, fill 1 vacancy on the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, and fill 1 vacancy on the Infrastructure Oversight Board for unexpired terms. On June 9th, 2023, the City Clerk's Office advertised and accepted applications for the following 3 vacancies, each for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. 1 resident required vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission, which was created by the resignation of Chris Weber. 1 resident required vacancy on the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, created by the resignation of Rajasri Malikarjuna, and 1 vacancy on the Infrastructure Oversight Board, created by the resignation of Walter M. Brennan Jr. To obtain qualified candidates, a notice of unscheduled vacancy was advertised through the same channels that I mentioned in item number 13. The deadline to submit applications to the City Clerk's Office was Monday, July 10th, 2023 at 5 p.m. The City Clerk's Office received 3 additional applications, including the applications that were carried over from those received by May 30th, 2023, which was the deadline for the recruitment for the various scheduled vacancies. 10 applications were received for the Sustainable Burbank Commission. Robin Gemmel, Limmer Siskin, Charles Wilson, Kenzie Bond, Jenny Deal, Jared Cabagnolo, Adrienne Dertavidian, Armand Avazian, Nelson Better, Martha Walter, and Colin Hoffmeister. 7 applications for the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission were received. Jennifer King, Catherine Zoroaster, Mercedes Molina, Eric Connor, Monica Pamoy, and Dan Reiser. Skip this, right? I do read that. 5 applications for the Infrastructure Oversight Board, Jenna Hunter, Jean Schanberger, Linda Besson, Armin Avazian, and Colin Hoffmeister. The applications are listed in the order received. Individuals who applied for more than 1 board or commission have the priority selection listed next to their name, and should they be appointed during the prior appointment, their name will be removed from consideration for these appointments. At this time, I'm happy to answer questions. We have no speakers on this item.
Okay, let's go for it.
Just give us 1 second to remove the people who were
Yeah.
previously appointed. Okay.
And if it'd be okay, Mr. Mayor, can we just get a quick read through to make sure that we have it correct of who's left?
Yes.
Great, thank you.
Let's do the same thing. Call all the names that you will be calling, and then we'll go through it.
So for the Sustainable Burbank Commission, our applicants are Charles Wilson, Kenzie Bond, Adrienne Terdavidian, Nelson Better, Martha Walter, and Colin Hofmeister.
Go ahead.
I'll call each name. Charles Wilson, Kenzie Bond, Adrienne Terdavidian, and then I think we're done, right?
Aren't you glad you stayed till midnight?
So, Adrienne Terdavidian has been appointed. That's it on that one. Okay. For the Burbank Cultural Arts Commission, for the one resident required vacancy, we have I'm going to read out all the applicants so you have the same list. Jennifer King, Mercedes Molina, and Dan Reeser. Okay. Show of hands for Jennifer King.
She only got 3. She got the lowest votes. Not if everyone else gets 4.
Mercedes Molina. And Dan Reiser. Oh,
My understanding that she had 3 votes on the previous, and that's the majority vote. So I'm.
The math works out if it's 3 and everybody else gets 4, you don't get it.
But Catherine has 3 votes as well.
Catherine had 4.
4 votes. Okay, that's why I have it written down. Okay, great.
Can we take that vote again?
I'm just adding.
Yeah, we'll start over. There's only
Okay.
3 names. We'll start over.
Thank you.
Jennifer King, Mercedes Molina, and Dan Reiser. So, Mercedes Molina is appointed. For the Infrastructure Oversight Board, for the vacancy, the one vacancy for the unexpired term,
Could I make a statement before we do that, Madam City Clerk? May I make a statement before we
yeah,
take
of
the vote?
course.
I would just like to point out, in his application, Colin Hofmeister has listed himself as an Airbnb host, not in Burbank, but is talking through his ability to do that job in great detail. And I would be remiss in pointing out that that has been a huge problem here in the city. And just noticing that previously we said we could abstain. So if you want to go for the vote, thank you.
so we have Mr. Hofmeister's application, and he's the only one we have to consider for the unexpired term. So can I see a show of hands for him? 1, 2, 3, 4. So Mr. Hofmeister is appointed to the unexpired term.
Thank you.
And we note your abstention.
Yes.
We're all done.
Full. I knew it was going to get there. All right, and who are we going to kick off? No, I'm kidding. All right, so that is the end of our reports. Moving on, let's go to council members reporting on their committee assignments.
I'll start. I attended the Transportation Commission meeting yesterday, and they had a discussion regarding reconfiguration of San Fernando. Had really great questions and feedback to staff. Thank you.
Yeah.
I attended 2 committee meetings. One was on July 6th, the SCAG Energy and Environment Committee, where we continued to discuss water conservation and other ways to improve our water distribution. And last night, I was at the Sustainable Burbank Commission with Councilmember Perez, and Sustainable Commission is working on a lot of really great items, and they're going to focus on figuring out their priorities for this next year, which I think will be great. But they've got a lot on their plate, which is kind of exciting, but also kind of a little overwhelming at the same time.
Okay. Councilmember Perez, any committee assignments?
Yeah, I also attended Sustainable Burbank. Of note is they will be taking up that tree issue and looking it over. So I'm excited to sit in on that and hear what they have to say. I also attended as a member representing this body, the Burbank Glendale Pasadena Regional Housing Trust. We had a great meeting. We actually directed our consultant to move forward with an application for a grant. So I will let you all know how that goes.
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor, you're on committee assignment, yeah?
I am, Mr. Mayor. I'll be brief. Thursday, July 13th, Councilmember Mullins and I, as the council's liaisons to the Board of Realtors, appeared before them and answered their questions for about 2.5 hours. Lighter than a normal meeting. And then I am here in Washington, D.C. with the American Public Power Association. I'll give you all a super quick report. We had a great meeting with Adam Schiff, yes, the Adam Schiff today, as well as representative from Senator Padilla's office, and tomorrow we'll be meeting with the Department of Energy, as well as Congressman Tony Cardenas. And just so you all know, we're talking about the fire at the substation servicing Warner Brothers, the issues that our utility is encountering with having to refurbish our transformers, and the serious impacts that the supply chain are having on our ability to continue to provide reliable service. So we are begging and pleading for congressional help. I don't know if it'll come, but we're going to try.
Excellent. On the 28th, I joined the LOCC LA County Division of Board of Directors call. I also attended on the 6th the SCAG Transportation Committee and the SCAG Regional Council. Just nothing too much to report from either of those. All right, so reporting on attendance, conferences, and regional meetings. Who wants to go first? Work down the line.
Thank you. July 7th, I participated in the training for Burbank CA NLC Real Communication, effective, I guess it's called Effectively Session, or Effective Session. It's part of the training for diversity training and inclusion. Also, July 13, thank you, Vice Mayor, for mentioning the Burbank Association of Realtors. It was a great meeting, great turnout. So look forward to having more of these meetings with the realtors. And then on July 14, I attended the Leadership Burbank Beach Bash fundraising. And it was a good turnout supporting the Leadership Burbank. And on yesterday, I had a meeting with Jamie Kaiser and Kevin McCarthy regarding the plastic reduction policy, upcoming discussion regarding the ordinance. And then I also had a meeting with Eric Connor regarding the culture arts. And then at the end of the day, I had a transportation meeting. Thank you.
All right, I'm taking it back to Thursday, June 29th, when I attended the Burbank Fire Department celebrations along with the Vice Mayor. It was great to see all the retirements, promotions, and of course, all our new recruits. They were very excited and very grateful to us for helping us add 5 more recruits through our budget process. So I'm very excited for that, and they're ready to serve. I also attended the Romancing the Bean 30th anniversary celebration and ribbon cutting, which was great. If you know me, you know it's one of my favorite places to go get a cup of coffee. I also attended the Downtown Burbank PBID's 20th anniversary celebration along with the Vice Mayor. We gave a recognition to the PBID and, of course, to Michael Cusimano for his years of service on there and his dedication. And hearty congratulations to him once again. I also did my training this week. I'm going through the list of like 3 pages worth. I also did my training this week. It was great. It was all good stuff. And then along with that, I met with staff regarding the Regional Housing Trust. We're all on board and in tip-top shape. And I met with staff regarding Sustainability Commission. And then the rest of my meetings were a hearty slew of meetings with all of the folks who were interested and asked for a meeting on the appointments. We had some great candidates. If you didn't make it, apply again, please. Thank you.
Oh, yes. Councilmember Takahashi.
I only have a couple. I attended as well the Romance and the Bean 30th anniversary celebration, and I've attended many ribbon cuttings, but like you, that's a place that I go to a lot, and it was really neat to see a lot of folks there. And 30 years they've been there. It's actually pretty amazing. And then that same day, a little bit later, right after that, actually, I went to the Betsy Lukey Burbank Arts and Education Foundation art show. And that was really well attended, and we picked up a couple art pieces there. It was great. It's one of those gems in the community that I think sometimes we forget's there because it's kind of hidden away, but they always have some really great art displays there. And then on the 4th of July, I was at the top of the parking lot above CPK watching the Starlight Bowl fireworks with my fam. That's it for...
Okay. Mr. Vice Mayor.
Well, Mr. Mayor, I'm not going to repeat anything anyone else said because it's 3:30 in the morning here and I'm tired. But I will say that in addition to everything else, on Friday, June 30th, a magical thing happened. I threw out a first pitch for the 7th and 8th grade Hat Minor All-Star Baseball game. And Ms. Garzone will tell you the collective sigh of disappointment when my pitch barely made it to home plate. I'm sad to say I do not have a future for the Dodgers. I guess you'll all have to settle for me a little bit longer. And then, of course, on July 6th, Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to really share this for the community. We did our safety walkthrough at Burbank High School with Acting Superintendent Paramo and our school board leadership. And it was really a chance to walk through some of and see in person the physical security and safety concerns on that campus. And I think it was the first of many dialogues that we're going to have between our two bodies about how we can partner together, because school safety is something that we all care about and share as a priority. So for those who think that the school board and council don't work together, we are, and this is just one small example of that collaboration.
Yes, that was an excellent walkthrough. Really appreciated that. I did attend the Romancing the Bean 30th anniversary, and I got a free hat out of it, so that was fun. On July 1st, I attended an Eagle Scout Court of Honor with my own son's troop, Troop 209. And on 4th of July, I parked on top of the Burbank Town Center Mall and blasted some John Philip Sousa with a bunch of other community members. That was very, very fun.
I tried to get my kids to wave at the mayor from across the parking lot, but, they were too busy.
Where were you guys?
We were on the parking lot above CPK, right across from you.
Yes.
I knew you were
Okay.
over there, so
Yeah,
I was
yeah,
like,
yeah.
I want to be not they.
That was fun.
Mr. Mayor?
Oh, yes.
If you're done,
Yeah,
can and I should have addressed it when we took the votes. If council wishes that we can make our vote unanimous for all the boards and commissions that were appointed tonight, if you agree to it.
I don't want to do that.
Oh, okay. Then we'll keep the vote as it is. And I beat both of you because I was at the Starlight Bowl actually watching the whole thing.
Now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of council have any items to introduce? You got 2, go for it.
All right. First one is, in light of our public comments tonight and the report from Parks and Rec, I would like to request to bring back the topic of the Aleppo trees before they're removed. So we can take one last look. Yeah, okay. Before they get, just so we can kind of make sure we're caught up. And then the second thing is either agenda item or a memo about contacting Airbnb to see if they can remove the short-term listings and prevent any future short-term listings. Thank you.
Mr. Vice Mayor, anything?
You're on mute.
You're on mute. You're on mute. Sorry, Mr. Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Oh God, first time in a couple of years. All right. One small thing, Mr. City Manager, not the highest of priorities, but if we could get a first step report on the Burbank Municipal Code's categorization of wrestling and potential changes to the code, that'd be great.
Great. I've got two things. One, just a white paper on our fee schedule that we charge for people to replace trees in general, not just the Aleppos, but in general, just a white paper on that. And second, I would like to forego the first step and go straight to a second step. I'd like to send the AMPTP a letter similar to what we sent them with the writer's strike, this time with SAG-AFTRA, encouraging them to come to the table and bargain fairly.
Sure. We could set that one up similar to what we did with the riders.
Perfect, thank you. Thanks. All right, is that it? Okay, now's the time. Oh, sorry, we adjourn the meeting. Tuesday, July 25th, regular meeting, council chamber. See you then.